We are a general insurance company. We write all industrial risk, fire, burglary, and all the liability covers, directors and officers liability, partners black and bond, and all the other liability covers, as well as motor insurance. And then now applications, we use the smart cards as our main form of identification. In fact, all our schemes, all the insured persons, members carry the smart card, which is a main mode of identifications at the various points of service. Um, whether it's a hospital, a chemist, a lab, a diagnostic test center. The reason why we signed up with the SMART is because we need a partner who has tested the service of accessibility, who have the relevant experience, the backup, the technology, the infrastructure, um, to be able to partner with us to deliver this, our service. Smart has been a very proactive partner. They are very efficient and they are available for us 24/7. When we have concerns, uh, we let them know. That's resolved in real time or as quickly as possible. I also like the fact that if, say, a system is down, there's going to be an outage, they let us know in good time and they give us progress of what's happening. And when it's finally sorted out, they also come back and tell us, oh, now it's all sorted out. So that's very, very critical for us. The medical business needs to be digitally driven because of the numbers. Um, so that needs to have a lot to do with technology so that there's efficiency and services delivered.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Put in effort, put in effort. Good morning. Can I request that each one of you officially welcomes their neighbor with a handshake? Officially welcome your neighbor with a handshake. Give them a high five and tell them thank you very much for coming on the fourth summit, Smart Summit. Give them a high five. Thank them for coming. If your neighbor has given you a slap, change a seat. Yes, because there's a difference between a high five and a big slap. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome you to the fourth Smart Summit here in Uganda. It's quite an exciting morning, and I must say that this is really, really beautiful. Can we clap for Smart for really organizing this? I don't know if you're liking the ambience, but for me, I am seeing a lot of tech, I am seeing a lot of health, and so it's an exciting morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gava, and I'll be your host for this entire day. And I must say, or give a disclaimer. For those that are excited to see me, thank you very much. For those that are not excited, I am the person. Amen. Amen. So this morning, there are a number of conversations that we're going to hold that are related to technology, that are related to healthcare and innovations within this market. But before we move into the different dynamics of the day, allow me request our team to play a video that will welcome you to this conference.
Good morning, Africa, and a warm, heartfelt welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Today, as we gather to advance healthcare accessibility through digital automation and AI, let's take a moment to recognize and honor the beautiful tapestry of nations that have joined us here in the heart of Kampala. It's with great pride that we celebrate the unity of our continent. To begin, let us salute our gracious hosts, Uganda. Known for its lush landscapes, vibrant culture, and warm hospitality, Uganda is where innovation meets the soul of Africa. Kampala, make some noise for yourselves. And now, let's welcome our brothers and sisters from Kenya, the land of the majestic savannas and proud warriors, home to the bustling tech hub of Nairobi and the pioneers of the M-Pesa revolution. Let's give them a Ugandan hand clap for their innovation and spirit. Next, we celebrate Tanzania, the gateway to the Serengeti and the mystical heights of Mount Kilimanjaro, country of culture, heritage, and endless landscapes. Let's raise our hands high and give a big round of applause for Tanzania. Rising up next, we have Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills. A nation that has transformed itself through unity and visionary leadership. Their commitment to digital transformation is unmatched. Uganda, let's clap it up for Rwanda. Now, let's honor South Sudan, the youngest nation on our continent, standing resilient and strong. May our uploads echo our support and hope for a prosperous future. Up next, we welcome the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a land of rich resources, diverse cultures, and boundless potential. Let's show them the Ugandan spirit with a powerful round of applause. Let's move further south to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa, known for its friendly people and Lake Malawi. This nation shines as a beacon of harmony. Uganda, show Malawi some love with your applause. And next, Zambia, a land with a heritage of brave explorers and the majestic Victoria Falls. Their progress in healthcare technology is remarkable. Let's rise and give Zambia the applause they deserve. From the Indian Ocean, we welcome Mauritius, a paradise island where innovation thrives amidst its stunning beaches and multicultural heritage. Uganda, let's give Mauritius a warm and vibrant hand clap. Now to Cameroon, the land of diversity and the beating heart of Central Africa, known for its dynamic culture and athletic spirit. Let's stand in solidarity and applaud Cameroon's presence here today. And finally, let's give it up for Somalia, a nation that continues to push forward with resilience and determination. Their strength is our strength. Uganda, let's welcome Somalia with a powerful and uplifting round of applause. Together, we are Africa. Together, we are driving change. Thank you, Africa, for gathering here in Uganda. Let's make this summit a moment of transformation and a beacon of hope for healthcare accessibility on our great continent.
Very good. SMART is located in over 12 countries, with our latest opening in Cameroon, and that means that our Pan-Africanism is growing, and so that means it's critical for us to welcome the physical audience here at Serena Hotel, Kampala, but also the virtual audience that is streaming in live. So I want to welcome also the virtual audience. I request that us here physically present give a big round of applause to the virtual community that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, When we talk about smart, we are saying secure, we are saying fast, we are saying access. But the statistics I gathered show that 400 providers are in Uganda, 300 providers are in Rwanda, 200 providers in Zambia, 100 providers in South Sudan, 100 providers in Somalia, 29 providers in Tanzania, with a regional presence, like I mentioned earlier, in 12 countries. So when we say collaboration and partnerships at SMART, this plays a critical role. Can I request that we clap for our partners that have joined us this morning? One philosopher once told me that when you're alive, you have 99 problems. But when you fall sick, you have only one. You have only what? One problem. And that is being healthy. And all of us can agree because we have patients, we have our relatives, we have friends, we have family, and we've been there in hospitals. But even some of us, we've fallen sick. And we know that whether it is the tooth, whether it is the ear, whether it is the stomach, the moment you have a problem health-wise, you are sick, and so that means that you're not productive. So partners like Smart that continue to come in this market to solution for the health sector deserve a big, big round of applause because they're solutioning for access, they're solutioning for our productivity. Can I request we give a big, big round of applause to the Smart team? Ladies and gentlemen, my role as the host is to energize you, is to excite you, is to make sure that we're in the mood. But the official welcome has to be done by our host. Can I request we put our hands together for our host in Judy Mogoya to come and make her way to the stage? Judy is one that doesn't like to be appreciated, so if the clap is not big, she will not speak. Can we give Judy a big, big round of applause?
Good morning. Good morning. I want to believe it's a warm morning and a beautiful one. And thank you very much for joining us today. Indeed, it's an awesome opportunity for us as Uganda. To the ministry officials that are here, the chairman of the board of directors, Smart Applications, board of directors, EXCO members, country managers in the 12 countries that you have just seen, and other industries, smart partners, sponsors, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We want to welcome you in a special way, and to the online team that has joined us from across the continent. Indeed, it is an honor to welcome you all to the 4th edition of the Smart Summit. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Today, we are thrilled to host representatives from 12 countries gathered to explore how we can collectively shape the future of healthcare in Africa. Your presence, both physically and virtually, is a testament to the importance of our mission and the power of collaboration. Smart Applications International has an extensive footprint in Africa, driven by our passion to enhance healthcare accessibility through innovative technology. We believe that digital automation and artificial intelligence are critical in transforming healthcare systems for the better. Across our regions, we are working to bring solutions that empower patients, simplify processes for healthcare providers, and improve healthcare outcomes. In Uganda alone, our presence spans across 120 districts, collaborating with over 835 healthcare providers covering over 1,500 schemes. These partnerships are at the heart of what we do as SMART, enabling us to impact lives positively by making healthcare more accessible and efficient. Our journey would not have been possible without the support and partnerships that we have cultivated over the years, collaborating with insurers, medical providers, technology innovators. We have created a robust ecosystem dedicated to healthcare excellence. These partnerships continue to strengthen our ability to deliver high quality, accessible healthcare solutions to people across Uganda and beyond. This year's theme, Advancing Healthcare Accessibility through Digital Automation and AI, underscores our commitment to leveraging technology to make healthcare more inclusive and impactful. Throughout today's sessions, we will delve into discussions that will highlight the following: the transformative impact of digital automation on healthcare delivery, the potential of AI advancements to improve patient outcomes, practical strategies for integrating AI and automation into healthcare systems, inspiring case studies of successful implementations of AI and automation. And lastly, and certainly not least, is opportunities for collaboration to foster innovation in healthcare delivery. On, on top of everything else, we are also excited to have what is called the Global iTech magazine as our media partner, offering insights and updates on the latest tech, healthcare collaborations, and innovation. Global iTech will be sharing valuable industry insights, shedding light on the latest advancements, and highlighting noteworthy collaborations in the healthcare landscape. I believe by the end of this session, you will have a copy of the Global iTech magazine. So, as we commence this summit, I encourage each one of you to reflect on the vital role that technology plays in improving lives and building a future that is inclusive for all. Our goal today is to explore how we can harness these technologies to bridge healthcare gaps, simplify processes, and create a healthcare environment where everyone has access to the care they need. With that, let us dive into today's discussions, explore new possibilities, and make this summit an impactful, transformative experience for all of us. I thank you very much and welcome you once again to the fourth summit. Karibuni.
And I request once again we give our host another big round of applause. Judy, thank you very much. I do not know if you remember the days of the files in hospitals and clinics. Do you remember those days where you go and they ask you your surname and they start to look for your file? And if there are two Kalule Ibrahims, that simply meant that their diagnosis will probably go to a wrong person. You remember those days? You remember the days where they would, every time you would go, they would take your records on a paper and they would move them from one doctor to another. And depending on the handwriting, the interpretation will also be different. So I think that this journey has really changed when we are now talking about telehealth services, where you can be home and you can continue to have a conversation with your doctor. You can book appointments. You have, of course, many of you here have wearables that can quickly give you a bit of how your heart is performing, tell you how you need to walk through the day. Definitely lately we are talking about electronic health records. And these health records can easily be moved from one point to the other. We are talking about telemedicine. We are talking about medical health apps. We are talking about accelerated information sharing that is done in a speed dial. You're sick and you can quickly exchange information with hospitals outside this country. We are talking about portals that improve patients' journey in terms of collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, tech in health is quite critical. And I think for me, it is very important that we appreciate institutions like SMART. And for those of you who do not know what SMART does, that in terms of enabling, they have played a critical role in linking providers of insurance and hospitals. And that means that the workforce of this country, they've played a critical role in terms of ensuring their customer journey, but also ensuring that we are productive. So once again, allow me request that we give SMART a big round of applause for the solutions they are providing in this market. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our first panel of the day, I wanted to give you a feel of what our previous summits have looked like from the first to the second to the third. I am sure some of you will see your faces there. If you don't see your faces, you didn't find the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen to see what our previous summits have looked like. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the fourth Smart Summit, right here in the heart of Uganda's capital, Kampala. Today, we gather healthcare leaders, innovators, and changemakers from across the continent and beyond to explore the latest technological advancements shaping healthcare. Welcome to the Smart Summit Achievements and Declarations Recap. We're about to dive into the innovative world of Smart Summits, where we don't just talk innovation, we make it happen. Back in November 2021, at the Movenpick Hotel, we kicked off the first Smart Summit. And wow, what a start! We set 5 bold declarations, game-changing resolutions. From data sharing to artificial intelligence in claims adjudication, this summit wasn't just about ideas. It was about making things happen. First on the list, data sharing in healthcare. Our technical team worked closely with healthcare stakeholders to develop a framework for seamless data exchange. Think faster information flow between hospital and insurer, improving patient outcomes every step of the way. Then came Declaration 2, digital healthcare files. We've been hard at work creating health information exchange platforms, and this is only the beginning. As for Declaration 3, we brought AI into the mix for claims adjudication, turning complicated paperwork into a smooth, smart process. The smart architecture we launched at the second summit is revolutionizing claims management. Cybersecurity took center stage with Declaration 4. At our second summit, we called on partners to join us in building a forum dedicated to safeguarding healthcare data. And we are making it happen. Declaration 5 focuses on business intelligence. We redesigned Smart Health Plus with a more integrated health management information system approach and introduced enhanced analytics. Institutions can now make smarter decisions backed by data. Fast forward to the third Smart Summit held on the 17th of November 2023 at Safari Park Hotel, where 3 new declarations were made. First, we committed to fully developing a healthcare information exchange by 2024. This means we are working with both public and private sectors to build platforms that will streamline how health data flows across borders. We also evidence-based interventions. So far, we've rolled out biannual healthcare reports and launched the global iTech magazine, reaching 11 countries with insights that matter. Our third declaration, financial deepening. Through smart analytics, we are helping insurance providers tailor products that meet market demands. This isn't just talk. We are working with several insurers to bring these innovations to life. And now, here we are at the fourth Smart Summit. Today, we continue that legacy with even more groundbreaking announcements and game-changing results. Stay tuned as we unveil our newest declarations and take bold steps into the future of healthcare. Let's make history together. Welcome to the Fourth Smart Summit. Well,
People, let us do the timing of clapping and put effort in the clapping. Let us not first then look at each other and then feel like, should we clap now? Should we clap later? If we're happy about the video, let's clap for the video. Some of you make me feel like you are working on a power bank. Someone is accelerating you slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit or conference is nothing without entertainment, is nothing without fun. And for us at SMART, our conversation is clear that if we are not going to crack your memory, we would have rather had a webinar to speak to you. But now that you're physically here in Uganda, we want to welcome you in a big and bold way. So allow me welcome to Jale Africa, who are going to give us Omujaguzo. Sangola Malia Dola. Yeah, Dola, 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 Sangola Malia Dola. Iye dola sangola mali ya dola. Hetso. Henda muogo ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala Mama yenda muogo ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala Mama yenda muogo ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Ezala barungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala. Amperekera na munene, amperekera masotara. Amperekera na munene. Amperekera na munene, amperekera masotara. Amperekera na munene, amperekera masotara. Amperekera na munene, amperekera masotara. Amperekera na munene, amperekera masotara.
Africa, thank you very much for opening our fourth summit. Ladies and gentlemen, when you come to activities like this, everyone, the way they see, because there's one thing to see, there's another thing to understand, but also the choice of what you understand is up to you. When Tujari was performing, I was looking at the lady who was putting pots on her head. And what was busy going in my head, that how flat should the human being's head be to put so many pots as you go up. But also I'm sure that the ladies in the room, some of you on your hairstyle could not afford you to put so many pots on the what? On the head. But to Jolly Africa, thank you very much for that performance. I also looked at the ladies. Did you see the first ladies that walked in drumming? I imagine these men who like to beat women. If you marry those ones who are drumming, then you know that your days have started. But to Jolly Africa, I want to thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our composition this morning is to do with healthcare and innovation. And at SMART, we are saying secure, fast access, and we're trying to make sure that the customer journey for accessing healthcare solutions in Uganda and beyond, with our 12 countries, with our latest opening in Cameroon, all these individuals, we are saying that they should be able to get access to healthcare in a fast and convenient manner. Our first panel is focusing on healthcare, and we brought different industry leaders who are going to be talking to us about the theme on strategies and business models adjustments for effective digital transformation. Allow me to introduce the moderator of our first panel this morning. Our moderator is Mr. Solomon Rwando, who is an esteemed insurance executive with over 40 years of experience in both local and international insurance. He is a fellow of the Insurance Institute of Uganda, which is now the Insurance Training College, here represented by their CEO, Mr. Saul Seremba, and he is a graduate of the Chartered Insurance Institute of London. Solomon has held influential roles, including Chief Operations Officer
at Gold Star Insurance Company, chairman of the Uganda Insurers Association, a member body that brings together all insurers in this country, president of the Insurance Institute of Uganda, which now is called the Insurance Training College. His experience has been instrumental in shaping the insurance industry of Uganda, where he has served as the pioneer of the board of the Uganda Insurance Commission. Beyond his professional career, Solomon is a dedicated community leader with a long-standing commitment to serve. He has contributed as a director of public relations for the Rotary Club of Muyenga, which, beyond his being an insurer, he is passionate about serving community and beyond. He has been the chairman of the Kampala Club and the patron of Entebbe Friends Association. Rubondo has also served in various education and church communities, including head of laity at St. Mark's Church in Entebbe. He has served as the chairman of the Center Advisory Committee for TASO in Entebbe. Rumondo remains active on several boards, providing leadership and strategic guidance. His current and recent positions include board roles with Bank of India here in Uganda, the Insurance Brokers Association, TWED Group, and continues to influence a number of other institutions within the insurance sector and various community organizations across Uganda. Solomon didn't tell me to say this, but he's happily married with a number of children. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Solomon Rubondo, our moderator for the first panel.
It is always the prerogative of the host to determine who speaks and also what he says about who speaks. So whatever he has said is his creation, but I feel highly elated that he's saying this before distinguished people like yourselves. And the welcome video was quite inspiring, and it reminded me, I hold the word summit in very high esteem and reverence, because I first heard about it in 1975 when Uganda took over the chairmanship of the Organization of African Unity in this hall. And I was a P6 boy among those who were waving flags outside there to welcome the president. That time we were also learning about mountain peaks, and we were also told the highest point is called a summit. The next summit I had 20 years later, 1995, when the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda was signed, and I was seated somewhere in this hall. I don't know what summit will come 20 years later next year. But I count it all joy that I'm privileged at least to be the moderator of this first panel. And I hope that we will set a very good pace for the rest of the day. Congratulations, Smart, and thank you very much for always being here. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and let's see what we can do. I welcome you once again, and the greeting we can use is Jambo. After the introduction of all the numerous countries where Summit has a footprint, allow me to greet you and say Jambo for this morning. We do espouse the topic advancing healthcare accessibility through leveraging digital automation and AI. And several analogies have been given, reminding us of the old record, the paper record, the medical sheet. I don't know whether SMART has also technologized or digitized the thermometer. I know we don't have it in the armpit, but somehow the doctor tells your temperature. But probably on the smartphone, they'll be able to tell you your temperature as part of the original diagnosis. I know SMART can do it, and if not, why not? Friends, ladies and gentlemen, our task to set the ball rolling is to dissect the strategies and business model adjustments for effective digital transformation. What is the catch? Strategies and business models. Where is the catch in the topic? Advancing. It means work is being done. Ours, we're looking at advancing what has been done, making it better. And in this panel, to mainly emphasize the strategies and also look at the catchword of effective, because you could have the strategies you could try to advance, but not effectively. Friends, it's not for me to say all this, but we have distinguished authorities who are actually going to tell us exactly what it is and the way it is. I'd like to make a disclaimer right away that because of time, we may not have questions from the audience. I urge you, I implore you, to be very attentive. I believe there's going to be a digital, platform where you can send the questions. I believe in the later part of the day, the broader question and answer session, your questions will be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, the people here are not small people to talk about. A lady known as Mama Insurance and Hajat Green, a pioneering Ugandan insurance professional with over 42 years in the industry. The first female Ugandan, fellow of the Insurance Institute of Uganda, and an associate of the UK Chartered Insurance Institute. In addition to her insurance career, she directs Energizing Solutions Limited, a consultancy specializing in insurance, climate change, and environmental work, with academic credentials in science, business management, and gender studies. She combines technical expertise and a strong commitment to professional and community leadership. She's a passionate environmentalist, dedicated to climate advocacy and action, and she's known as Mama Green. She initiated projects like their annual Greening Fridays with the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council and has planted nearly 500,000 trees toward a 1 million tree goal. Through the Gomba Women Environmental and Development Group, she promotes sustainable practices among women and youth. She has participated in global climate conferences such as COP27, COP28, and has received numerous accolades, including awards from UNEP, the Ugandan government, and International Organization for Environmental Work. What they didn't write here is also important. She was part of the election monitoring group for the 2016 elections in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Hajat Afua Sibyala, Mama Insurance, Mama Green. Mama Green, with your indulgence, may I call the next panelist? As you move to the podium. We always give her a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panelist is the Principal and Chief Education Officer of the Insurance Training College of Uganda, with extensive expertise in education, leadership, and insurance. He currently chairs the board of directors of the Capital Markets Authority of Uganda and serves on boards including the Insurance Training College and WCF Reinsurance Company. He has lectured at institutions like Makerere University and is a founding member of the Makerere University Business School Circle. He is also the president of the Association of African Insurance Educators and Trainers, emphasizing his leadership in insurance education. He holds a master's in finance and accounting, a postgraduate diploma in microfinance, and various professional insurance qualifications. He has received multiple awards, including honors in pension management, corporate governance, and leadership from institutions across Africa and the US. He is a PhD scholar. Welcome, Mr. Saul Seremba. My sister is a Group Chief Executive Officer of Goldie's Group Holdings, an ambassador of mental health and the workplace in Uganda. She is here to represent the Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of Uganda Employers today. She is a professional human capital organization development and management advisory consultant and serves on boards on Vola Group. She's a member of the European Union SB4U, TWG on skills and attitudes, and a member of the TWG of Gender Equality at International Organization of Employers, IDE, Geneva. She's a mother, a mentor, leadership coach with passion in women empowerment, personal growth mindset change to boost productivity in the world of work. Wow, Miss Goldie Obama. Friends, we have a seasoned medical professional and section head of internal medicine at Aga Khan University Hospital. He has extensive experience as a consultant in internal medicine. He's dedicated to advancing patient care and clinical excellence. He specializes in diagnosing and managing complex medical conditions, providing expert guidance and mentorship to healthcare teams. His commitment to evidence-based medicine has made him a key figure within the hospital's internal medicine department. Alongside his clinical work, he is involved in research and medical education, contributing to advancement in internal medicine and supporting the development of future medical professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Syed K. Ali. Right, I think he's in the virtual community, so we will be engaging him accordingly. Mr. Host. Mr. Host. So ladies and gentlemen, on the table so far, you see wisdom. You see maturity. We know patient care is also important. It's also important to keep that baby, keep quiet, quiet. Whereas you have the AI. Friends, you see mentorship and development. Friends, you see hands-on experience. And I believe, and with your engagement as well, and approval, if we deserve it, we shall set the pace for this fourth Smart Summit. May I request you to just hold the minute hand of your watches, because your program gives me a different slot for the discussion, and I think I've so far used about a third of it. But it was important that we know, like his professor told him, mine told me, that you always believe someone if you know him and you are sure he knows what he's saying. I believe in the people that I have presented before you, And I believe they know their subject. Mr. Sol Seremba, across Africa, are you seeing steady progress in adoption of culture-specific insurance programs? And how is digital technology enabling such programs?
Thank you, Solomon. And a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just wish to join the members that have spoken before to congratulate SMART upon this beautiful event. Congratulations, SMART. Mr. Moderator, thank you. I just want to make a few observations and make a few comments on the trend of the digitization. And I want to restrict myself to maybe two areas. That is the healthcare and insurance. Insurance, because that is where my heart lies. We have made a bit of progress in terms of digitization. It's also interesting to note that last week, the institution that I lead, the Insurance Training College, we were holding our conference for the year, and our focus was on digitization. So when I was invited for this particular one, I was thinking, I think it is now moving everywhere, and no one should be left behind. But to start off, I believe we've made great strides in the digital agenda. And not just healthcare. When you look at communication, when you look at the DigTech, when you look at education, when you look at consumer goods, I think digitization is the way to go. And we've seen enormous strides when it comes to the healthcare. And with partners like SMART, I think they have hastened that process. And now you see a lot of processes in hospitals, etc. They are becoming faster and quicker and more convenient, which is a good thing. When I see a big number of people visiting health institutions, you really see that there is a bit of improvement in our quest for digitization. I've made a few observations, and I want to be on this side, just to tickle your minds a little, Mr. Moderator. We have talked about digitization, and everyone is talking about digitization. Companies are investing a lot in the digital agenda. Unfortunately, when you look at the philosophy of companies, it is not digital. When you get to the hospitals, when you get to the education institutions, when you get, the philosophy is not digital. When we get to such forums, the discussion is, we need to get digital, we need to digitize, we need to. But what is the philosophy of these organizations? One of the digital experts was engaging us and was asking, when we sit in the boardrooms, how much of our time is focused on digital? Of the 2-3 hours that we spend in the boardroom, what percentage is spent on digitization? When you look at what we eat in the companies, what we drink, what we say, our strategies, how much time is devoted to digitization? Now, that is where the whole challenge starts from. As the executives are maneuvering through digitization, it is not a philosophy. That means that after we've come up with our strategies, we shall start trying to make the products we have digital. Once we make it a philosophy of our organizations, it becomes easier to implement because everyone drinks its sleeps digitization. I have seen organizations with very good digital strategies, but they are fragmented. SMART is giving us a solution, but my organization already has a system that works on underwriting from this side. It has a system that works on finance. It has now a system that gets into the hospital to pick some information. And then we also have papers that come from the hospital to us as insurers to process claims. Are you getting my point? So you realize that we have different systems that are fragmented. We have even papers as part of the system. And we are talking about digitization. As we are thinking about giving this client that seamless experience, my opinion is we must think about this digital agenda from a broader perspective. We must think about this client and therefore put in place a process that caters for that client as opposed to getting the products to make them digital. When I draw experiences from my industry, I think we've also tried to digitize. We have products right now when you want to buy a motor third party, right? You just go to your phone and buy that policy. I guess many of you have tried it. What happens after buying it? What happens? Those that have bought motor third party, what happens? After you've bought it, then you look somewhere else where you can pick it. You're breaking the digital agenda. Can't we do everything here and everything is concluded here? And it is the same thing that is happening in the healthcare sector. You realize that a client comes, gets into the hospital, I swipe my card, then I have to fill papers, which papers will have to be transported from the hospital to the insurer, and then it will take a month, 2 or 3, for them to conclude. Can't we think of a solution to have all these seamless in one day, that entire transaction can be concluded? So we have made strides, but there is still a long way to go. And I always tell people that we must get partners to help us get there. We must get people who think digitization, such that they help us to move the entire journey. I thank you.
Mr. Seremba, for condemning our wishes, we take it. And we have an elder who will not fear any question because you have really set a question in motion. Hajat Seviala, how can digital automation simplify and expedite the insurance claims process in healthcare?
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, SMART, for inviting us and giving us the digital platform. When I was invited, some time back, I said, whatever the question will be, I'll first tell my story so that we get the answers from my story. Solomon has introduced me as Mama Green, Mama Insurance, and all that. But what is my story? So that we use my story to get the answer to the question that the moderator has given me. We all know, and we have heard, the BBC, we know BBC. The BBC, the radio, the BBC, the TV, and the born before computer. We have heard that. And the Hajat is the BBC, was born before the computer. That is one of them. The other one is now, what describes me is WBC. WBC is started working before computer. So I started working before anything called a computer. And that was in 1982, when I joined the insurance industry from Makerere University. Now, we did not have anything digitalization when we started our work. Everything was purely manual. And forward first, I worked for an institution in the 90s. And that institution was insurance company #1. The name was, okay, I can reserve the name, but it was insurance company #1. And we had a lot of innovations. And amongst the innovations, it was the first insurance company to start medical insurance, something that we are talking about this morning. Medical insurance was very, very exciting. We had very good premium coming in. The premium is what we charge. And we had good providers. And they were starting also medical insurance for the first time. So we wrote, and our clients were corporates like you are. And those corporates were, their employees were insured by the corporate bodies. So those who were insured, the workers, would now go to the hospitals, they get treated, and then the hospital would send us the paper, because it was purely manual. There was a gap between when somebody was treated and when the claim paper came to us as the insurers. And what happened was that people sick, and those who are not sick, they went for treatment. And those who are not sick, they would go to the doctor, and they said, "Doctor, you know, it is a weekend. Is there a way you can treat me?" So the doctor would prescribe something, and this person is not sick. But this doctor would also in turn give this somebody some small weekend allowance. Say if it is 10,000, 100, or whatever, then the doctor would put in a bill, which is about twice the amount that was given to this person. Those doctors are not amongst the ones in this room. No, but I mean, some funny doctors. Not everybody was doing that, but some people were doing that. So because we had upcountry clients, employees going for treatment, so all these papers would take long to come for claims. Eventually, when the papers came, we found that some of the claims were not tenable. However, people had been treated. There was no way you could verify. And this was about after, say, 2 months, 3 months, upcountry, they would put on a bus, and the paper would come. Now, what happened to that company was that the claims from medical was such a huge bill that it swept the other funds of the company. And eventually, after some time, unfortunately, the company went down because of mainly the huge bill from medical claims. Some of them were fraudulent, some of them were real, But some of the employees were actually getting flashy glasses. You know glasses, these glasses. Fashion, I think they're called fashion glasses. Designer, oh, that is the name. Of course, I'm not digitalized. So, yes, designer glasses. And all these claims would come to the company. Because we were not digitalized then, there was no way we could tell. Until the claim, the bill was too huge, and eventually, under the weight of the medical and other few things, the company went down. So that is my story. And from that story, what you asked Solomon is claims. Claims is the reason insurers do exist. It is one of the big reasons to pay claims why we do exist. So when we digitalize the claims process, you see the problems that we had as that company then would be done away with. The companies will continue working. The companies would, the problems that we had. So from my story, whatever problems, challenge that we had would be done away with once we digitalize the claims process. Solo, I think if you have another question, I'll answer that, but I thought I'll tell my story. But as you realize, members, when I looked around, I found that I actually started working before any one of you was born. Yes, before anyone, yes, when I look around, 1982, none of you was born. Yes, yes. Even the moderator was not born yet. Okay, so Solo, thank you so much. I think from my story, that is what I can tell for now. The rest we shall discuss. Thank you.
Hajat, I didn't call for the applause. You've had it. You've answered the question. And summarily, medical claims bite. Medical claims are real. And especially in that era before digitization. But even during digitization, 3-4 years ago during COVID, a colleague of mine told me that a company secretary of one of my major clients and who gives me business told me, Mr. X, the planes are not flying, so we are no longer traveling. And normally I buy my perfumes when I travel. Now we're not traveling, and is it a cabinet, is it a cupboard is running dry. Can you do something for me under medical? There's still work to do. Remember the topic is advancing. Work has started. Hajati, you've testified, and work has to be done. And my sister, Gaudi, I know your passion for mental health advocacy and work at the workplace to boost employee productivity and decent work. And perhaps we're now maybe in the middle stage or towards eliminating the impact of mental conditions following COVID. I don't know how much digitization there is, but you oversee employers. You work with employers. Are digital health technologies being embraced by Uganda employers? And to what extent? And what are some of the key areas that you would wish to highlight, and what has been the impact? Gaudi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karibu, everybody.
Asante.
Yes. It's a pleasure to be here once again, and thank you for the introductions, Moderator. A big thank you to SMART for inviting us here. And I'll go straight to the question. Speaking from, actually picking on from what my colleague mentioned earlier, we've noticed that being the body of the Federation of Uganda Employers, all employers in Uganda, it's clear that many employers, many organizations have this, yes, are doing something about digital health, but also in terms of adopting the digital technologies. However, part of it may be the fear, I could say right away. The fear of data protection, privacy, and all that. But I want to put the employers, fear at ease, because as for the case of Uganda, we have actually a robust data protection framework, the Act 2019. And that gives us the opportunity, really, it gives the different benchmarks in terms of data protection, data security, really talks even about the measures quite a lot. It's quite detailed, and that's not what I'm going into today. But speaking from the employer's perspective and giving you context, I would want to focus on 4 areas specifically. One specifically is the extent to which employers are adopting digital health technologies that, looking at the current situation, you find that the uptake is still limited, truthfully, and we can all attest to that. The adoption of the digital health technologies, yes, is still in its early stages, but it's growing, it's gaining momentum, I must say that. And focusing specifically, when you look at the employers in Uganda specifically, you notice that the big boys, the big girls are more in the urban areas. So when you look at a body that is governing all employers in Uganda, we represent all employers, including those in the rural areas. So coming from that perspective, you notice that those in the urban areas have more accessibility in terms of exploring but also implementing digital health technologies vis-a-vis those in the rural areas. That is one. But also the element of accessibility, that is one that we've seen very, very clearly. And we also appreciate definitely government initiative on actively promoting the use of digital health technologies. For example, right now, the initiative through, not right now, it actually started in 2020, during the COVID, 2020, 2025. The initiative of the Uganda Health Information and Digital Health Strategy gives an opportunity for employers to actually adopt digital technologies. And some of the employers, I've heard of your name, some of you are in here. Of course, some will speak later on. Some of you are doing this. The other factor that would be driving employers to adopt digital technologies is really issues to do with cost effectiveness. The element of digital health solutions can potentially reduce healthcare costs, like we've talked about, for employers who are streamlining this, both, like he said, in the administrative processes, but also in improving efficiency. The example, for example, they gave where you put in claims. Imagine you're an employer and you're putting claims and sending this. If we're in the era of that, sending claims on bus or on whichever transport, as opposed to a click that will not only scan, pick the information, the actual right information, the accurate information, but also be able to analyze this information for the end user, who is both the service provider and the client on the other side, to be able to clearly see and visibly interpret or even be diagnosed. So that is one of the things that would drive the adoption of these digital health technologies, but also improvement in well-being. When you look at employers, he spoke about mental health. That is something I'm very passionate about, and as the employers, we are very keen on that. There is no health without mental health. And now we are talking about exploring the future of healthcare in a technology setting. Digital health tools would promote employee well-being by being able to access information, just the accessibility of information in terms of not just wellness programs, in terms of in terms of mental health support, having online assessments, even whether it be mental health, be diagnosis of your day-to-day illnesses at the workplace, including even providing digital psychotherapy if needed. That further enhances productivity in itself for organizations, for employers. And how does this enhance? Because when you have employers complying to the regulatory frameworks, then the opportunities are that they will be able to use these digital platforms to not just pick data, collect data, analyze the data, but they will be also following the data privacy and data protection and privacy regulations. In a way, compliance is also being enhanced. The other challenge, before I hand over to you, Mr. Moderator, is that truth be told is there is a lack of awareness, inadequate, or I could say, awareness among employers in being fully aware of the benefits and the potential applications of digital health technologies. There are employers who know, but like I said, because we represent employers across board, there are some who are yet left behind. So the issue of awareness in terms of the benefits but the potential applications is key. The issue of cost and infrastructure implementing these solutions requires significant investments, which probably the big employers may be able to afford, But let's also look at the small employer, the SMEs and the others, who are still part of actually the employers in Uganda, who are actually the majority, if anything. So thinking about that, there's need to enhance the literacy, digital literacy among employers so that we understand these health tools, but also be able to, offer services that would lead to productivity at the workplace. My question had part 2, and I'm wondering, will you ask it later, or should I answer that?
I'll come to it.
Okay, thank you.
It's getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and the challenges of the employer is the conduct of the employee.
Yep.
Because is he going to connive with the doctor so he gets more days off?
Yeah.
And we see it in workers' compensation claims. Are they going to connive and get higher percentages? And then there's also attrition. The admin manager, manageress, is an auntie to one of the staff, and he's exceeding his limit. What is to be done? At home they are saying you're not caring for our sister and brother. But within the words of Hajati, there is a practical challenge. Having described the audience, the congregation, as born after 82. Now, the born after 82 is the doctor. And that doctor, in her age and limitation, is she going to treat Hajati? Grandmother, Andres, I treat you? She will say no. The choice is now another doctor. And I saw Dr. Luaga here from Mengo Hospital. Maybe he's the one. And remember, diversification. Maybe there are not also many male doctors. But the problem is gynecological. Because you also see at security checks, a lady has to be checked by a lady. So are these born after 82 going to deliver quality service? Or the complaint will continue? I prefer the other hospital. And then they blame those on medical insurance, that those are the ones who get inferior drugs. It's a puzzle. And these issues are coming out. Mr. Seremba, what mechanisms then can we implement as institutions in driving digital transformation within healthcare and the insurance industry? And from where you sit as an educationist.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just allow me, because as an educator, to use 1 minute before I get to our institutions. The issue of digitization, to start with, must start at the institutional level. We need to scratch our brains and think through what should we do to enhance digitization. There are companies that have invested a lot of money, but they have not moved an inch. Incidentally, they have increased the workload for the employees by putting in place those digital tools. So you wanted to solve a problem, but you've honestly increased it. So what are you doing? As companies, as I said in the beginning, we must make this a philosophy. It must be the food that we eat. We must do training of staff. My colleague has talked about it, but I have also seen organizations that are training IT people because they are the custodians of IT. The digital agenda must be embraced by everyone in the organization. If we are going to benchmark, then even an underwriting person, even a sales person, everyone must be part of the agenda. 2, we must do research. We should not be looking at giving clients or giving the stakeholders what we have. We must start this process from the other side, as opposed from our side. We must learn, Hajat, we must do what we call reverse mentorship. These young people now know a lot. They are ahead of us. When we talk of digitization, those young boys and girls that we see on TikTok and what have you, they are actually the decision makers. How do we align ourselves as the executives of today in order for us to align ourselves with them? We must create the change but we must manage the change in our organizations. So that even a cleaner must look at this agenda as something very critical for us as an organization. Mr. Moderator, as institutions, we must lead the way. One, we cannot afford to have a curriculum that runs for 2 years, 3 years, because things are changing. What are we teaching our people? Are we still talking about insurance as we used to talk about it 10 years ago, 5 years ago? Things have changed. Today, when you come to my institution, when we talk of marketing, we've changed it. It is now digital marketing, because if you consider the old marketing styles, they can't work. When you get into underwriting now, there is something to do with AI. And now we keep on reviewing our curriculums after 6 months. Why? Because if you let it go for 3 years, you're going to be obsolete. It will not be. But we have a challenge. And now this is where, as education institutions, we need to come in to engage the regulators, because regulators also have their regulations. A curriculum must be revised after 2 years. It worked then. It cannot work today, because the digital tools that we use today are not going to be relevant after a year or two. So we must come together to engage the regulators to make sure that they also align to the digital agenda. But I want to challenge the institutions in the healthcare sector, because we have many, I'm aware. When you look at our curricula, what have we done to align ourselves with the current trends? There are many. Look at your curriculums. Are we looking at the digitization that we talk about? Because we shall come here, talk about this and that, but are we training the people in line with what is happening today? If not, then we are doing a disservice to our sector. I thank you.
Hajati, you have a story, and a practical one indeed. And you've had Mr. Seremba extend his wish to challenging everybody. In terms of impact, if this is done, Hajati, compared to what has been done, in terms of impact, do you agree with him, or there's something missing and something we can do?
I do agree in part with Mr. Seremba. And when you talk of impact, I think my answer lies in what SMART stands for. From where I'm seated, I can say secure, fast access. It says it all in terms of impact. To answer your question, but if I sat down after saying, but I think we should clap for SMART members. Secure, fast access. Yes. The impact that directly comes out of secure, fast access is that there will be, members will be assured of first-class medical attention. There will be reduced fraud. That means the cost of the medical will go down, because the costs of, like say, insurance depends also on the exposure and the claims. Once the fraud part of the claim is cut off, then the costs of the medical will go down, which is a good impact. So this will be secure, fast access. And the Solomon, as we are international. The Agenda 2030 talks of the number 3 is health. It's about health, so it aligns very, very well with that. The other thing that happens, which is so close to my heart, is that there will be reduced paperwork, and once you have reduced paperwork, it means you are preserving the environment. Not so, members. When you have reduced paperwork, it means you are preserving the environment. and that is SDG number 13. Very, very well aligned, Solomon, but we should not list all this. Once we are aligned with 3 and number 13, I think it's very, very good impact. And the data that we collect, it's in one place. We can use it to do research. But there's a lot of impact here. But what I would advise SMART and others, when you are digitalizing, in that loop of digitalizing, once you have insurers, you have the providers that you have now, make sure that you find a way of getting the regulator, the IRA, in that loop. So that whatever is going in there, there's a sharp eye also that is looking at whatever is happening there. So should there be anything, they alert it without, waiting for someone to complain, this has not paid, this one is not being settled, good time. Solomon, I think for impact, there's a lot of impact, but let me stop there by saying that globally we are aligned, but also locally we are aligned. Thank you so much.
Is it because Hajat said you are born after 82 that you are denying her the applause? Because I hear wisdom flowing, ladies and gentlemen. And there's no problem being born after 1982.
But Solomon, maybe when you say before, sorry. Born
After.
Hey. Now, digitalization is the way to go. The Gen Zs will say, Tova Kulaini, Tova Kumeini. That's what the Gen Zs would say. The minute now you try going back, our lawyer friend will say, be on track, not so. Bang the table, go back on track. So it is the way to go now, digitalization. There are no ways about it. There may be challenges. We just need to handle the challenges, but it's the only way to go. I thank you so much. And thank you, SMART, for being secure, fast, and access.
Thank you very much, Hajati. A lot is being said about change of curriculum. A lot is being said about mindset change. A lot is being said about behavioral issues. But there's also regulation in it, because there has to be someone to move these things. And Goldie, it actually finds that you're the one in this place, as the one who oversees employers, and you bridging them with the health providers for effective delivery of service and productivity. How can healthcare organizations stay compliant with evolving data privacy regulations while leveraging digital automation and AI?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. From an employer's perspective, healthcare organizations truly need to navigate the complex landscape. Like we have already said, yes, it may be complex in terms of data privacy and regulations, but we need to be able to leverage the digital automation and AI. And how are we going to do that? One of the ways we believe as employers that organizations in the region and Uganda specifically can take this up.
Is this better?
Okay. It's fine. Yeah. There you go. Better? Yes. One of the ways is really organizations have to have a comprehensive data privacy program. And what do I mean by that? Including your data, issues to do with your data inventory and mapping, conducting your regular assessments that you do at your workplaces, be able to identify, assess, classify, map, even patient data, because we're talking about health. I want to speak in the context of health now, but also understanding the sensitivity of patient information, but also the regulatory frameworks, requirements for each of the data collected in as far as digital health is concerned. Then secondly, robust data government frameworks. Ajit clearly mentioned here, we are aligned. When you look at what we do as organizations in this country, and especially SMART taking the lead now, it's interesting that, yes, there are clear policies in place, clear laws in place, and we've seen that these have helped employers access, also use, but also share, including retention of quality data. This data is done how? For example, benchmarking like from the EEA. We have regulations that are international, like within the European Economic Area, which is the EU, but also you have the health insurance portable accountability, which is the US side of the Americas. We are aligned as a country. Secondly, organizations should be able to secure privacy in terms of preserving AI. I know the subject of AI, like my colleagues mentioned earlier, is, in terms of governance, is still a tricky place to play globally. But some things can be done. We're already on that journey. And like we said, it's the way to go. Issues to do with privacy by design, but also issues to do with consolidated learning. For example, there is a machine learning technique, collaborative learning. You call it federation, actually, you call it federation learning. It's collaborative learning, whereby you have people who exchange data within the clients, who are able to be trained on particular models without sharing personal data of individuals, but it's aggregated to be able to provide the right information in the healthcare. Issues to do with regulating risk in as far as this that we're speaking about is concerned, because you've asked me how should the healthcare organizations comply. Regulate your risks, have risk audits. In as far as your digital health information or digital health services is concerned, identify, mitigate these risks, conduct them periodically, assess your vulnerabilities in as far as the different risk appetites come about, whether it's in the collection, at assessment, at diagnosis, or at treatment. Or even during patient, you call it patient, recovery, referral, and that follow-up. I think it's called follow-up, yes. I'm not a medical doctor, so don't worry. But including issues to do with third-party vendor management. I think that is something that my colleagues spoke about. If we are going to harness advanced healthcare accessibility to the digital world, then there is need for us to manage the third party like you talked about. In the introduction video, I had the ARA, I think, speaking about how there are third parties and things like that. There is need for these organizations, our organizations, to have a particular direction in terms of managing third-party vendor management. But also issues to do with, we've already talked about employee training and awareness. Digitalization should cut across. It's not just a Gen Z agenda. No. It's for everybody, and we have to catch the fire. We have to train ourselves. We have to be have self-efficacy in terms of digitalization is concerned. Regular updates. Issues to do with transparent communication with your patients. How do you communicate transparently on a digital platform with your patients? Communicating clearly, showing the data that is collected, used, and protected. But also, how do we seek patient consent? That is something we should think about in terms of this, as we advance the healthcare accessibility in AI. How do we now bring in the element of the patient consent? Initially, you sign here, or you put the thumbprint, that is your consent. So now the doctor sits somewhere else, in Asia or in Europe, and is using AI to perform an operation in Mulago Hospital, or in Nairobi Hospital, or in Dar es Salaam Hospital. Then how do we seek that patient consent? But lastly, also is the issues to do with emerging technologies in as far as the digital world is concerned, and the ethical considerations. Let's practice responsible AI development. In the health, I'm reading I'm seeing the theme, so in advancing healthcare accessibility, let's have responsible AI development. Let them be ethical enough to ensure that the algorithms are fair, unbiased, but also transparent. Then let's be able to monitor this continuously. And while we do this, we'll be able to see that the different employers and organizations in the healthcare sector will be able to leverage not just the benefits, but also mitigate the risks and overcome the challenges that we're seeing about here to be able to, have a productive and advanced healthcare accessibility. Thank you.
My understanding of things, ladies and gentlemen, God has been kind to keep us alive.
Yep.
And He promises to keep us alive a lot longer. Our recent census put the life expectancy at 67. Do we have an economist here? You know, if we don't follow this information, then we might miss some of these strategies. Because even last week there was an article about the worst performing hospitals, or was it the best? Which I think is ground information for SMART. And if we have risen from 45 years, it also means the challenges to keep us up to that and beyond are going to continue. But not all is lost. The educationist has told us about mindset change, change of focus, and also change of strategy at policy level, at the board. Digitize board thinking, digitize board mentality, and also have at least someone who's focusing particularly on that. We definitely have to move away from thinking wishfully. Put our hands in the mud, get a bit dirty, and I hope SMART, this is your focus. Because there's a lot of information, and let me really thank you for making this regular. And please make this fora a lot more frequent. And share, like she said, the experiences from different regions. Hajat Sebiala, good that you're here to tell us what it was, what it can be, and what should be done. It's a very good message, and that you've been focusing on their impact. We can definitely do better. It brings the discussion in the right perspective of the topic of advancing. If we know the impact, you can't manage what you can't control, and you can't control what you can't count. And therefore, impact is very important. SMART, please do this for us. Collect the information, share it. I don't know whether Gold is saying we also introduce our information, but find a good way. Find a good way. Remaining knowledgeable on what is happening. The initiatives under FUE are quite interesting and quite assuring. And I think FUE has got a website. I hope this information is available. And I implore all of us to always tap in. You know, one thing with information is that you never know that you have it. Even if you saw someone doing like this, and you ask him time, he'll do this again. And such is the information available to us. I lost a friend who was a doctor, not that he passed away, but I don't see sanitizers on the table. And I think I had some people coming from border areas. These are the common things. But when we hear the president is going to address the nation, we pray he doesn't close us. There are things that can be done. I think you call them the simple ones, the obvious one. And so, thank you for being there. It therefore moves all of us to be deliberate in what we do. It also moves all of us to be deliberate in what we do. For those of us who are stroke survivors, they are the ABCs they tell us. So don't mind the speed at which I rise the stairs. See, Solomon is becoming MZ. There are things they have told us that we need to do, which are day-to-day. Hajat, you touched ESG, protecting the environment, and it's a good way to leave this discussion because ESG is paramount, ESG is critical, ESG is part of us. I hope, SMART, in your framework, you also have ESG-specific initiatives. I'm not preempting what is going to be discussed in the subsequent panels, but ladies and gentlemen, what may not have been discussed exhaustively here, looking at the program and the topics ahead of us, I believe they are going to be addressed. But empathy is for all of us, to think about the other, to collaborate, and also respect each other's information. That underpins information management, and AI. I really thank all of you for the attention. I see passion across the floor. You felt the passion from the panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not achieve peace in the Middle East just in one day. It's going to be a continuous process. So really, this discussion just stimulates ideas. And I hope you've had something to carry away, and there will be a lot more carry-aways. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, the panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to our panel. For all speakers of the day, we have a time buzzer. And the moment you hear the time buzzer, we are shortly saying that we have outspent the time that we had allocated. So it is one way to also communicate that quickly find a way to be able to conclude. Solomon, together with your panel, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and discussion. As you are presenting, I envisioned a time where SMART, through their different partners and collaborations, they develop for us glasses that you put on, and as you walk along the street, you have algorithms that start to flash within the screens of the glasses to show you who is the right partner if you're still single, to show you the nature of children that you will produce, whether they will be brown or black, whether they will be tall or short, whether they will have the ability to repeat a class or be promoted, so that you quickly make a decision by just looking at someone and then know their family history. So you quickly, by just looking left or right, you know there, no partner, here, no partner. So SMART, I start to envision such a time. But also in Uganda, we recently had a problem of DNA. So that fathers are given those glasses to quickly make an assessment, who he belongs, who doesn't belong. So that even in the allocation of property, it doesn't become difficult. I envision such a time where such glasses, we can easily put them on so that it quickly supports us in our decision making. And so by the time you walk into the hospital, the doctor can quickly look at you and see your nature of problems, which body part of you has mpox, which body part has COVID, so that they quickly make such assessments. And of course, that time will be very good. I don't know if we'll be alive. How many of us will be alive by that time? By show of hands, how many of us will be alive? Here, many of you believe you're going to die very soon. Okay, so very, very good. So while we're talking about technology, I think some of the ideas look crazy, but also they're very interesting, especially that we are with the techie people that can now start developing some of these solutions. So, team, we have gifts for you. We want to award you, we want to appreciate you, and I want to invite one of our board members, Jimmy Kinyani, to come to appreciate you, handshake you, and thank you for your contribution this morning. Is Jimmy here? Jimmy is not in the room? Oh, okay. Usually people, let's show the Ugandan love. As Jimmy walks to the stage, we usually show him love. So Jimmy, you'll be here, and I'll invite the SMART team to come with the awards that we're going to give individual by individual. So we'll start with Hajat. Mama Green, thank you very much for your story and thought process. We'll fast the plague, and then we'll give you the hampers. Thank you very much. Please pass over. I'll be introducing our sponsors who have partnered with us. These are proudly given to us by HACO. Thank you very much. Can I invite now Mr. Saul Seremba from the Insurance Training College to also come. In the spirit of clapping, imagine it is you and people are not clapping for you. You will clap better. The moment you start to pick such imaginations, the spirit of clapping will enter you easily. Thank you very much, Solomon. You have handed over the hamper. Okay, for the representative of Mr. Pio Douglas, thank you very much for your thoughts. The plaque first. That is the CEO of FUE and the hamper. I request that before you leave, we'll have a group picture with at least our words and plaques. And then finally, our moderator. Our moderator, Solomon, thank you very much. I'd request that we have our plaques. So I'd request that our panelists, they have a group picture with your plaques, And I request Jimmy to be in that picture. Yes. And then I'll also invite our host. I'll invite our host, Judy. Judy, please join in this picture. Jimmy, please join in. I know that, Hajat, you have carried some goodies. I'll be inviting you. So thank you very much, Jimmy, for representing the board members and also our host. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Hajat, I know that you have a gift. I don't know if I should leave the panelists to go or you need them. They can go. Hajat, please speak to the gift.
Good morning once again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm used to seeing energy. I don't see energy. Can I see some energy? Yeah, like that. Okay. Solomon did call upon SMART to start ESG. And in every space, whatever we do, if we don't protect the environment, we may not achieve much. For that matter, for us, we take action in this world, environment space. And because of time, I'll just give out one tree to Judy, our CEO. Please come, take a sour soap. Come, go and plant it. It's a smart tree. You can call it smart or Mama Green or smart or anything. Please plant it. And let SMART grow as this tree grows. You can plant many more trees and protect the environment. I just have other trees, but I'll give them out later. But I just want a volunteer, somebody who was always wished to get a tree from Mama Green, to come quickly on the stage and have a tree. A volunteer, somebody who has always wanted to get a tree from me. Oh, there's no volunteer in this space. Oh,
they are here.
Yeah,
how
where
can they
come?
not be?
People,
let's be serious.
Even you, please come. It's okay. I'm used to this. I love it. It means there's a good demand. Yes. Yeah, Madam, come. Before I give you this tree, Madam, I want you to tell the members here why you think you deserve a tree from Mama Green.
Hello, thank you, SMART, for having us here. My name is Rose Clark Nanyonga. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Clark International University. I'm an advocate for public health. We graduate a lot of public health practitioners every day. We have a lovely campus in the city. It has a lot of stones, so I would like to populate it with trees.
Great. So if it is I'll give you a compound tree. Let me give this one too. What do you think you need a tree from me?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lydia Lupo. I work with Smart Applications. I recently started planting pine trees. I have a small garden of pine trees, so this could really be an addition.
So you take this, is a sour soap, which is a fairy. And Madam, since yours is a compound, this is a very, very beautiful compound tree. It will grow so beautifully, don't you worry. It will grow as the university grows. Yeah, thank you so much, and may God bless all of you. Please continue protecting the environment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Mama Green. While the trees were being given out and they asked questions of why do you think you deserve a tree, I kept telling myself, what happens if I give a wrong answer? Do they send me back? But then I'm also sure why not so many people were enthusiastic about picking a tree from Mama Green. Not because you don't want, but you remember your landlord and you'll be like, where do I plant the tree? Because your landlord doesn't like wiseacring. So you were like, let me sit here. And some of you even stay in apartments. So when you take the tree, you start to imagine where will the tree grow up from. Do you know how you start a nursery bed, in these plastic cans and you put there, and then the tree starts to grow and it becomes a problem for you. You start to see leaves entering your window, and then really the tree becomes a problem. But thank you very much, Solomon, together with Mama Green, for taking us through our first part of the summit. Quite an exciting morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two options. The first option is I give you gifts. The second option is you go for breakfast. Which one sounds better? Breakfast, gifts. Speak louder, represent your vote. Gifts, breakfast. Those of hunger are shouting, we want to eat. Those who are individual and they are saying, I need to carry something home, they are saying gifts. By show of hands, if you are saying gifts first, then we eat. Raise your hand, be counted. In Uganda, we've just been counted. And some people started to say, those are not true reflection of who we are. So those of gifts, please raise your hands. Gifts first. I need to count. I need to count. Those who are saying the hunger has hungered us at the summit, please. Yeah, the number seems equal. Those who don't know what's going on. People come in the summit and they're representing people. They don't know why you're here. They're like, I'm here. They're talking about this. I don't know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me quickly mention in just a minute, I'll be sending you for our breakfast. That at SMART, we value partnership. We value collaboration. I want us to really appreciate the different partners that have made it possible for the summit to exist, but also to make it more enjoyable for you. I want to quickly make a run through of these. And if I mention your institution and you're part of us, please raise up, and these people will give you a big round of applause. I want to start with our first sponsor, Millennium Optics Limited. Can I request them to stand up and we give them a big round of applause? Millennium Optics Limited. Yesterday we had a conversation around Millennium Optics. They've given us so many goodies that the people in the room are fewer than the gifts we have. So to say, each one of you can go back with five gifts. Thank you very much, Millennium Optics. And of course,
Judy kept asking, what is their plan? Why do they give? No, they said they are generous people. They just like giving. In the spirit of giving, we also have Millennium Dental Studio. Millennium Dental Studio. I like how humble they are. Me, if I gave you gifts, I sit here. I have to be in the light. Value for money. Thank you very much, Millennium Dental Studio. And I know many of us, we have, until the tooth starts to hurt, that's when you feel like you have to go and see a dentist. But I think the story they said is that come early, so that we can really save your teeth. I want to talk about how many of us here have babies? Babies? Fear the Lord, don't lie, eh? How many of us have babies? You know these things soft, start soft, it's so soft. You know those things? Soft. I've been told that these are products of Hako Industries. Hako Industries in the building, are you here? Can I request a stand up for recognition? Those things called soft are yours. I have 2 babies. We shall talk about it when I don't want to put it here. But we shall. It's called So Soft. So Soft. They make things of the baby, they feel nice. Okay, very good. Let's clap for Hako. Thank you very much. I've taken a little bit more time. When I come, you know what to do. Give me a plan. Okay. We have Mari Stops Uganda. Mari Stops Uganda, are they here? Let's give them a big clap. Please stand up. It really doesn't matter whether you are MD, you are intern, just stand up. You work there. It doesn't matter which position. Okay, let's give Mari Stops a big round of applause. We have Mengo Hospital. Mengo Hospital. Let's clap for Mengo Hospital. The full hospital, you sent one person. The others, they are busy. That's okay, that's okay. We have Lifelink Hospital, Namugongo. Are they here? People, let's clap for people as if we want to clap for them. Thank you very much. Lifelink people, you start very fast. Yeah. I was going to fear why you really must start very fast. We have Aga Khan University Hospital. Are they here? Yeah. These people of Aga Khan, they take a branding so serious. Their color is green, employees green all the way. You may find even the socks is green now. Yeah, thank you very much. They don't know those people. Branding is very important for them. We have Avenue Group of Hospitals. Are they here? Let's give them a big clap. Yeah, thank you very much. I like your level of humility. When I came here, handshakes me. Me, if I was representing hospitals, this jumbo, I'd be very proud. We have CCare Hospitals and Clinics. Are they here, CCare? Let's give them a round of applause. CCare, all the way in Namuongo. Okay. There is an OG of mine I have just seen. She was doing Hague. When I called the CCare, they stood up. I think I thought CCare is hospital, isn't it? But okay, I think you can also Hague when you are doing admin, accounting. I was worried I was going to say, CCare. Okay, but very good. Thank you very much, CCare Hospitals and Clinics. And then we have Save for Health. Uganda, Save for Health. Uganda, they here? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pushed to give only just 10 gifts. Then we go for our breakfast. Can I request the team at Smart to bring for me my bowl? I'll give her 10 gifts just for starters. If you have your raffle number, please raise your hand. Your raffle number. Hands down. If you don't have a raffle number, raise your hand. How did you come in? Okay. Smart people, please work on the individuals that do not have numbers. Sharon, please stand there. Stand there. Our host, Judy, I'm going to request you to pick for me one of the board members to come and pick our first 10 winners. Our first 10 winners of the day. Pick for me. Everyone will have a role. Yes, anyone. Judy, I've given you a hard task. It's difficult to pick your board members because if you don't pick the others will look at you and say, why didn't you pick me? Yeah, just randomly. I think, Judy, you love this thing, women for women. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, please look at your tickets. I like attending summit events. Every time I attend, they give gifts. Please pick for us a number. The number you pick is the number I read. If I read your number, you come here. We start giving you gifts. You tell everyone who has stayed home, they better come inside. 106. 106, our first winner of the day. People, don't turn your number to become 106. We shall vet you. 106 not in the room. Pick another number. We need to move marathon. 92. So walk like a winner. Very, very fast. People, celebrate your people. Our first winner for the day. 98. Not here. People, do you have numbers? Don't write them. We shall vet your number. 119. 119. Okay. 102. Which numbers do you have so we read those ones? I can't imagine what's going on. 23. 109 what? You have 198. Some of you really are reading numbers we haven't read. 23? Yes. People, as you are coming to the stage, be happy because you're a winner. Okay? Madam, which number is that? 119. You had gone out, huh? When you had the gift, you came back, huh? Very good. I like how sharp you are. 150. 22. Number 22. We have number 46. Where are these people? This side, we are going to make for you a special cluster. I'm not seeing anyone coming from that side. 74. We have 136. We have 15. Stop there. This is the final number I'm going to read. Please help me with the microphone there, the mobile microphone. Stay here. Number 25. So, I have realized that some of you, by the way you are looking, you want to win. Yeah. Sir, who ready for us a wrong number? You come. Because your willingness to win is very, very high. Yeah. You even reach the next time to say, one of us, no, sorry, that's not the number. Now, this particular region, we've only had one representative. Simply to say, which numbers did you pick and where did you get them from? You see, here in Uganda, we have very sharp people. Madam, your willingness to win is so high, please go. Even you, sir, you go. Which number are you? You want to win? You go and win. This is, my friend, now the willingness to win. Madam, don't be very tough. Call me slowly. You go and win also. Yeah. I will make sure you win. Don't worry. On that table, your hands are about to pop out. You come. Madam, even you. Now, this is a mother to one of my very close friends. Please come and win. For you, you'll get 2. Let me first start with those 10. Others, your willingness to win is high, but you haven't shown me that you want to win. You need to give me a look that is wanting to win. How many people do we have so far? I needed 10. I'm going to eliminate, depending on the color. People, can we clap for our first winners for the day? Interestingly, all of them seemingly have the same height. I don't know how I picked them, but I think it's a good thing. I now need to The board member is present, so please bring the hampers. We start awarding. Tell your neighbor your time is yet to come. Yeah, you know, people can get annoyed when the summit has just started. Just say, your time is yet to come. Everyone is a winner. Everyone is a winner. Sharon, please move, and then we start to award one by one. I told you, all the sponsors that I read, 10 of them have specific gifts. Peace, 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 Sharon. It's body members to hand over. Do you want your jobs? This is how you enter unemployment. Then you start to say, in this country, we don't have jobs. These people. I forgive you. Yeah, sorry. You give the body member to hand over. This is how you enter unemployment unknowingly. And now when the president is talking about unemployment in the country, you now focus on the statistic. Unemployment is rising. When you have been just fired, you really feel the statistic. Very good. So I want to invite, these hampers for Maristops and CCare. So I want to invite our sponsors. Maristops, can we give them a big round of applause? Maristops. And can I also invite the team from CCare? Can I also invite them to come? And we have a picture. And then we also have Mengo Hospital. Please come. Yes. Can send one representative so that we can really enjoy the picture. We've also given away Millennium Optics and Millennium Dental. People, these are yours. If you bring your children, we want you to first come, then your children. But don't first give your grandparents. First do love yourself. Can we clap for our sponsors for the day for joining in? So I'll kindly request that we pie into a body member in the middle, we pie into a picture. Stand perpendicular to one another, form a concave. This is when you're going to see scientists and non-scientists. Form a concave, convex. So that's a ruler. I said, others can take a step down. Others take a step down, others stay up. Be perpendicular to one another. Even me, what I'm telling you, I don't understand it. So don't I just want you to form a picture mode. Sponsors will be here. They join in. Body member. I like how these body members of SMART are very humble. They want to stand behind. Come here in the middle. You carve in a bit. Why are you annoyed? You wanted to win more? Okay, very good. People, can we clap for our first bunch of winners for the day? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is past. We are going to give ourselves 15 minutes for breakfast. We return. Breakfast begins now. It's 15 minutes because it's going to be a working breakfast. So quickly pick a bite and then we return to our seats. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Smart Health Plus, an integrated healthcare facility enterprise resource planning solution aimed at improving efficiencies and management decision-making. Eliminates fraud through digitized operations and enhances your patient experience when accessing medical services.
Smart Health came in quite handy in place. And when Smart Health came in, of course, they provided us with a system able to solve most of our problems. The challenges that we had with stock taking and the reporting were minimized, I would say maybe to almost 90%. We had a lot of challenges in finances, and so when smart health systems came in, we were able to have everything in the system going right from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, so that anyone, anytime, they can track and trace this transaction and follow up what has happened. Smart has helped us fulfill our expectations in terms of innovation and technology by bridging the gap between manual handling of business into almost everything being managed and handled by the computer. And so this has, of course, improved our efficiency. It has helped us greatly to reduce our turnaround time of patients because initially, like I said, we had to first look for the file, transfer it to this station, take it away from this station, take it this side, and that would cost us quite some time. But now everything is in the system, and so like I said, from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, everything is in the computer. Every station is alerted at each time the patient is about to arrive at that destination. Our reports have been improved quite a lot because errors have been minimized, and so there is a lot that has really improved with the information technology in our business. Smart applications has been very efficient. They have really given us another approach to business. They've given us another view of the business. They have made our work much more easy. They are very reliable and approachable. They're very helpful in implementing the system, in giving support, background support to the system. Sometimes they don't even have to come to the ground, but they can, because of information technology, they can have the problems that we have solved right on internet. And that to me is a great plus for smart health. Other entities should embrace technologies. Like I said, any other business currently has to run and operate on a computer. All businesses, everything right from the time the client comes in to the time the client exits, especially for the health services, I would recommend the involvement of information technology, and Smart is a very good provider for this cause. Where we are going, of course, definitely information technology is going to be very crucial, because even the service providers, the insurance companies are embracing technology. They are getting away, they are getting rid of paperwork. So eventually all of us will find ourselves at one point in need of information technology. So it is very important. I would recommend the earlier you get in, the better. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Smart Health Plus, an integrated healthcare facility enterprise resource planning solution aimed at improving efficiencies and management decision-making. Eliminates fraud through digitized operations and enhances your patient experience when accessing medical services.
Smart Health came in quite handy in place. And when Smart Health came in, of course, they provided us with a system that was able to solve most of our problems. The challenges that we had with stock taking and the reporting were minimized, I would say maybe to almost 90%. We had a lot of challenges in finances, and so when smart health systems came in, we were able to have everything in the system going right from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, so that anyone, anytime, they can track and trace this transaction and follow up what has happened. Smart has helped us fulfill our expectations in terms of innovation and technology by bridging the gap between manual handling of business into almost everything being managed and handled by the computer. And so this has, of course, improved our efficiency. It has helped us greatly to reduce our turnaround time of patients because initially, like I said, we had to first look for the file, transfer it to this station, take it away from this station, take it this side, and that would cost us quite some time. But now everything is in the system, and so like I said, from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, everything is in the computer. Every station is alerted at each time the patient is about to arrive at that destination. Our reports have been improved quite a lot because errors have been minimized, and so there is a lot that has really improved with the information technology in our business. Smart applications has been very efficient. They have really given us another approach to business. They've given us another view of the business.
Smart Access Virtual Experience, the revolutionary solution that brings convenience and peace of mind to your healthcare journey.
It has been a gradual growth, and where we are now, it is excellent, I should say. We had challenges of maybe you've captured bills, you can't find them on the HMI Smart Report, challenges with patients whose fingerprints can't be registered, and that becomes a hassle to get them, receive service. Of course, network challenges, whereby the smart system is quite slow, and then you're finding hard time to get the patient's benefit. Yeah, but as time has gone on, well, smart has come in with interventions. For example, the fingerprint challenge, they have an alternative OTP code. That has been very helpful, especially in patients who are elderly, the patients who are on chronic diseases and they have their finger grips affected. The OTP has done a great job. I would also appreciate their efforts to come to site, because that one has also saved us a lot, especially when the system is slow. They're in touch with the IT team to find out if the smart server is at its point or it's working well. I think that's the reason maybe why we are having bill saving so fast now compared to the past. The current EDI system, the paperless system, where sometimes you check and you can't find the bills. They're on the HMIS report, but you can't find them on the EDI system. However, still Smart has come in handy, the Smart team, the Smart support team, and they've resolved the issue. Previously, we also had a challenge of the call center. The call center would hardly be reached, but of late, within a minute, someone has picked you up and they're giving you a solution. I think that is also a thumbs up for the Smart team, because I've been with the Smart system for over 10 years, so I can record these progresses. As Nakasero Hospital, our core value is a 4. When I look at innovation, yes, as a hospital, we are doing our best to go paperless. With the introduction of the EDI system by Smart Applications, paperwork is wiped out. Definitely someone doesn't have to move with a claim form, and then the hospital also doesn't have to transfer claim forms to the insurance company. So I think that is an achievement when we look at the value of innovation. Teamwork, yes, we are working close in hand with the Smart team. Yes, we've been able to work as a team. You're looking at the value of professionalism. Smart application, or the Smart system, teaches you not, we call it fraud with the insurance team. So you're not obliged to fraud, because as a hospital, we value our customers so much, Smart being our customer, and insurance companies are our customers as well. So we do not want to engage in anything called fraud. Maybe you're treating a patient who is not a holder of a card. So with SMART and the fingerprints, we've been able to uphold that value as well, because we can't treat anyone who's either when the fingerprint has failed, the insurance company has to sort that with the SMART system. To the health facilities out there, the only way to go is to embrace new technology, new levels of technology. Our patients no longer want to be in the long queues. Patients want to be billed real time. They want real-time service. And if you want to have this, it's only the advanced technology. Gone are the days when patients would want to come and stay in hospital for long hours. You want to boost your business, turnaround time is key. Good client experience is the only way to go. And this can only be done with advanced levels of technology.
Our directory to direct our patients even as they land. We have our patient waiting area. This is our stress room. We'll be able to offer cardiopulmonary services for our patients that will require services of stress tests, spirometry. All that will be done by our qualified cardiologists in this very room. A very well-stocked pharmacy for our patients. Most of the prescribed medicines that you will need will be availed to you. We have 2 triage rooms to make sure we cover the waiting time. In this room, we'll be able to do for you general dentistry as well as specialized dentistry. So for all your dental needs, feel free to come check out the Aga Khan University Hospital, Nakawa Specialty Center. Hello, welcome to the Aga Khan University Hospital. Come with me for a tour of our new Nakawa Specialty Center. This is our waiting area. Most of our patients will be waiting here. As you can see on ground floor, we offer ultrasound scans, we do x-rays, and we're presenting you a DC70. So basically, we are able to do abdominal ultrasound scan, obstetric scan. We'll offer you CT scan services, mammography, and OPG. And I will introduce you to our procedure room stroke endoscopy. So this is our recovery room. We'll offer an opportunity to a maximum of 2 patients. This facility also has a fully fledged laboratory where we'll be able to give you chemistries, we'll be able to do immunoassays. As you can see, we are into microscopy, hematology. All this will be available for our patients that will be served in this facility. Second floor offers, again, a wide range of services. Again, as you can see, we have our directory to direct our patients even as they land. We have our patient waiting area. This is our stress room. We'll be able to offer cardiopulmonary services for our patients that will require services of stress tests, spirometry. All that will be done by our qualified cardiologists in this very room. A very well-stocked pharmacy for our patients. Most of the prescribed medicines that you will need will be availed to you. We have 2 triage rooms to make sure we curb on the waiting time. In this room, we'll be able to do for you general dentistry as well as specialized dentistry. So for all your dental needs, feel free to come check out the Aga Khan University Hospital, Nakawa Specialty Center. Hello, welcome to the Aga Khan University Hospital. Come with me for a tour of our new Nakawa Specialty Center. This is our waiting area. Most of our patients will be waiting here. As you can see on ground floor, we offer ultrasound scans, we do x-rays, and we're presenting you a DC70. So basically, we are able to do abdominal ultrasound scan, obstetric scans. We'll offer you CT scan services, mammography, and OPG. And I will introduce This is our stress room. We'll be able to offer cardiopulmonary services for our patients that will require services of stress tests, spirometry. All that will be done by our qualified cardiologists in this very room. A very well-stocked pharmacy for our patients. Most of the prescribed medicines that you will need will be availed to you. We have 2 triage rooms to make sure we curb on the waiting time. In this room, we'll be able to do for you general dentistry as well as specialized dentistry. So for all your dental needs, feel free to come check out the Aga Khan University Hospital, Nakawa Specialty Center. Hello, welcome to the
Welcome to a new era of healthcare in Uganda.
Many things inspired us. One of the things that AKDN has been present in East Africa for over 120 years now, If you look at the Ugandan market and the disease burden in Uganda, Uganda and generally Africa was known for communicable diseases, infectious diseases like malaria, like TB, HIV. However, a recent study of WHO tells us that 1 in 3 deaths in Uganda is because of the non-communicable diseases, cancer, heart attacks, hypertension, diabetes, and the likes. So there is a definite need in Uganda for good quality healthcare.
The Aga Khan University Hospital proudly opens the Nakawa Specialty Center, a state-of-the-art facility offering world-class care right here in the heart of Kampala.
We are so proud to be opening the Nakawa Specialty Medical Clinic, which is the first building on campus that we will open. So we are very excited with the progress in Uganda, in Kampala, and on the site of the Aga Khan University.
We are coming to offer services of minor surgeries. We want to give you diagnostic endoscopy, diagnostic colonoscopies, again, to deal with the aspect of the increasing colon cancers and cancers of the digestive system that we have been seeing growing in our country. On our ground floor, we have decided to give you a wide range of medical imaging services that ranges from ultrasound services. We're doing x-rays, we'll give you CT scan, mammography, and OPG. We are introducing quite a wide range of specialist clinics, and by specialist clinics, we'll be running from services such as pediatrics, general surgery, cardiology services. We'll also give you gyne and obs. Will also be offered on the 2nd floor, and then general medicine. The 2nd floor also offers dental services, where we'll be giving you general dentistry. We will offer these services at an affordable rate with the sole purpose of reducing medical tourism out of the country.
With more exciting developments underway, including a new hospital and expanded campus, we're building a brighter future for health and education in East Africa.
It is so exciting to see the progress that we have made over the last 1 year. You can see the buildings coming up, academic buildings, the student housing.
Can I request the team to...
65% complete.
The design for the hospital is advancing, and our hope is that by early to mid next year, we start the construction of the hospital as well. It's going to be a 100-bed hospital in first phase, but as the demand presents itself, we will be able to add more beds and more services as well.
All right. Now that I see that everyone is served, we need to proceed with our program. We're going to make a shift in this program just to make sure that we can be able to cater for all the intended activities, but also to make sure that we save on time. So right now, allow me bring closer a shift in our product presentation for you to have a feel of the different products. There are a number of products that we host at SMART that continue to support underwriters in this market and beyond in different countries across Africa. And of course, serving 21 million customers requires a lot of collaboration. And these also continue to support hospitals and clinics across in terms of healthcare. So at this point in time, we're going to have a SmartLink Pro product presentation. And to save on time, allow me invite Esther Macharia here. She'll briefly tell you about who she is and what she has achieved in life. And then she'll be able to now speak quickly, be able to speak through the presentation. Those who are enjoying your breakfast, please join me in giving Esther a big clap to come and speak to us.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. For the ones who are still having their cup of tea, my name is Esther Macharia. I work for Smart Applications. I have worked for Smart since 2008, and therefore I have seen Smart become what it is this morning. So I had hospital operations. I'm therefore responsible for making sure that the patient, when the patient comes to get service at the hospital, the system is there, ready and waiting for them. So I'm going to take us through the journey we have gone through as Smart for the last 21 years. And more precisely, I will focus on our healthcare providers offering. So I will request somebody to bring up my presentation. So when we started off 21 years ago, and I want to paint the picture. We started off in Kenya, but now we have been to 12 countries, as was mentioned this morning, with Ethiopia being our newest country that we launched. Throughout that journey, we have grown our footprint to about 8,000 healthcare providers who are using our smart system, and about 10,000 users who interact with that system across the country where we are at. Yeah, please proceed. So when we started off, of course, we started off with a desktop application. And this was not by mistake. It was because back then, technology had not matured to where it is at this point. And it was necessary so that we have our system available for the patient, because you do not choose what time you fall sick, and you do not choose the place where you will be if you are falling sick. So when we started off with desktop applications, and the aim of this was just to make sure that we have high system availability, be it if the system is online or offline. Of course, we grew, and we have had multiple systems at our hospitals, because we have a system that does the billing, the billing itself. We have other systems that do reporting, and now we've advanced our system because we have an online electronic data interchange platform, where once you bill a patient, you're able to electronically submit that claim. I had the earlier speaker saying that some healthcare providers are still delivering manual invoices to different payers, but we have enhanced our offering, and we have also now an EDI platform, which is what we are using to submit our claim. Of course, a desktop application had its limitations, because there's really nothing much. You cannot do as much as you would want to grow the offerings that we have had. So we are looking at, of course, now having expanded our footprint to over 10,000 touch points. And I must mention that Smart System serves over 20,000 patients every day. And we are transacting over $500 million worth of claims annually. So with that, we are now transitioning into a new frontier. And we will soon be launching our new provider system, the new frontier that we're moving on, given that there's need to progress, technology has advanced, there is enhanced connectivity in different areas, and of course, there's need to have a patient-centered focus. So we're moving to a new frontier, and our new product that we are launching this morning is called SmartLink Pro. Please bring that up. A healthcare service provider platform that aims to consolidate all our provider services into one single integrated platform. Therefore, this morning we are proud to introduce our SmartLink Pro, an enhanced a system that will enhance patient experience through AI-powered billing. So that is our next frontier. So you no longer be seeing SmartLink. You know that thing you click when you open your PC? There's a blue icon you click. Now we are launching a new system, and we are going to be calling it SmartLink Pro. So what is in this SmartLink Pro? Our new system, of course, the key features that we will be launching is going to be a fully web-based platform. So we are now moving from the desktop application, and we will be now using a web-based platform, and a platform that also will be, of course, will be supporting the mobile capability. Among other key features, of course, our new SmartLink Pro will support both virtual patients and, of course, patients who still are on card mode of billing. Our new system will also be enhanced through online pre-authorization. We are no longer going to be doing manual pre-authorization, and this is a process that has been tested in some of these countries. So we are going to be migrating our pre-auth process fully to online, so that the hospitals are will no longer be now receiving the emails. You know, the many emails you sent from different underwriters, approving, rejecting. So the entire process is actually now going to be hosted on our SmartLink Pro. We're also going to be consolidating our system, and one of the key features that will be coming onto that SmartLink Pro, we are enhancing our EDI capability, so that now, instead of you using a different system to bill and then you move to a different system to do claim submission, everything will happen. The comfort of their home, or probably from where they work, they'll be able to log into that system. They can be able to do online appointment booking, and after that, they can be able to do consultation from the comfort of their desk. One of the key components we are also going to be introducing is a referral component, where we shall automate e-request, e-prescription, and information sharing across providers. Because if you go see a doctor, or you're going to a hospital, you're treated, and then you're given a prescription, instead of you being given a printed manual prescription, the provider will be able to post that in the system. They can be able to select the next pharmacy or your preferred pharmacy. They will post the prescription there, so that by the time you're going to that pharmacy, or the time you're getting to that pharmacy, your prescription will already be in place. And if probably you're not able to go to the pharmacy can actually dispense the drugs for you, and they can even actually deliver the drugs to your place of convenience. We're going to be offering a lot of feasibility for healthcare service providers, because one of our key features that we will be having in this system, we will have now our providers register. As they register, they'll also be able to publish their service catalog. For example, if Case Hospital, their service catalog is showing the different services they're offering, we will be able to publish that on our SmartLink Pro system, so that if the patient is looking for the next or the nearest dentist, or a gynecologist near me, like for us who came to Uganda yesterday, if you felt unwell and you didn't even know where to go, through our system, you'll be able to locate your nearest provider based on the service you're looking for. And of course, based on the hours of our operation, it is going to tell you Case Hospital Works is open for 24 hours, and these are the services that Case Hospitals is offering. We'll also be giving a lot of data insights on what is happening, on our smart health insight. And the data insight we are going to be giving our providers is on the user behavior. Previously, if you've interacted with our system that is currently running at the hospital, it does not ask you to log in as a user. So because you're going for web, one of the key features that that system will have is that you must register as a hospital, and then you must register as a user. So the users who have habits of capturing one diagnosis or a single diagnosis for every patient who comes in, regardless of what they are suffering from, you will know the user behavior. If there's a user who only uses a single identical invoice number, January to December, you will be able to know the user pattern. Another insight that we shall be giving is, of course, on the payer behavior, because remember, we're going to be giving you visibility on how your claim is performing. So you'll be able to know how long is it taking for a particular underwriter to pay me, who pays me more quickly, and who'd raise the payment. So you can see a lot of focus on this system is just to empower the provider, empower the patient, to make sure the interaction between the patient and the providers is very much enhanced. So the value proposition that our system will have, our new system will have, I'll start off with the healthcare service providers, the people who are responsible for seeing the patient. The system is really going to optimize a lot of processes. I talked about pre-authorization. Now with SmartLink Pro, you'll not be doing manual pre-auth. So you'll not be getting email from different underwriters, approvals of the system. You'll be able to raise your pre-auth on the system. The underwriter is going to be able to approve, decline, or partially approve the pre-auth. We're also going to be having a doctor's module, something that we've not had before, because one of the complex items that came up when we automated pre-auth in different markets was that diagnosis capture is a very confidential item. It's only done for doctors. So we shall be introducing a doctor's module on that system to make sure that the details that the doctor needs to capture is what they capture. And then the entire detail can be pushed to become part of the claim. Of course, other processes that we'll be optimizing is on our ADI platform, so that you're not opening or working with different systems within that single platform. As long as you've captured the invoice, it has, of course, the financial and the clinical information. You have captured the right diagnosis and the right line items. You'll be able to push that claim on our SmartLink Pro without really interacting with any other system. Of course, we're going to enhance cost, because what SmartLink Pro will do is introduce a fully paperless process. I know we've not gotten to a place where we're even automating the claim form, but the payers need the claim form, but nobody says it should be physical. So you're looking at automating a lot of those processes that require manual paperwork, so that everything is done on the system. Of course, like I said, we will give the provider capability to publish their service catalog, meaning that it will give you more business visibility. Because if a patient is looking at a specific service, unless you've published your catalog on the smart system, they will not be able to find you. So we will really encourage a lot of you to support us in that process, so that we can give you visibility across the countries where we are in. Even if they're doing medical tourism, someone is coming from a different country and they are looking for a specific service, they will be able, of course, to get that information on our SmartLink Pro. Of course, what we're also promising is on reduced claim rejection, because we're going to be incorporating a lot of AI onto this system, so that if you're building a claim and it's going to be a possible rejection, you get a notification on that system that if you continue billing this claim, it's going to be a possible rejection, so that you don't continue and finalize, and then it becomes rejected. And of course, all our component on the current SmartLink, of course, biometric, claims management, benefit management, we're incorporating all that into the new system, just to make sure that we deliver our promise. You'll also be able to track your payments. We're going to give the hospital a full visibility of their claim journey, from the time they bill to when they submit. They're also going to have visibility of the transmission process, so they'll be able to know which claim is being processed and which one is being declined, so all that visibility. And of course, our strategy is also to incorporate the feedback loop onto this process, so that even once the payment is done, you're able to get your statement of account directly submitted through that system. Of course, there'll be a lot of information sharing across providers. I talked about the referral management, because there's no reason why you'd be working with a manual prescription paper where you're going to a system that is within the SmartLink Pro network. So if you are using that system, we will give you the capability to do all those processes fully online. And of course, I talked another value for the hospital, which is a really good insight on the data that we shall be giving you. You'll be able to understand your user behaviors, your payer behaviors, and the bidding patterns within the hospital to make sure that you are, of course, you are informed on how the hospital is performing. Another value proposition, of course, we have a key focus on the patient. The patient will be able, from the comfort of their, using their phone, be able to locate a provider. Of course, this will be enhanced through a smart access app. They'll be able to locate a provider based on cost. If hospitals are willing to publish their price catalog, we will be able to tell the patient where can you get the cheapest Panadol from. But this is, of course, a conversion that we shall have. Of course, they will be able to track the provider based on the specialty they are looking for. Of course, quality of care, but we will rethink that, because a patient only wants to go to a hospital where I don't have to wait an hour before I see a doctor. If I can go to a hospital and I know I am only taking 3 minutes, by the time I walk from the door to see a doctor, I know Mr. Imran is here, he's doing it for his hospital. It takes 3 minutes when you get to Avenue, from the time you are at the door to the time you are at the doctor's room. So this is things that have been done and tested. Of course, for the patient, we're bringing a lot of convenience, because our system will introduce a self-registration process. Every time you go to a hospital, the first thing they do is give you a clipboard with a form. It's the same things I feel. If I go to Aga Khan, it is my name, my bio detail, the basics. Why should that be on a paper? So what we shall do, we're introducing a self-registration process. So if a patient, they know they're going to Case Hospital, they log in there, select Case, it will give them a self-registration form. They'll fill in the detail and submit. And what this does is that you don't have to deal with the bidding cashier. You just can go direct to the triage, because you've already done what? You've already done the basics. And Mr. Imran has done that very well. Of course, we're do a lot of patient empowerment. We're going to be giving a lot of power to the patient on their phone. Of course, they'll be able to do the referral process. They'll be, of course, have access to the queue. As long as you are within the SmartLink Pro network, you'll be able to get status of how the hospital you intend to, what number are you on the queue, as long as you're on the SmartLink Pro platform. Of course, you'll be able to get notification, so that if I went for a lab test, I don't have to keep going and asking the user or the cashier or the lab technician, are my results ready? As soon as you get the results are ready, you get a notification that your lab results are ready, you could proceed and see a doctor for review. Another thing that we, of course, going to do, we're going to empower the patient. We will give them access. Of course, the system will enhance. There will be a capability where you can get access to your medical record, but this is at the discretion of the patient. We're not going to be sharing patient information, but because if I went to Case Hospital, I was charged, my financial information is on that, and of course, through a smart application app, you'll be empowered to know how your medical records are. Of course, for the patient, they will also be informed on their medical cover and utilization details, so that by the time they are going to hospital, they are well informed. If you have your cover has ran out, or you have this specific amount of money remaining on your cover, you're well informed even before you go to seek service. So this morning, we are proud to be launching our newest product, our SmartLink Pro, which you will be seeing very soon. So we will no longer be working on a desktop application, and we will no longer have the multiple systems that we have. We are putting everything on a single platform. And of course, what we are asking for from the healthcare service providers who are here, of course, a lot of cooperation, because it's going to be a change process. But what we've done is we have really maintained a lot of what users are used to so that the change process is not complex. I also want to mention that the system has a very good integration capability. So if you have a hospital management information system, we will come and integrate to that system from day one. So we shall not be asking a IHK to go back to doing manual billing. No, the system will come integration ready. And of course, if you don't have a nice hospital management information system, we also have a HMIS, our Smart Health Plus, that we can also give you or avail to you so that the entire process from end to end is fully automated. So thank you so much. That is what I heard this morning. So in a month's time, you will get a communication from Smart that we are officially moving from the desktop application that you knew into that new system called Smart Ring Pro. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for Macharia there. Because we have an online community, but also some of us, probably when we're listening, there's some information that I need to correct. When Esther said that we have our new West, you can change the word to say one of our latest products are smart. In Uganda today, we have a problem of waste management. And the president has his eyes on it, and we are trying to address it. So someone who is listening online may think that we are here talking about waste. Through what Esther said, our new waste product. So I like to say that this is one of the latest products. And so it's important that as she took you through the presentation, you can then look at where you can embed some of these in your hospital or clinic operations. What Esther could have forgotten to inform you is that this system requires internet, not only internet, but stable internet. Stable what? Internet. So this business of internet is a bit shaky. The operations may not come as swift. Ladies and gentlemen, we noticed that in the room, there are some of us that did not register. I'd like to encourage us that on our lanyards here, we have a QR code. This QR code, in a way, our first moderator Solomon hinted that we may not get Q&A, but we have an opportunity to scan this, register, and then share feedback accordingly. So feel free to make sure that you have registered. But because we want to make sure that all of you have registered, look at your neighbor and ask them, have you registered? Yeah, people don't accept. That's why in heaven we shall be very few. Don't accept when you have not registered. So kindly look through and make sure you register accordingly. Before I invite Purity and Michael, board members make or break. So for the success that you see at SMART, the board members have played a critical role in ensuring that we are able to serve 21 million customers across 12 nations, and they continue to provide positive guidance. And it is critical that we appreciate them and honor them. So allow me to show you some of the board members at SMART. I want to start by showing you Mary Ann Mosanji. Is she here? Can we clap for Mary Ann Mosanji? People, we agreed in the morning that clapping is one of the things that we should do for the conference. So let's clap for people. Let's clap for Mary in a big way. I like how techies or people that operate in the technology space operate. You realize that there are not so many titles. I did not put Mr. I did not put Doctor. I did not put any title. And Judy told me that in the tech space, especially when we are innovating, we like to call ourselves by the name, so that conversation is seamless, but also the innovation process is seamless. So you will realize that for everyone I'll be reading, there will not be a specific title, but I'll refer to them by their names. We have Mercy Mwanji. Can we give her a big, big round of applause? Thank you very much. Mercy awarded our first panel. The many things that excite her is seeing that at the end of the year, we've moved to another country. So she doesn't smile so much until she notices that we are entering the 13th country. So we want to thank you very much, Mercy. I want to show you Jimmy Chinyani. Jimmy, in the morning, I struggled to read your name until I had to go to Esther to tell me how to read it. Here in Uganda, if you add one letter to your name, it changes the conversation. I will come and speak to you, and then you know how your name can be quickly linked to a plant. Yes. But thank you very much, Jimmy, for being with us here. I want to show you Harrison. Is Harrison here? Harrison, he's gone out. Huh? I'll show you Harrison at a later point. Can I request that we put our hands together for the board, because they put this together to make it possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we may take our sponsors for granted, but these sponsors have played also a critical role. Speaking to one of the representatives from Mengo Hospital, and if you have received a hamper from Mengo Hospital, you have received a surgery. You have received a what? A surgery. Look at your neighbor and tell them you have received a surgery. So can we clap for Mengo Hospital? In the room, I don't see anyone who will use that surgery because it is between 0 to 17 years of age. Although I'm sure we may have some younger ladies who have just become 18. The ladies who are 18, usually in Uganda, ladies never move away from the bracket of 18 to about 25. So thank you very much, Mengo Hospital. We have Murray Stops. Have given us a number of checks to do with blood sugar, blood pressure, urinalysis, hepatitis, and screening. Can we give them a big round of applause? I am sure that those of you who are there, you are understanding what I'm reading. I don't understand the impact, but I know you people understand. So I've seen a lot of things to do with urinalysis, blood sugar. Blood sugar is what? Anyway, I'll come to you. You make me understand. Then we have Lifelink Hospital. Have given us packages to do with mental wellness. I think they deserve a big, big round of applause. Mental illness is one of those problems. On many occasions, as you speak to people and you ask them, I'm sure every one of you was greeting each one of you as you were entering and you're saying, good morning, are you okay? I am fine. But the I am fine, we need to change it. You need to speak to the inner person. People to tell you, I'm afraid, I'm anxious, I am not well. The moment we start to change our language, probably it will also support in areas of mental wellness. So Lifelink, thank you very much. Can we give them also a big round of applause? Allow me that when I return, I'll also be able to read through. But before I leave, because the people of Millennium Optics, I'm seated with them on the same table, they are winking at me and saying, talk about us as well. They've given us vouchers that have free frames. Free frames. Frames for glasses. Okay, let's give them a big round of applause. When you talk about optics, one is the husband, the other is the wife, so they go hand in hand when to become one. Can we also clap for Millennium Dental, free scaling, polishing, and consultation? Ladies and gentlemen, Esther has taken us through what the new product looks like. I now want to invite Purity and Michael to come
and give us a demo of the products. Can we join our hands to welcome Purity and Michael to come and take us through? Purity and Michael, I'll give you exactly 10 minutes, and then we can be able to move to the next segment of our summit.
MC, you should have done something here about this mic. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It feels nice to be back home. This is where I started. When I stand here, I see a number of familiar faces, and I'm glad to be back to Uganda, a land where I learned a lot of things in my very young age. I was supposed to come back here with Michael, but he's seated at the back to help me do the demo. So I'll take you through a very quick snapshot of what SmartLink Pro is going to look like. We have a booth outside where we'll take you through in detail. So here it's just a quick walkthrough to show you what we've done and what is going to come. Esther has talked a lot about the features and the advantages that you're going to get from using SmartLink Pro. I've just been reminded here that I've not introduced myself. My name is Purity Njagi, Head of Product Delivery at Smart Applications. I've worked in Smart for the last 13 years. So I've also seen Smart grow from a baby to where we are today. I'm glad to be here and to enjoy what Smart has been and the journey that it has taken to be here. And I'll be taking us through the demo for SmartLink Pro. Now, when we talk about SmartLink Pro, I'll first start by emphasizing one thing. And I know it's something that has been talked about a lot this morning when it comes to security. As you all know, right now, each and every country in Africa, not just East Africa, is focusing a lot on data protection. If we look at our current product that we're using at the hospitals, you just go, click, opens, and takes you to the billing window, isn't it? For those of us who've interacted with the solution. But with SmartLink Pro, the first thing that we expect you to do is to first start by logging in. And the reason as why we are asking you to log in is also for audit purposes. I know Esther talked about EDI. And when we talk about EDI, we are emphasizing on data quality and also ensuring that we are capturing the right thing. It becomes very difficult to go back and audit in a system where you do not know who was actually billing. But with SmartLink Pro, you're able to track and know who is actually working on the solution. So the process remains much the same with a few enhancements and also sorting out some of the key pain points that we've had in the current system that we're using. So we'll go to provider setup. This will be the first step on setting up our service providers. And when you're talking about service provider setup, we'll start by first setting up the users that we have in our facility. And setting up the users will also be aligning a lot to what you've done in your hospital. If somebody is a cashier, then what they are going to access are the roles of a cashier. If somebody is a credit control, the roles that we'll be giving them is for a credit control. What that does is to also ensure that people are accessing the data that they're actually supposed to access. The other thing is about catalog, your service catalog. Where are we bringing this in? We want to give an advantage to you. So you saw Esther saying that a patient can be able to search you from wherever they are to know where you're located. We want to take it a notch higher so that you are able to also load the services that you offer at your facility. So that even when somebody is searching, they can be able to tell, I'm coming to Mengo Hospital. These are the services that I'm likely to get. If after discussion you're okay even displaying the prices, then we can still give you that. Why? Because we are not fighting on pricing, but we are fighting on service experience at our various facilities. The other thing is that you also be able to register the payers. Having been involved in the training of the hospitals, one of the biggest challenges is when one person leaves and another one comes, the training is always very tedious, trying to explain to them who are we allowed to see, who are we not allowed to see, which services are we allowed to give, and so on and so forth. But with this system, you can be able to capture this. If you're allowed to see ICA, or you're allowed to see Prudential, you'll be able to log them in and even put in the specific details that you'd want the cashiers to know, so that all they need to do is to come to the system, check, and they're able to service the patients that are right in front of you. The other item is, I talked about the users. It's the ability to register different users and giving them the roles to be able to serve the various patients. Of course, there's a feature there on events and articles. We would want, because you are going to link this system with the smart access. With a show of hand, how many of us have interacted with smart access? Smart access. If you have not, please make sure that you don't leave this room without interacting with it. It doesn't matter whether you have insurance or not, because we are giving you an advantage where you can even be able to locate service providers, whether you are insured or not. So please, make sure that you do that. And there is much more that is coming with SmartLink Pro, because we are going to link these two systems. The other bit is on, of course, system settings. That's just for security, to ensure that we have the necessary security incorporated in the system. The other bit is on the billing side. If you look at it, we've put it in a workflow. Workflow makes it easier for you to predict what is coming and what is expected at each step. So the first step is just searching the member, just like what we do, where you can search with the visit code, or you can search with the other KYC details. That is the member detail, the member name, the number that has been issued by the insurance, or any other, or the ID where it's applicable, or even you can use the name. Of course, when you're using the name, it may take longer, but of course there are these other avenues that you can use to search for the member. Once you search the member, and like Esther had said, we are going to have both models handled on this. You can do a card where the member is using a card, or you can use virtual where the member is on virtual. Once the member is selected, and you go to the next point. As you can see here, for this demo we are using fingerprint, but it will also, we are using OTP, but it will also have fingerprint as the default mode of identification. So we are not doing away with anything. We're just using OTP for this particular demo. So as we wait for the OTP to come in, this just to verify that the person that you are dealing with is a bona fide member at the point of service. Then once you validate at this point, then you'll be able to see the member details. One of the key pain points that have been expressed a lot by the service providers is that, especially for the dependents, they do not know who covers them. Yeah? So they will just know that I have a cover, they just come to the hospital, they do not know who is the insurer, so that then you can be able to do the preliminaries or check what it is that the various agreements that you have with the different payers. But at this point, this card that you're seeing here, it will actually have the logo of the insurer. If it's UAP, it will be there at the top right corner. If it's ICA and any other insurer that somebody will have. At this point also, there will be the eligibility checks that are required. You can be able to check the benefits and what they are covered for. An addition that we've put here are the different rules that apply to the benefit that you want to bill. If there is a copay, it will tell you right from here. If there is a price that is being applied, for example, there is an agreed price list between you and the insurer that you're dealing with, it will also be here. If there is pre-authorization, it will also be here. And you can be able to tell if there is any pre-authorization, you can actually launch it from here and even get the necessary paperwork out of the way before you get to the point of billing. If you go to the supported groups, we have some benefits where they say you can only bill medication from this particular benefit, or you can only bill consultation and maybe lab, and there is no medication. So we'll be able to tell you which services are being supported by this benefit, so that even as you continue, you're continuing informed as a provider, so that then you can be able to also advise the patient what services are you able to give based on the benefit that they're accessing. From there, you go to billing. At the very top, if you look at the very top after the red label, you have the high-level summary of that particular visit that you're dealing with. It will give you, of course, the member details. It will tell you if somebody has a pre-auth that has already been requested. It will tell you if there is one. If there's a claim form, we're also automating the claim form through this system. And for those that will be using Smart Access, you can actually be able to initiate the claim form from Smart Access and then push it to the system. Then it will tell you the number of diagnoses that have been captured. This is a key requirement for insurers for them to be able to pay claims. So if you see that there is no diagnosis for this particular transaction, then you can actually go back and capture even before you get to the next point. If there is any document, and then the number of invoices, if there is any document that you have, it will also show there. On this other billing bit, the key pain point that we'll be addressing here is the issue of benefit selection. In our current system, once you've chosen outpatient and you're billing outpatient, and for example, maybe you come to realize, oops, I should not be billing this under outpatient, but rather under maybe dental or optical or any other benefit. In the previous system, you have to cancel and start all over again. Now, with this particular system, all you need to go is just change. Where you have benefit, you can choose, and they will have all the benefits that you're allowed to see there, and you can change from one benefit to the other, so you do not have to restart the full process again. You can capture diagnosis. Again, we've loaded the system with ICD-10 and ICD-11 where applicable, so that then you can be able to choose the diagnosis. You can use either the code where it's known, or you can type the name of the diagnosis, so making it easier for you to input the diagnosis. And it also supports multiple diagnoses. And you can be able to see all the diagnoses that you've actually entered for that particular invoice right here. If you want to remove, you can remove or add as required. We can go to save diagnosis. Once you save the diagnosis, now, this is one of the functionalities that we'll be pushing to the doctor's module. Right now, we are putting it, I know it's at the point of billing, but when we now go to the doctor's module, these are some of the details the doctors will be able to capture. Why? Because we understand that there is confidentiality that is required, and that's why even after we capture it, we don't display it on the window. We actually hide it, so that you know that the diagnosis is captured at a very high level, but you do not get to see, because if you do not have the rights, then you don't get to see that info. Then we go to the capturing of the items. This is where now it allows the breakdown of the information that you want. Now, if you look there, we have the non-integrated mode. As Esther had alluded to, we are going to have two modes as is right now. You can either be integrated or non-integrated. When we talk about integrated, the seamless transfer of information between the hospital billing system and the smart system. So then you can be able to do the necessary. So when you go to the different capture of info, there's a key enhancement here. And I know I'll be talking to a lot of payers around here. You can choose any. That bit where we first give high-level summary of, if, for example, for pre-authorization and most of the rules, we've also cascaded it to a service level. So, for example, if this particular service that you've selected, which is dental extraction, has a particular benefit rule, let's say it's a pre-authorization that is required, it will also give you here, so that then you proceed knowing what is expected of you. If there is any copy or anything, we also bring it here at service level. Because we're also cognizant that some of these rules don't just apply at benefit level, they also apply to the specific services that somebody is billing. Now, the biggest pain point has always been, can we be able to enter the unit price for every service that you're billing? And the system automatically computes that and gives you the total. So this has already been taken care of. So all they will need to do, once you've entered the unit price and the quantity, the system automatically computes. I know it's there in our current one, but now this comes a little bit more enhanced, because then you do not have to, some of them had to compute on the side, then enter it, but now this comes enforced. Once you click on Save All Claims, this is the normal process. Again, you go through the verification process, either through OTP or fingerprint. Again, there's a value there where providers were saying, we do not know whether the OTP has expired or not for those that are using OTP. Right now, it will be able to tell you how long does it have for it to expire, because it has to expire within a set period. So that's another advantage to the provider. Then it will tell you that it has finished. So it will just ask you, do you want to end? So that then, because we know sometimes you may have different items that you may want to capture different times, then after that, it will go to the end. Now, at the end, there's an avenue to collect feedback. Yeah? Not just for you as a service, not just from the patient, but it also help you gather info, how the service was, what the experience was from the patient that you're serving, and it will help you even check to be able to enhance your services. Here, down here, of course, we are helping, you'll be helping us to invite them to the platforms that are available so that then we can ease the delivery, the service care delivery. The other bit Esther talked about, once you click on close visit, the visit will end, it's the reporting bit. Right now we have different systems that do the billing, and another one does reporting, then another one gives you EDI. But now all this is going to come incorporated in this product. All you need to do is just select the details, then you generate the report, and you'll be able to see that. The other item is on queuing, just highlighting the features, you don't have to go to it. On queuing, the fact that now you can be able to queue on the system, and we link it to your smart access, and you can see which position you are on queue. We know currently the queuing systems that are there, you have to go physically, get a paper, then hold it until your number is called. But on this one, using smart access, you can actually queue yourself and track where you are on the queue, so that then, if, for example, you want to go get a cup of coffee before you called in, you can do that and come back. The other one is pre-authorization, which you're also going to have both IP and OP pre-authorization and any other pre-authorization that might be there. So just a snapshot of what is coming. For more info, please see us at the booth, and we'll take you through. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking us through the demo. I want to allow just for 2 questions, if any. Are there any 2 burning questions or comments that we can pick from the audience? All right, can I request our admin team, Smart, please pick a microphone and move it over there so that we can pick quick feedback and improvement areas. Where's the hand? Okay, there's one there. There's another. Okay, we'll keep it there. Move the microphone to the extreme side. As the microphone is moving, can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? Come here at the front. Come here at the front. Okay, start from there and then you come. So, we are going to sing a simple song called Energy. The song is called what? So as you do the energy, you'll be flexing each body part. You get, If you feel that your head is the one that is tired, you flex the head. If you feel that it's the arms, but just make sure you do a 360 stretch of your body, right? So I'll be saying energy, energy, then you say energy. You get what I mean, And because I'm alone and you are many, you put effort. Those online, please join us in the challenge. Even you where you are, stand up. And then make sure that, so as I say energy, energy, you say what? Put effort in talking. When I say energy, energy, you say what? Can we speak louder? So let's try the demo version. Energy, 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 energy. Energy, energy. Very good. Some of your energy is like this. I think you have to put. So we are going to be doing it as we put actions, right?
So all is well? You have come to ask a question? Oh. You left all of the other side. Okay. All right, I told you. Very good. So people, when I do energy, 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 you are not bending. Are you a tree? When I bend, you bend. Are we together?
What I do is what you do together. Okay, energy, 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 energy. Give your neighbor a high five and take a seat. Okay, sir, narrate the question.
Okay, thank you. Newton Atulinda is my name, working with Ade Memorial Hospital.
Working with what?
Ade Memorial Hospital, Kanyanya, along Bahai Road.
Yeah, you have to speak very proud of your employer.
Yes. So the question is, we are seeing that Smart International is in different countries. And the way how money, let's say our money is varied. Like Uganda, we have Uganda shillings. We have Kenyan shillings. And I'm in Uganda, I have get a Kenyan shillings, a Kenyan client. How will that be incorporated so that at the end of it all, my claim will be paid? A client is getting service from Uganda, but is having a card, or is under insurance that is in Kenya, but all under like one insurance provider.
The team from Smart, I hope you are hearing these questions. They are not for me. Sir, don't look at me. I'm not the one with answers. Esther, I hope you have the answers for these people, because I don't want to hassle giving answers. Sir, ask us the hard questions. Sir, thank you very much. You can take your seat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Smart, for the presentation and this wonderful exhibition, Summit 2024. My name is Sebandeke Solomon from St. Francis Kokonjelo Hospital. We are going through the presentation of Smart System Pro, Smart Link Pro, but they didn't take us through the integration part. The integration part, especially with other systems. How are we linking this system to other systems? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other burning one because of gender? Please, you come in the front. The cameras, they need to see you. We had 2 gentlemen, now we have 2 ladies. Please come. So even if you have a question, you come.
Thank you for the opportunity. This is Sharon Nahulila. I represent AAR Health Services. Thank you for the summits so far. Mine is about service. Smart. How can you seamlessly assist our clients, especially those across borders, to access service without necessarily calling us first for help? Thank you.
Across border.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Akuruta, my name, and I'm representing Bethesda Hospital Soroti. In the presentation, we talked about reports, and it's very key for health facilities to report, most especially to Ministry of Health. Is there an integration where we can send these reports directly to Ministry of Health from where we are at? Secondly, one of the things that delay, especially for some of us who were born before computers, is it possible with the AI integration to dictate notes, clinical notes, so that it makes it faster for us to see our patients? Because some of the queues is because some of us delay in doing the typing, and that is something that patients don't understand. Thank you.
AI takes the notes and also can now recommend. Okay.
Frank Luega from Pandental Surgery. Now, my question, thank you so much for the presentation, because you gave an example of dental. There is something that is missing in that system that you have thought given us, that is Smart Pro. The teeth numbers. It is very important, because I went to certain insurance, they told us, they told me, you know what, you guys to track the way you do flood is like this. you cannot do a root canal on a tooth that was extracted 2 years ago. So tooth numbers are very important in your system. Thank you.
Sir, just a minute. Did you say tin number? Tooth number, just to...
Okay, it is teeth number. In your mouth, every tooth has a code. Thank you.
It has a code?
Yes, a code.
Anyway,
112148.
It's okay. For us here who are not in health, we just eat. All we do is to chew. When we come, it's you to give the numbers. Yes, my dear.
Thank you very much, Smart Applications, for inviting us for this summit and whatever you've taught us. I'm called Atugonza Sylvia. I work with One World Health. We have 7 facilities, but I'm based at Masen Kitara Hospital. My concern is when she was showing us how to go about the system, on the price, as of now, we input the unit price. So my question is there any possibility of adding the price list into the system so that when I put an item, it brings the price automatically for a specific insurance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are quite pertinent questions. Before the smart people come, allow me to show you another critical player at SMART, Andrew Waituti. I'm going to request, is another board member. Can I request that he stands up for recognition? Okay. Andrew, it's not that I had skipped you. It was that I wanted to introduce you in the second part. Yeah, it's not that it's a mistake, it's a plan. Slowly by slowly until I get to Exco and then until I get to staff. Interns at SMART, I may not have the opportunity to introduce you, but take heart that you are learning. Esther, who's going to answer the difficult questions? Okay, sir, please, may the Lord be with you as you provide answers.
Okay. Thank you. I believe I can be heard. So my name is Collins Ngeno. I'm the Group Technology Director. And this afternoon, I have the privilege of answering all the tough questions. But I have my colleagues also who will help me in case I miss out on something. So on the first question, I'm sorry I didn't write the names, but I just wrote down the questions and I'm just going to respond to them. So the first one was on the billing currency versus the currency under which the scheme was underwritten. Like if the scheme is a USD scheme or it's a scheme that is of a member who's coming from a different country, maybe Kenya coming to Uganda for service. The concern was, is there a way of ensuring that we convert these currencies and ensure that there is an interchangeability in terms of the currency that you're billing at the hospital and all that? Yes, that is possible. We have what we call roaming service in SMART, meaning that a customer who's been set to roam, and this is a control that is with the insurance company who decide this scheme is allowed to roam in the following countries. So if a scheme is underwritten in Uganda, the Uganda payer, the insurance company in Uganda can say, this member is allowed to access service in Kenya or in South Sudan or any other country. What they do is once they've given that permission, that member, in whichever country they go to, they are billed using the local currency. So behind the scenes, what we do in SMART is we have an automatic way in which we now then convert from the local currency so that the scheme balance is deducted using the currency under which that policy is underwritten. So if the policy is a Uganda shilling, a UGX scheme, but they came to Kenya, they'll be billed in Kenya shillings, but the scheme balance will be maintained using UGX. So that's our roaming service. The second one was on integration. There was a concern that we did not demonstrate the integrated mode. What we showed here was the non-integrated mode, but it's possible that we can then integrate to your system, your hospital management system, so that you do whatever was being shown here in your system. But then again, your system, depending on what kind of system you're using, might not necessarily have all the features that were showcased here. And that's why my colleague Esther earlier said, if you do not have a good system, we also have and offer Smart Health, which is our hospital integrated management system, which is a separate system from this one. And we're able, and we're showcasing actually outside in our innovation booth, and there's another booth also where we have our products. We're able to showcase how you can then take advantage of our Smart Health. But we are able to integrate with whichever hospital management system you have, so that you're able to bill from your system, and we pick all that information and process it within the platform that was shown here. And the third question from Sharon also touched on service across borders, which I believe I have talked about in terms of roaming. So it's the same thing. So yes, you're able to be served across borders, but that control has to be with the payer. So the insurance company has to allow. So you can't just, as a member, decide, I'm going across borders to seek treatment. You'll need, first of all, to have liaised with your payer to be allowed. The fourth question was on reports, and this is Ministry of Health reports. This is an undertaking that we are on at the moment. We are working on this, and we shall be able to roll it out very soon to the various customers who are using this, so that you're able to directly report. However, most of these functionalities actually lie within your system, your hospital management system, because that is where the diagnosis, that is where everything is held. So even once we roll out this, there might be conversations you might need to have with your respective HMIS vendors, but for those who will be using Smart Health system, which is our HMIS, our Smart HMIS, you will be able to have it. The other question, which is really a challenge to us, is on the ability to dictate clinical notes and the system to be able to pick. I take that as a challenge, that we can have it as a research area. And this will, at the time when it's released, be within our Smart Health platform. But these are conversations we can always have, but it's a challenge we've taken as a research area for future consideration. There was a question on teeth numbers and whether we are able to ensure as a control that somebody cannot claim more than once. Again, this control is present, or ideally present, within the hospital management information system. So the dental features, the more detailed dental functionality exists within our Smart Health Plus system, which again, like I said, is our HMIS system. So if you would actually invite you to come and have a look and interact further with that information. But then what we will do on our side, on the system that was showcased here, which is SL Pro, is we normally take in the doctor's notes. So the doctor's notes will have indicated some of those details, some of those clinical details about the treatment. So we will take it as captured by the doctor, and I believe at that point in time the doctor will have been able to capture some of those details. So it's not, what we showed you here was what the cashier will, how the cashier will interact with the system, but the cashier will also be, when the claim is coming through, it will also have the doctor's notes. And that is the clinical information that is contained within that claim. And finally, there was the issue of price list, whether you're able to upload. The answer is yes. Again, maybe a bit more context to that is that there is the ability to integrate to your HMIS, but also for the insurance companies, your ability to set price lists that are negotiated. So you're then able to put in there, and the hospital can only bill according to the negotiated price. So the answer is yes, but there is a bit more work that needs to come into that in terms of integrating to your billing platform. But if you're also billing from our platform, we can have a conversation to see how to do that. Yes, but we can be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for responding to the concerns. There are more. Some people are finding me as I am walking, others are sending me WhatsApps, others fear public speaking. One asked an issue to do with offline bidding. At some point, I'll probably, before we go for our lunch, I'll call you to, answer. There's this very difficult one. Someone told me that SMART started with identification. They have now moved into telemedicine. What does the future look like? Are they going to start selling insurance? I must say that some questions you don't have to answer. Yeah, because then you can answer those where you feel you can be able to speak with authority to represent the group. Then another one texted me, a very difficult one, to say that now SMART has the data, and because you have the data and you have now moved into telemedicine, won't you get into a point where you use the data to telemedicine? And then if you do that, you would have kicked out the partners. But just to sort of also preempt on the answer that person gave, you rather work with the partners rather than saying you're getting your own partners. So I've provided an answer, but just know me, I'm just a vessel of the information, the people and their thoughts. So probably at lunchtime, before we go in for lunch, I'll probably give you a minute to shake off some of those answers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a demo on the new product, and allow me to inform you that outside this hall is an exhibition area where we are showing you our journey as SMART, the different products that you can be able to use as healthcare providers. So I'd request and urge each one of you to make time as we move out for our lunch break to at least pick at least 5 minutes to interact with our products. So I'd like to encourage each one of you to make time to pass through the exhibition area, and so you can quickly make an interaction with these products, but also quickly ask about the different provisions. I have been reliably informed that our guest of honor is here, so I'd request you give me a minute to just understand the queue and in how long they'll be making it inside the room, and then I'll revert to the next part of the program. So I request our team to give me some music as I check out our next part.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request we show some love to our guest of honor, Commissioner Ochero Michael. You're most welcome. I request that you stand up for the people to give you a big, big round of applause. Ugandans believe by seeing. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me request that we officially have to kick off this summit, and I request the team to play the anthems after you rise up. Okay, now that everyone is up, let's straighten our jackets. Can we have the anthems, please? The Ugandan one and the East African.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Oh, Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and leather we'll give, and with neighbors all out our countries calling peace and friendship we live. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Can we take our seats? The Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Chris Bariomonsi, here represented by the Commissioner E-Services, Mr. Ochero Michael. The different representatives from different ministries, specifically the Ministry of Health, the representative of our Minister of Health, here represented by the Director of Public Health, Dr. Daniel. Different individuals that represent ministries, departments, and agencies present this morning and afternoon, both physical and online. The Chairman, Board Smart Applications International Limited, Mr. Andrew Mokite, together with other board members. Smart Exco members, Chief Operations, Isaiah, Group Sales and Marketing Director, Esther, Head of Operations for Hospitals, Esther, Head of Products and Delivery, Purity, Group Tech Director, Collins, our host and Regional Country Representative, Judy Mogoya, Country Managers, present and virtually, together with your staff that serve smart applications across the 12 countries in our sphere in Africa. Smart partners here present. Our sponsors, Millennium Optics, Millennium Dental,
Hako Industries, Maristops Uganda, Mengo Hospital, Lifelink Hospital Namugongo, Aga Khan University Hospital, Avenue Group, CSR Hospitals and Clinics, and our partner, Save for Health Uganda. Members of press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za mchana. Good afternoon and welcome to the 4th Smart Summit here at Serena Hotel, Kampala. Can I request we give ourselves a big round of applause and once again welcome each other. Allow me to declare that as the protocol so that subsequent speakers are at liberty to adopt and utilize that protocol going forward. In my notes, because my Kiswahili is limited, I almost told you habari za asubuhi. But my anticipation told me we may end up in habari za mchana, and I said, let me add it there. So allow me to welcome you, our guest of honor, our minister. By the time you arrived, we've had different speakers come on stage. Our host, Judy Mugoya, that one I'll allow her stand up for recognition, so that the next time she comes, you can be able to continue the conversation. We have different country heads because smart applications is spread across different countries in Africa. And of course, you'll be able to appreciate the representation that we have in this room. So we go beyond the East African community throughout other countries, and that representation is within the room, but also in the virtual audience. Our conversation here is to continue solutioning for health using technology as an enabler and an accelerator. We've had 2 panels that have helped us appreciate and understand the role of technology in healthcare. And guest of honor, allow me to inform you that next to you is Mr. Solomon Nubondo, who has ably taken charge of one of the panels. And because he's your neighbor, people, let's clap and appreciate Solomon. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, in the neighbor spirit, give Solomon a handshake and he will take you through what we have discussed while you are engaging on national matters. Guest of honor, SMART does not move alone. It moves with its board members who play a critical role. Allow me to show you just 4 or 5 partners. Allow me to start with Mary Ann Mosanji. Allow me also show you Andrew Waituti, who I had put in the second part. Allow me to show you Jimmy Kinyani. And allow me to show you also our Group Managing Director, Mr. Harrison Moiru. Guest of honor, we have a number of sponsors. We have over 10 sponsors that I read to you. And allow me to tell you that if you came with a small car, it's going to be a problem because you may have to bring a bigger car for the kind of gifts we are going to give you. So that once you go back, your home, relatives, ancestors get to know that you attended the 4th Summit of SMART. It's not me to welcome you officially. Allow me to invite our board chairperson, Mr. Andrew Mokite, to come and make the official welcome. Can we put our hands together for Andrew to come?
Banyabone basebo. Banyabone basebo. Good afternoon. There's a secret to why my introduction always begins like that once I cross the border. I will share that with our chief guest and tell him, as one of our little secrets. Once we cross the border, I adopt my Baganda roots, which are straight from Masaka. Many years ago, I can hear gasps of surprise. So SMART chose their chairman well. Thank you. All protocols observed. Bwana MC, I have adopted your protocols because there are very many. But to our chief guest, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen gathered here today, the journey has been long. But let me be very specific. It is an uncanny coincidence that today, as I stand here, SMART is celebrating 20 years since the doors first opened to build this dream. I am proud that that dream that started in Nairobi in a small 1,000 square foot office has in 20 years matured into this venue we are enjoying today. Harrison and your team, actually let me not even thank Harrison, Judy as our hostess. When we walked in, my wife and I were discussing, but we were a bit speechless when we walked into the room. I always dreamt of being an actor as a child and starring in movies. And I got the impression I was walking into the Oscars ceremony once we walked into this spectacular venue. So thank you very much, SMART Uganda, for setting up this befitting enterprise. As we walked in, we also reflected on what happens in a corporate journey over 20 years. You cannot grow this kind of dream on your own. As we say, you cannot clap with one hand. I want to extend our appreciation for all our partners, all our stakeholders who have given us continued patronage, but not just patronage, continued input in developing the product that you have been able to witness today. It has been not only your unwavering support that has gotten us here, but as you will all know, in technology, the minute you stop moving, you die. The minute you stop enhancing, developing, and progressing, you die. So it is no accident that some of the catchphrases you heard Mama Green talking about in the morning, there she is, were very apt. And I'm glad she gave out trees, because those trees are actually symbolic of what the vision was of the people who sat in a room and conceived SMART 20 years ago. It was planting a tree that would grow and develop branches and constantly evolve from a seedling to be a giant tree. But not just a giant tree, the vision was to grow a forest in technology. And that's why I think it was a very appropriate symbolism to receive trees today and contribute to our environment, because that's exactly what SMART has been all about. In an era of rapid technological advancement, the conversations have revolved around digital automation. Artificial intelligence is the catchphrase today, and all with a view of enhancing accessibility and convenience in the healthcare space. 20 years of innovation has taught us a lot. I, this morning, decided to just glance at the top 10 companies in 2004 when Smart was born by market capitalization. And the only technology company in that list was Microsoft. Just for comparison, I looked at the 2024 top 10 by market capitalization, which is now in trillions. 7 out of 10 are in the technology space. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation about technology's role in everything that we do, you can tell without fear of contradiction, and I can say it, it is central to everything that we are doing today. With our partners, be it the hospitals, the insurance companies, people in the medical profession, people in the financial sector, you have infused and inspired the teams at Smart to develop these products that were being demonstrated to you today. It was not a one-way flow of ideas, but it was a two-way street, has always been and will always be, because Smart is looking to respond to felt needs in the market. And when I had a chat with Solomon after his presentation, all his questions related to what else are we thinking of in this space? How are we resolving the problem of efficient service? What is the benefit to the patient, not just the hospital? What is the benefit to the insurer? What is the what solution or what problem are you solving for the insurance companies, for the pharmacies, for every other stakeholder? And one word struck out as a common underlying theme: efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. We aim to make sure that we remove friction from every aspect of your daily lives. We remove the need to have a floor full of people sifting through 1 billion papers, taking 5 weeks to accomplish a task that we can help you achieve in 10 minutes. And that translates at the end of the day for anybody who puts a value on their time into the bottom line being supported. In so doing, our MC touched on telemedicine and efficient services. You don't look to replace your stakeholders. You look to facilitate them in delivering their best and most efficient services. So, thank you very much. We look at Smart as the highway, providing you that convenience, providing you that accessibility, and providing you that support. To our chief guests today, it was no accident that we looked to the Ministry of ICT when thinking of our collaboration with one of our most important stakeholders, the governments. We are in 12 countries, so it's not just the government of Uganda. Everywhere we go, we look to partner with the key stakeholders in that environment. Today, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi has sent his commissioner of e-services, I believe it's commissioner. And as a coincidence, by the way, Dr. Baryomunsi, as the name suggests, is actually a medical doctor, heading ICT and national guidance as a ministry. So it was somewhat very convenient that we had somebody who has his feet on both sides of the pond in terms of understanding an entity such as Smart and our interactions with yourselves. Because doctors are some of our key stakeholders and technology is what we do. We thank Commissioner Michael Ochero for finding the time to step into the shoes of the cabinet minister. Michael himself is an accomplished ICT technology expert. He has an ICT and business computing academic background, a master's degree in information technology from Makerere University, and extensive ICT experience in policy and regulatory developments and implementation, focusing on digital innovation. Bwana Ochero, how convenient. Your focus on digital innovation has come to its home, called SMART. And we look forward to hearing from you and supporting your drive to enhance digital innovation. It comes at a very convenient time, particularly in Uganda, when we are aware that the government is focusing very, very extensively on the development of a fully fledged national health insurance platform. And that is something we at SMART have kept our finger on the pulse on. We have closely monitored it and offer our fully fledged support, because it's a journey we have experienced in other jurisdictions, not least being Kenya, which is currently transforming onto a digital health platform. But Uganda has the benefit of having a very nice canvas to start from. And we, on our part, will be emphasizing and supporting the point that it must be underpinned with digital infrastructure. At this stage in 2024, there's no need to go back 20 years and do what we were doing 20 years ago. We welcome you onto the digital superhighway that is available globally, and we look forward to supporting that journey. So ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding to support me in inviting our chief guest, Michael Ochero, to deliver the keynote address on behalf of Dr. Chris Barrio-Munsi, Minister ICT and National Guidance. Welcome, Michael.
If we could be seated. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman, for that very good introduction. I'd like to congratulate you for achieving these 20 years. It's no mean achievement, and I'm sure the future is just bright for your organization. I'd like to deliver apologies for my honorable minister. Yeah, he had confirmed his presence today, but he was called for urgent national duties, and therefore I will deliver his speech in verbatim. And his speech goes as follows. Ministry officials, SMART board chairman, board members, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and valued citizens of Uganda. It's an honor to join you for this significant occasion, the 4th SMART Summit. When I received the invitation and saw the theme, Advancing Healthcare Accessibility through Digital Automation and AI, it resonated deeply with our vision as a ministry, a knowledgeable and productive society driven by ICT and national ideology. My attendance today is a demonstration of further commitment of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to support efficient service delivery by private corporations, as well as an overall socio-economic transformation. This being SMART Applications International's first regional summit, held outside Kenya, with Uganda becoming only the second country to host this event. We are proud to welcome you to the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. The fourth Smart Summit reflects Uganda's emerging role as a leading technology hub, particularly as we embark on a 5-year digital transformation roadmap aimed at boosting digital skills, public services, innovation, and entrepreneurship. This roadmap signifies a commitment to a new era of sustainable social and economic transformation across our nation, led by technology and innovation. Globally, the public sector is witnessing a rapid increase in digital services, and Uganda has not lagged behind due to our numerous efforts as government to reduce the cost of internet that has increased the internet penetration that is now projected to be at about 50% by 2025. Governments are expected to triple their digital offerings in the coming years, and this we are committed to complete through completing the national backbone infrastructure that shall facilitate e-governance. In Uganda, our focus remains on modernizing public services, streamlining operations, and advancing through technology. The ICT sector now contributes 9% to our GDP, providing employment to over 2.3 million Ugandans. ICT and healthcare in Uganda. The growing internet penetration rate with projections of 35%, 50% by 2025 further enhances the potential of digital health technologies. With better connectivity, it's now supported by our reducing cost of internet. Individuals can now access health information and services remotely, extending the reach of healthcare providers and making essential health services more accessible. Smart Applications is leading in embracing and use of digital services, like the recently launched Smart Access app that is used to access healthcare services by over 1.8 million members regionally and at over 700 hospitals using the system here in Uganda. Uganda is at the forefront of digital health transformation, leveraging innovative technologies to improve healthcare delivery and address long-standing challenges. The Ministry of Health, Uganda's Health Information and Digital Strategic Plan 2021, 2024, and 25 provides a framework to improve healthcare data quality and promote patient-level digital systems at the point of care. This multi-sectoral plan involves diverse stakeholders, government, ministries, local governments, the private sector, academia, and our citizens. Today, we have a powerful example of the private sector driving digital health initiatives. Smart Applications International has expanded healthcare access to over 1.8 million people over 21 years. Their commitment to bringing together stakeholders to accelerate digital transformation in healthcare delivery and access aligns with national goals and paves the way for similar collaborative efforts across the country. In conclusion, I encourage our private sector partners to continue collaborating with the government to address healthcare challenges through ICT and solutions such as SMART. Uganda is prepared for effective public-private partnerships because they greatly contribute towards development of the digital transformation roadmap. I thank all stakeholders that have contributed towards our roadmap. The government is ready to work alongside you, and I urge all participants to forge declarations and resolutions that will further accelerate ICT growth in Uganda and beyond. I thank you. Signed, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomonsi, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, delivered by the Commissioner for E-Services. Thank you so much.
Okay. Because we paid for the resources, we want to use them because we paid for them. So I felt that the people the other side have enjoyed a bit of the pudding. Now I have come this side. Some of you, your look is not welcoming. I hope it can improve. Can I request that we give our minister a big, big round of applause? Commissioner Michael Ocheru for E-Services. We want to sincerely thank you for your time and commitment, because also the minister could have sent you and you could have provided reasoning not to show up. But we want to thank you for your time to be here with us on our 4th annual Smart Summit. Commissioner Michael, allow me to inform you that we expected the minister to come and do the following. Firstly, to talk. You have talked well. I request these people to give you a big clap. Number 2, for the minister to launch. So, Commissioner, that's why I've asked for an extra 10-15 minutes so that you launch. If you move earlier, you would not have delivered the full package of the minister. So part A, well done. Part B is to launch. And then, Commissioner, the final part is to give you gifts. Now, you have landed in gifts which I'm sure you woke up not expecting. Commissioner Michael, we are going to give you gifts, yours and then for the minister. So we are going to move in that order. And at this point, allow me invite our Group Managing Director, Smart Applications International, who is going to show us or share with us the impact of smart applications in Africa and beyond, but also further in his presentation, demystify our theme on advancing healthcare technology, accessibility through digital automation and AI. And that will take a maximum of 10 minutes. And after that, we will launch and do the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 4th summit, can I request you join our hands to invite our Group Managing Director, Harrison Mweru.
The MC is telling me that I'm privileged to be one of the first to speak on this side. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. The Commissioner of E-Services, Mr. Michael Ocheru, distinguished stakeholders that we have from the healthcare service providers, insurance sector, our distinguished customers and partners who have traveled across the borders to join us. We are greatly pleased to have you today with us on this 4th Smart Annual Summit. As we gather here in the city of Seven Hills, we are pleased to pronounce this subject matter on advancing healthcare accessibility through digital innovation and AI. But first and foremost, I must start by saying that it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here in Uganda, because Uganda has had a very special place in smart applications history. Today, you may have heard us saying that we are now in 12 countries. It is also our 12th year of operation as Smart Uganda. Let's clap for ourselves. This is our second home, both figuratively and literally. It is a home that we fondly recall having established ourselves humbly, situated in Upper Rubaga, very close to Mengo, then to Kololo, and now we are at our Nakawa offices. Indeed, we could not have established this network of 753 healthcare facilities interconnected on our ecosystems, over 80% of the private medical insurance class served on our platforms, if it were not for the collaboration that is evident by your patronage today. As smart applications, we believe in the extraordinary potential of technology. But our bigger belief is in the power of how that technology can transform aspects of humanity. We have therefore dedicated ourselves to see how the technology that we deliver to you can be an enabler towards promoting healthcare accessibility. We have heard that we still have quite a significant chunk of our population that have no access to quality healthcare services, elimination of errors, fraud, wastage, and abuse that introduce inefficiencies, elimination of paper, and as Mama Green said, towards driving a sustainable planet, and provision of timely data for simplifying and optimizing healthcare delivery. We do this because it dignifies humanity. When a patient, a human being, is in need of healthcare services, it is one of their lowest moments. And we have worked with you to dignify the members that we serve, the patients that we serve at our institutions, through leveraging the technology that we have collaborated to bring together. Our Smart Access platform, as I mentioned, is in 753 medical facilities across 95 districts in Uganda. This represents a growing segment of healthcare facilities that are covered, not only in the private space, but Uganda has been the birthplace of our community-centered initiatives, some of which we shall be engaging and sharing upon. This year alone, in terms of enabling patients to access service, we have had over 914,000 visits from 160,000 unique patients. That represents over 60% of the total lives that we have empowered and enabled on Smart Access, representing about 1,500 corporates and schemes using our platform. Looking at it at a Pan-African scale, every second as we sit here, $16 worth of healthcare expenditure is enabled through a smart transaction. $1.4 million of healthcare expenditure is spent daily from near 20,000 patients who access services at your facilities and at the over 8,000 healthcare facilities that we have as smart enabled across the globe. We do this with a customer-centric focus. And therefore, that is why we take time to listen to you, to be as close as possible to you. And I am glad as we interacted with the first panel that stood on this podium, we heard about sentiments that they expressed that are in tandem with what we have inculcated in our solutions. For example, security and data privacy. Smart is one of the few companies that have gone above and beyond, not only to comply with local standards, but international standards with 2 ISO certifications in data privacy management. And the third one on our way on privacy information management. Ladies and gentlemen, your information is secure with us. Secondly, we have listened to how we can scale up our contribution to SDG number 3 on health and well-being. And it was mentioned again here. And this is through digital automation that is informed by data. We have therefore leveraged on that by engaging in activities with each and every one of the actors represented here to improve the quality of data that we provide on our healthcare ecosystems. And that has realized insights that can inform better healthcare interventions. Within the year 2024, across Uganda, we have seen that from a clinical perspective, acute nasopharyngitis and essential hypertension remain the top most prevalent diagnosis. Now, one is acute, one is a chronic. And therefore, we have enabled healthcare facilities and insurance companies to plan better through targeted interventions and resource allocation. And we are also engaging with the Ministry of Health through various technical working groups to ensure that this information can also be used at a national scale to contribute towards preventative measures, appropriate treatment, and lifestyle modifications, ultimately delivering a healthier future cost-effectively by leveraging these insights for our Ugandan population. We do this not only within the boundaries of Uganda, but across Africa, because healthcare across the African continent is very contextual, but at the same time has certain commonalities. On this stage, we have talked about epidemics that have had a certain effect on the African continent. Yet, as the African continent, we have proved ourselves resilient. And we believe that as SMART, working together with you, one of our key elements of resilience will come from data, insights, and smart technologies. Each of these sentiments of data that I have shared represents us working together to change lives, to dignify the individuals, families, and communities whose health journeys are improved by accessible, reliable, and timely care. Each of the systems solutions that we show you today are value propositions that are targeted towards impacting lives. We cannot do it alone, and therefore we call upon you that you shall go the extra mile with us to bring healthcare closer through use of these technologies. I want to take this opportunity to say that as we get closer to the launch and beyond that, our lunch break, that outside this main arena, there are booths that you can actually see these solutions firsthand. And we are looking forward, in the same spirit that we have had in partnership, for each and every one of you to take advantage and work with us in ensuring that these solutions are adopted and enabled for your facilities, insurance companies, and other stakeholder segments. And when I talk about these other stakeholder segments, I would like to delve a little bit deeper into our community-based initiatives. As we are all aware, we are plagued by the burden of underserved populations who are grappling with economic status and ability to access quality care. We therefore continue to partner with various organizations such as Save for Health, Uganda, various hospitals in hospital-led schemes, and community-based groups to reach and serve these vulnerable communities. We seek your support to ensure that healthcare continues to be affordable and accessible even in the most remote areas and across all levels of society. As I conclude, to the government and regulatory bodies, thank you for your guidance and commitment to healthcare accessibility and innovation. We shall work closely with you in formulating the necessary frameworks to help us operate and innovate efficiently within this sector. Together, we can build a digital healthcare ecosystem which is unparalleled in the world, fit for purpose for Africa, built for Africa, for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, your presence here is highly valued and signifies your shared dedication with us to our mission of transforming healthcare. Therefore, we look forward to insightful discussions with you as we accelerate the conversation on how we can advance the next level of technology, that is through AI, to make healthcare more accessible and more efficient. One of the key areas, and I'll borrow something that was on Twitter 1.5 days ago, was where Elon Musk, on his Twitter handle, indicated that the Twitter AI called Grok could now be able to interpret medical images. The era of AI is here. And as I mentioned to the media a couple of minutes ago, that as the African continent, we should not look at the glass as half empty, but rather should look at it as half full. And how we can leverage on existing infrastructure, existing systems, and the power of our youth to ensure that we can deliver AI within the African context. We are playing our part as SMART in ensuring that we integrate these technologies in a way and form that is relevant and simple for you, either as a healthcare provider, a patient, and even a medical program manager. This summit is indeed a celebration of each and every one of you. And we look forward to furthering these conversations as we launch these solutions and as we interact with you in taking them to the world. Thank you very much.
Welcome to our 2024 Healthcare Overview for Eastern Africa, where healthcare dynamics reveal promising growth and unique challenges. This report dives into trends across key countries, exploring shifts in costs, utilization, and demographics. Smart presence has been felt across 8 countries in the larger Eastern Africa 2024. We have had 5.79 million interactions with our clients throughout the countries. We have been able to move 53.7 billion Kenya shillings through our systems in 2024. We have been able to touch over 1 million lives in this region through 6,170 health facilities, which have had a total of 2.27 million visits in 2024. First, let's look at healthcare costs. On average, inpatient IP costs are higher than outpatient OP across the region. Kenya leads in IP costs with a 7.2% rise to around 144,000 Kenyan shillings per visit. Outpatient care is most affordable in Malawi, while South Sudan records the highest OP costs. These variations reflect each country's unique healthcare landscape and patient access. Healthcare utilization is up region-wide. Tanzania saw over 39% growth in claims and 41% in patient visits. And Kenya also experienced increases in both IP and OP encounters. This signals wider access to care despite differing claim values. Patient demographics reveal a majority within the 18 to 45 age range, especially active in healthcare. Gender balance is notable in Kenya and Rwanda, while Tanzania shows higher female engagement, especially in outpatients. Clinical data highlights respiratory and dental issues as leading diagnoses, especially in Kenya, while Malawi's reproductive health concerns are significant. Diagnostic services like full hemograms and ultrasounds are critical across the region, with Zambia and Somaliland showing the highest lab service use. This analysis provides a snapshot of Eastern Africa's healthcare landscape. With insights on costs, utilization, and patient needs, we aim to improve access, patient care, and support affordable healthcare solutions. For more on how data insights can transform healthcare, reach out to us. For further insights, pick up a copy of Global iTech magazine to explore the full-length report and stay updated on the latest healthcare data across Eastern Africa.
Can I request we give Harrison another big round of applause for the presentation? Harrison, thank you very much for condensing our theme on advancing healthcare accessibility through digital automation and AI. When you mentioned what is happening on X and how the results and interpretations can be made by AI, it continuously got me thinking. But I think that's the journey we are taking, to continue providing solutions that support people in the health sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent, but please allow that at this point in time, we launch our SmartLink Pro product on our 4th annual summit here at Kampala, Serena. And at this point, I am going to invite the minister. I am going to invite the board members. I am going to invite the EXCO to come on stage. And I'd request our team to play for us the video so that we then do the launch of the product. Adanka team, just a minute. Please first allow the people to come on the stage, and then the video runs while they are here on the stage. The rest of us participate by clapping for them. Yeah. It's called inclusive celebration. All right, so eyes on the screen so that we can have a feel of the launch.
At Smart Applications International, we are on the mission to transform the healthcare landscape with cutting-edge technology. Introducing SmartLink Pro, our innovative platform designed to streamline operations for healthcare providers while enhancing the patient experience. Our approach focuses on efficiency in billing, transparency, and connectivity, ensuring both providers and patients reap the benefit of technological advancements. With features like streamlined pre-authorization, EDI for seamless data exchange, and dynamic reporting, SmartLink Pro optimizes processes and reduces costs. transition to paperless processes, increase your online presence, and boost patient acquisition, all while ensuring zero claim rejections through straight-through processing. Patients can now locate providers easily, access their medical records online, and enjoy the convenience of self-registration and online appointment booking. With features like real-time queue status, appointment reminders, and easy management of referrals, SmartLink Pro keeps patients informed and engaged. Discover how SmartLink Pro can transform your healthcare experience. Join us in creating a more efficient, transparent, and patient-centric healthcare system. Visit our website or contact us today. At Smart.
All right. Can I request all of us to stand up and we clap left and right for the launch of the new products? Can the clapping begin? Clap left and right. Clap left and right as we appreciate. And also give a handshake to your neighbor for the official launch. Yes, a handshake for participating in the official launch. Thank you very much. I'd request that we take our seats, and then we'll now, the delegation at the front, do the kiting of the cake, and we partake on the celebration. And after that, we will award and appreciate the minister for his time with us this morning and afternoon. So I'd request we have fireworks outside, you didn't tell me. Next time, make sure that the MC knows everything. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our technical team. Now I'd request the senior cutters at SMART, the young girls and ladies at SMART, to come and support on the cutting ceremony. I'd request that for us who are at the front, we don't leave but partake on a group picture, and then we can be able to leave the stage. Can I call our photographer to organize the photo? Thank you. You are finished. Okay, thank you very much. Can we give them a big round of applause? All right. So at this point, I am going to request the Minister, together with Board Chair, to stay around. Minister, we need to award you. For purposes of accountability, you have to be up here, not you going back and you say, I received nothing. So the pictures and the ads need to show that we're able to appreciate your time and presence. Smart team, please bring the appreciation gifts. Firstly for the Minister and then for the Commissioner.
Can we clap for the minister for his time with us? Commissioner, those are the gifts for the sponsors. And those ones are yours. Commissioner, before you leave, because I know it's difficult to find you, stay there. I come and have a photo with you. Commissioner, this business of me coming and they ask me if I'm on appointment, I'll come with my photo. And then I'll see how they say I don't know you. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our minister. So we have our sponsors. Can I request, Minister, you will pardon me because of the excitement of the photo. I skipped our sponsors. I want to invite our sponsors to come and they have a picture with you so that they have also a clear memory of their contribution at the 4th Summit. I like that every time the board chairperson escorts you. All our sponsors, please come. Please send one representative, especially in terms of ranking. Send GM, senior manager, until if you see that the senior manager is not there, then officer, manager, then officer, until intern, so that we can have full representation. Our sponsors, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people that have made the 4th annual summit of SMART very interesting, because each one of you will go away with a hamper that is health related. So can we give them a big round of applause for their contribution? Okay, so before we get our performance, which is going to be quite brief, ladies and gentlemen, because our time is fast spent, you'll allow only 3 minutes as we see our performance, and after this we will go and have our lunch. Our lunch is going to be up, so you'll take the stairs up in the lobby is where they've organized our lunch. We return here at exactly 3 and we do our panels, because the intention is we want to leave here by 4:30. We started a bit late, but we want to make sure we keep it precise. When we return, I also give another draw of gifts from our sponsors, and they're quite a number. And so for everyone that will be getting out, you'll be able to receive a coupon that will then utilize to access our lunch. At this point, allow me to give you the performers for 3 minutes, and after they are done, we will then move out for our lunch and return here by 3. Thank you very much.
Tanyanya gakabadiganya mabazina gabaronda tunatoroli kabazani nza kubanira bwiza. Mwanangu. Hazo msitame tugani. Ego ni murangaze ayaya ego senene koire ife apo iwe aza tujende nama ninyende chirenje chanje nama ninyende chirenje chanje senene koire ife apo iwe chirenje chanje enyamulimi yarima nerima yarima nerima bagenzi banje nima enyamulimi ekwanzizo muko wishaza tishoboroka ekwanzizo muko wishaza tishoboroka mamoriongo oriongo rwankore razo mwishaka ruhiga rwinama oriongo ruhiga mamoriongo ai ezazmero ndini kama ezazmerete ni kama ainunu ezazmerete ni kama enyana yanje ezazmerete ni kama ego ezazmerete ni kama ainunu ezazmerete ni kama chirere ya chirere na chigambe chakazanye nyanje lilo mwana yazana mulamuwe chirere na chigambe chakazale nyanje lilo mwana yazana mulamuwe omushiza tali mulamu emera kitabo isoma nani nimuka nachitindira amre chirere ya chirere na chigambe chakazanye nyanje lilo yazana mulamuwe n'abana bawura nimwendo kunyirira emisinde ya nibojo yekumize tiri ng'engoma za nyabigaba chirere na chigambe chakazale nyanje ilo mwana yazana mulamuwe eire rwegorogoro eire rwegorogoro Hot. Echarushongera. Iyo chimbie. Iyo chimbie. Ati mwebara bataunga ati mwebara bataunga ati mwebara bataunga mwebare.
It had to be longer, but it is difficult to perform for hungry people.
So I cut it short so that, because now some of you had seen it, you're starting to say, hey, they are making a lot of noise. Ladies and gentlemen, we return here by 3. Let's make our lunch snappy. We return so that we can be able to finish our summit by 4:30. Please tell your neighbor to rise as you move out. Our sponsors, Millennium Optics, together with Smart, have a hamper for each one of you. So as you get out, please pass by their desk, have a feel of the exhibition booth, and see our range of products at Smart. For over the 12 years, we've served this market as we continue to solution for the 21 million customers. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Lunch is ready. Let's return at 3. Like I said, lunch is up in the lobby. So as you get your coupon, you pass through the booth and then access the upper part in the lobby. That's where lunch is served.
The Smart Access Virtual Experience, the revolutionary solution that brings convenience and peace of mind to your healthcare journey.
At AR, we started working with Smart in 2018. The problem we're facing at that time when we enrolled for Smart applications was the issue of member verification. We were using photo cards at that time, and you'd find that our clients would go to the service providers, but the service providers will not take the time to look at the photo cards to verify and confirm that they're actually treating our member. So there was a lot of fraud and there was a lot of leakages when it comes to revenue because we were treating non-members. Smart applications helped us solve the challenge of fraud because Smart uses a biometric system. And with a biometric system, it has a unique way of identifying clients because it uses fingerprints for member verification. So that helped us to cut out the risk of fraud that we're experiencing at that time. And ever since the time when we started with Smart, we have seen a lot of improvements when it comes to services that Smart is rendering. Reason being that each and every time we approach them for any need for an upgrade, Smart has always been receptive. We've always added service providers, and Smart has always helped us with that. And another thing is that Smart is always thinking about their clients. We have seen a lot of improvements, a lot of upgrades, even some that we've not requested for, but Smart goes ahead and think about the client and sees the best way it can render better services to their clients. The other experience that we've had with Smart is that Smart is available 24/7. Even in the middle of the night, at times our service providers get challenges, but we've always asked them to reach out to Smart in case they face any challenges, and Smart applications is always readily available to support our service providers. Anyone in the same business as AR, I'd like to encourage you to try the Smart application services, reason being that in this day and age, technology is quite important, especially if you want to be efficient in provision of the services. When it comes to member verification, you need to have a system that you can use to verify your members. Gone are the days when we were using things like photo cards to verify our members, things like a client having to call you for authorizations. All those lead to delays when it comes to delivery of services. Hence, you need to look out for the Smart application services to help you to deal with some of those challenges. And also, it leads to improvement in the customer experience.
Smart Access Virtual Experience. Anytime, anywhere.
My name is Andrew Mugalu. I am in charge of IMC Clinics. I'm the general manager of IMC, which we have recently rebranded to CCare. You cannot deliver quality healthcare and be able to monitor clinical outcomes unless you have technology tools that will be able to register because both the billing and the clinical information. Because we see very many patients, they are spread between those paying cash and those that are paid for by their insurance company. Between us and SMART is that we see very many patients. And what it means is that we have to use their technology to verify insured patients. We've integrated SMART with our own ERP in a way that if a patient comes and they swipe their card and they verify that they are indeed eligible to receive medical service within our facility, we don't need to duplicate that information within our system. The member details will be pushed automatically from SMART to our system. The client benefits because they don't have to be tossed around, they could receive the service they ought to receive much faster. But also when it comes to analysis of information, how many patients we see at SMART, if patients are seeing this and all that, it's easier for us to do such kind of data analytics, these kinds of integration. It's a learning journey for us that I think technology has to evolve. And we see that when we give them the idea to integrate, they invest it and a lot of work into it, and given them more avenues to integrate. Yeah, so it's a learning experience for us, but certainly one that is able to get us to great efficiency.
I am the CEO of GA Insurance Uganda Limited. GA is a big East African company with head offices in Nairobi, Kenya. Since 1st November 2019, we are a profitable organization. We have settled claims. We are a general insurance company. We write all the asset businesses, industrial risk, fire, burglary, and all the liability covers, directors and officers liability, bankers blanket bond, and all the other liability covers, as well as motor insurance. And then now, since 2020, we've been writing medical insurance. Once we decided we are running a medical business, we knew we needed a partner. So we signed up with the SMART applications. We use the SMART cards as our main form of identification. In fact, all our schemes, all the insured persons and members carry the SMART card, which is a main mode of identifications at the various points of service. Whether it's a hospital, a chemist, a lab, a diagnostic test center. The reason why we signed up with the SMART is because we need a partner who has tested the service of accessibility, who have the relevant experience, the backup, the technology, infrastructure, to be able to partner with us to deliver our service. SMART has been a very proactive partner. They are very efficient and they are available for us 24/7. When we have concerns, we let them know. That's resolved in real time or as quickly as possible. I also like the fact that if, say, a system is down, there's going to be an outage, they let us know in good time and they give us progress of what's happening. And when it's finally sorted out, they also come back and tell us, oh, now it's all sorted out. So that's very, very critical for us. The medical business needs to be digitally driven because of the numbers. So that needs to have a lot to do with technology so that there's efficiency and services delivered as quickly as possible so that the member doesn't have to wait for too long. We are very, very happy with the support we continue to receive from Smart Applications.
Welcome to Smart Health Plus, an integrated healthcare facility enterprise resource planning solution aimed at improving efficiencies and management decision-making. Eliminates fraud through digitized operations and enhances your patient experience when accessing medical services.
Smart Health came in quite handy in place. And when Smart Health came in, of course, they provided us with a system that was able to solve most of our problems. The challenges that we had with stock taking and the reporting were minimized, I would say maybe to almost 90%. We had a lot of challenges in finances, and so when Smart Health systems came in, we were able to have everything in the system going right from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, so that anyone, anytime, they can track and trace this transaction and follow up what has happened. Smart has helped us fulfill our expectations in terms of innovation and technology by bridging the gap between manual handling of business into almost everything being managed and handled by the computer. And so this has, of course, improved our efficiency. It has helped us greatly to reduce our turnaround time of patients because initially, like I said, we had to first look for the file, transfer it to this station, take it away from this station, take it this side, and that would cost us quite some time. But now everything is in the system, and so like I said, from the time the patient comes in to the time they exit, everything is in the computer. Every station is alerted at each time the patient is about to arrive at that destination. Our reports have been improved quite a lot because errors have been minimized, and so there is a lot that has really improved with the information technology in our business. Smart Applications has been very efficient. They have really given us another approach to business. They've given us another view of the business. They have made our work much more easy. They are very reliable and approachable. They're very helpful in implementing the system, in giving support, background support to the system. Sometimes they don't even have to come to the ground, but they can, because of information technology, they can have the problems that we have solved right on internet. And that to me is a great plus for Smart Health. Other entities should embrace technologies. Like I said, any other business currently has to run and operate on a computer. All businesses, everything right from the time the client comes in to the time the client exits, especially for the health services, I would recommend the involvement of information technology, and Smart is a very good provider for this cause. Where we are going, of course, definitely information technology is going to be very crucial, because even the service providers, the insurance companies are embracing technology. They are getting rid of paperwork. So eventually all of us will find ourselves at one point in need of information technology. So it is very important. I would recommend the earlier you get in, the better. Thank you very much.
Access Virtual Experience, the revolutionary solution that brings convenience and peace of mind to your healthcare journey.
It has been a gradual growth, and where we are now, it is excellent, I should say. We had challenges of maybe you've captured bills, you can't find them on the HMI Smart Report, challenges with patients whose fingerprints can't be registered, and that becomes a hassle to get them receive service. Of course, network challenges, whereby the smart system is quite slow and then you're finding hard time to get the patient's benefit. Yeah, but as time has gone on, well, Smart has come in with interventions. For example, the fingerprint challenge, they have an alternative OTP code. That has been very helpful, especially in patients who are elderly, the patients who are on chronic diseases and they have their finger grips affected. The OTP has done a great job. I would also appreciate their efforts to come to site, because that one has also saved us a lot, especially when the system is slow. They're in touch with the IT team to find out if the smart server is at its point or it's working well. I think that's the reason maybe why we're having bill saving so fast now compared to the past. The current EDI system, the paperless system, where sometimes you check and you can't find the bills. They're on the HMIS report, but you can't find them on the EDI system. However, still Smart has come in handy, the Smart team, the Smart support team, and they've resolved the issue. Previously, we also had a challenge of the call center. The call center would hardly be reached, but of late, within a minute, someone has picked you up and they're giving you a solution. I think that is also a thumbs up for the Smart team, because I've been with the Smart system for over 10 years, so I can record these progresses. As Nakasero Hospital, our core value is a 4. When I look at innovation, yes, as a hospital, we are doing our best to go paperless. With the introduction of the EDI system by Smart Applications, paperwork is wiped out. Definitely someone doesn't have to move with a claim form, and then the hospital also doesn't have to transfer claim forms to the insurance company. So I think that is an achievement when we look at the value of innovation. Teamwork, yes, we are working close in handy with the Smart team. Yes, we've been able to work as a team. You're looking at the value of professionalism. Smart application, or the Smart system, teaches you not, we call it fraud with the insurance team. So you're not obliged to fraud, because as a hospital, we value our customers so much, Smart being our customer, and insurance companies are our customers as well. So we do not want to engage in anything called fraud. Maybe you're treating a patient who is not a holder of the card. So with Smart and the fingerprints, we've been able to uphold that value as well, because we can't treat anyone who's either when the fingerprint has failed, the insurance company has to sort that with the Smart system. To the health facilities out there, the only way to go is to embrace new technology, new levels of technology. Our patients no longer want to be in the long queues. Patients want to be billed real time. They want real-time service. And if you want to have this, it's only the advanced technology. Gone are the days when patients would want to come and stay in hospital for long hours. You want to boost your business, turnaround time is key, good client experience is the only way to go. And this can only be done with advanced levels of technology. Because imagine a patient comes, they do not have to carry a claim form, they do not have to wait for hours to be billed. So this is what will boost our businesses as well, especially in the health sector. Giving our clients that ambience, that good experience, that yes, when they know I'm going to hospital, their time is budgeted, they know I'll be there for this time, and then they budget the time for other things.
Smart Access Virtual Experience. Anytime, anywhere.
Quickly, let us do some counting. I'm sure that tech people have done some sciences. On a quick count, how many are there? Yeah? How many? 15. So 5 of them are lying. 5 of them are doing what? Are lying. Face the back, face the other side. Face the other side. Kindly space yourselves. Space yourselves. Extend the other side. Extend. So you've gone out. Okay, very good. People, I will touch one by one just to make sure we have the correct people. If you know that they are not among the first 10, we are going to do what we call elimination. Elimination. If I hear a yes, I know that he's among the first 10. If I hear a no, I will eliminate him. Is that clear? Very good. Is it a yes? Is it a no? Is it a yes? Is it a no? People, I need a louder yes or no. Is it a yes or no? 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 Eh? Sir, are you speaking the truth? You among the first 10?
Yeah, one of the first 10.
First 10, So among you who is lying? Okay, turn it back, turn it back. Is it a yes or no? People louder. What about Madam? Is it a yes or no? Now I want hands. Those who are saying, if you know that these people are among the first 10, you raise your hand. If you don't raise, I know that they are lying. Raise your hands. Madam, no one is saying you are the first. Let me ask you for one more person here, and I see. If you know he was among the first 10, raise your hand if you are in agreement. Sir, are you sure you are among the first 10?
Very certain.
The room was empty. No one saw you when you were coming in. It's okay, it's okay. I don't want these people, their children, to say they are for our first 10 people. Turn this side. I have failed to investigate who is telling the truth and who is lying. Because if we said we are looking for the first 10, Konka, we have how many now? 15 people. Let's clap for the first 10 who are 15. I think that's the English we better use. So our partners, our sponsors have made it possible. I want to invite Esther. I don't know if Esther is in the room. Esther, please come to the stage. Can we appreciate Esther? Esther is part of our smart family. Our partners, our sponsors at LifeLink, our sponsors at Maristops, our sponsors at Mengo Hospital, CSR Hospitals and Clinics, together with Millennium Optics, have made this possible. So that the who believe they were among the first 10 people, they're going to receive hampers from them. Can we appreciate our sponsors for making it possible? The next round, I am coming back. We are doing strictly raffle. Strictly what? Raffle. Ask your number. Do you know your number? Very good. Very, very good. Sir, some of the hampers require a person who has babies. Do you have babies? It's okay, don't answer, don't answer. Don't answer, don't answer. You will find a person, a relative who has babies. Yeah, and they will make it possible. Our partners that are present in the room, can I request that you come to the front? I want to invite our host, Judy, and our board representatives to also come and join our big 10 who have managed time to join in the room so that we have a record. Our partners, our sponsors, please come to the stage. We have the different institutions that I mentioned, CSR. I talked about Mengo Hospital. I talked about LifeLink. I talked about CSR, Maristops, Millennium Optics. Please come to the stage. We have a group photo so we can be able to proceed. Now,
Who has a phone where all of you can fit in one line from here up to there? Make a semicircle perpendicular to one another, curve in slowly, then smile for the photo. Sponsors, you will come to the front. Those who are going to enjoy our gifts, they will be behind. Let's come in the front, come in the front, come in the front, come in the front. Sponsors down here. When you are standing with a photo, this is not your home. Carve in a bit like this, like that. Carve in, even you carve in, like that. Don't be as if you are at the beach, sir. Come in, exactly. For you are very long. Go at the end. Go here, come in there, come in there, there. People in the front, our sponsors, can we give them the big clap? In the behind of the people who are going to eat the things. I hope that no one has been distracted. Are you able to see the camera? Come. Let me take care of your needs. Come. Be as if you were a sponsor. Be as if. All right, thank you very much. So the final part of our gifting that I'll be able to do, I will be able to recall your raffle tickets. Once again, I want to find out who of us has not received the Global High-Tech magazine. By show of hands. By show of hands, if you haven't received the Global High-Tech magazine, please raise. All right, the smart team, Sharon and your team, please take care of the ladies and gentlemen this side who have not been able. And then there's also another one over there. There, hands again. This side, they have not yet received the Global High-Tech magazine. Please make it a point they can be able to receive these magazines. By show of hands, how many of us have taken time to visit our booths outside the exhibition area? By show of hands, how many of us? If you have visited the exhibition area? The rest, where are you going? I think let's put effort to visit that exhibition area. It's very, very important. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want us to use our lanyards. I want us to use this QR code and be able to scan. First of all, some of you haven't registered, yet this registration process is critical for us to be able to share with you the wealth of knowledge that has come from the summit. But also, too, you'll share with us feedback, and feedback can be in so many areas in terms of how we have organized the program, in terms of the facilities that have hosted you, the service provider, where you think that we can be able to improve, because at SMART, feedback is critical for us. And so please share with us this feedback. And of course, you can be also in the same platform, you can be able to share your areas of concern, your questions, for some that have not been able to be addressed this morning or this afternoon. And we'll definitely take it upon ourselves to make sure that we provide this information. Without any further ado, allow me invite on our program, allow me invite Professor Saeed K. Ali of the Aga Khan University Hospital to come and speak to us briefly. Can we put our hands together for Professor to come and speak to us?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a difficult talk for me because everyone's had a very heavy lunch and I'm going to deal with people falling asleep, but I'll try my best to keep this short. Very quickly, I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak about something that's very, very important in Kenya and certainly in sub-Saharan Africa. Can anyone tell me when AI was coined? When's the first time artificial intelligence was coined? Does anyone know what year? Or who coined it?
They are gifts. Give the answer, we give you more. Now, I think people, that's
Don't
when they will
Google it.
participate.
It was actually coined in 1955 by a guy called Samuel, and he coined AI to play chess. And that's how AI is. And the reason I bring that up is because AI has been there for many, many years and has now taken a lot of interest not only in the business and HR field, but certainly in the medical field. And we were just having a discussion over lunch about how the medical field, the utilization of AI in the medical field is very, very new, and there's a lot of research going on, but it has a lot of legal, moral complications, and it's not as easy as we make it seem that a program will come and diagnose everyone with cancer. It doesn't work like that. If we have an opportunity, I will certainly shed light on some of the key AI programs that are going on in the world right now, and some of the AI programs that are going on in Kenya as well to improve diagnoses. But what I wanted to talk to you today about is an EHR, an electronic health record. So I'm not sure how many of you know, but Aga Khan in November 2022 launched an electronic health record. So everything we do is electronic. And the reason this is important is because for AI to work majority of the times is you have to have, especially in the medical field, everything electronic. It can certainly work when things are not electronic, but it's best to use in an electronic field because your data piles up, and that's how AI uses your data to help you make decisions. So just my presentation format, and I'm going to take very little time, is just a brief history of EHR. I'm going to talk a little bit about Africa and EHR. I'm going to talk a little bit about AKU Nairobi, and I know they are opening an AKU here in Uganda as well that will have about 300 beds and a university. And then we published a paper looking at 5 lessons that we learned from implementing an electronic health record in Kenya that was published, and I'll share that with you. And then we'll certainly end with take-home points. So basically, electronic health records began in the 1960s, and they were first clinical information systems. So what everyone did is they just collected data, but they weren't very user-friendly. They weren't what we are seeing now. So what happened over the course of multiple years is that many physicians stopped using them because no one really approached the physician or the healthcare provider or the nurse to say, how do we make this useful for you? And you can see most of these EHRs were first implemented in academic centers, and they were all in silos. So, you know, this university was implementing their own EHR, this university was implementing their own, and no one was talking to each other. Next slide. Could we go one slide back, please? One more slide back, please. Good. So some of the challenges at that point with EHR were the costs. Data entry, someone talked about how do we put in data into a system that can be challenging. That was a problem then in the 1950s. Lack of acceptance, one of the things with AI, EHR, if you don't have buy-in from your key stakeholders, it's never going to work as much as you try and as good as the program is. And then a lack of real incentive. When you don't see a goal at the end of the project, it's going to be hard to sell it. And then obviously, like I spoke to you, if you don't take the end user's input into developing any type of program, whether it's AI or an EHR, it's just going to fail. So what happened is they realized very quickly that these EHRs in the United States in the 1950s were just complementing paper records. So everyone continued writing on paper, and the EHR was just complementing that. Next slide. So this organization, the Institute of Medicine, a huge organization in the United States in the 1980s. So look, 1950s, we kind of understand we need an electronic health record to better document for our patients. 30 years later, the Institute of Medicine is saying, no, guys, we really legally and financially, and the federal government needs to jump in and make sure that we institute an electronic health record. And so they were the first ones in the 1980s to actually implement this. Next slide. So in the 1990s, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm old enough to use that computer, but we don't see these computers anymore, and many of you are young, you might have not recognized those things, but that was actually a very old computer that was used at much time. In those times, we started getting mouses, you know, the mouse that we use, that we take for granted, it got implemented in the 1990s, and you know, there were scrolling options, so the computers became very user-friendly. And then these big companies jumped into the market and said, you know what, we're going to take EHR on. We are going to implement electronic health records, leave the academic centers alone. So most of the EHRs are now in North America and Canada. Very little has been published here East Africa or Central Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. And even now as we speak, about 80 to 85% of the hospitals in the West have an EHR system, a comprehensive EHR system, meaning that everything is done electronically. That means seeing a patient, writing your notes, ordering labs, ordering radiology, ordering your medications, everything is done electronically. There is no more paper, which is very green. Next slide. So in Africa, so even though we see the highest burden of diseases, so I heard someone talking about hypertension, the biggest place that you see hypertension is in Africa, believe it or not. And just to let you know, the most untreated hypertension is in Africa, right? Yet we don't have a system that can now collect all this data. So again, our healthcare systems in Africa are fragile. Very few healthcare facilities in Africa can afford an EHR. They're not cheap, they're expensive. So certainly the cost, lack of incentive, certainly poor internet and electricity services, because you need this to run an EHR or any AI program. And then certainly one of the things we also struggled with was the computer skills, because you need to be computer savvy to use an EHR system or an AI. Next slide. So there are three key things that each EHR has. If you're looking to buy an EHR and they don't have this, then don't buy it. Number one is clinical decision support. So for example, I am a physician, I am putting in a medication into my EHR system. The system should tell me, oh, by the way, this patient is allergic to this medication, or they're taking aspirin, don't prescribe. So the system is helping me make better decisions for my patients. Computerized physician order entry. So for example, for us, when a patient gets admitted from the emergency room, everything, all the orders are done electronically, and we just click. So admit the patient, heart failure, they go to CCU, so I'm clicking boxes. I order an echo, I order an ECG. So it's actually a built order system for me, and I'm just clicking what I need for that patient. And what that helps me do is not forget anything in the process. So you can see how this is helping patient care. And then the best thing is connectivity. So for example, at one point in the next few years, Aga Khan, Nairobi, Mombasa, Dar es Salaam, Kisumu, and Uganda will all be connected. So if a patient comes to see me at Aga Khan Nairobi and go and again sees a physician in Aga Khan Kampala or Uganda, we'll be able to share information because it'll be on the same platform, right? So imagine how powerful that is, because now when you travel across continents or countries, the physician is totally relying on you to tell you their history. If it is an 80-year-old female that's demented, you've totally lost your opportunity to get a good history. So imagine how powerful this is. So I'm going to skip this slide, the next slide. You can skip this, please. So I'm going to talk about lessons learned. Next slide. So this is the publication we published in 2023 after we went live in November 2022. And I just want to share 5 key points for anyone that is trying to go live. And the reason I wanted to do this today, number one, is because our resources are very different than what are the resources in the West, number one. Number two is for us to now implement AI successfully, we need to have our data all piled together. It can't be in paper format. Next slide. So these are the 5 lessons I wanted to go over very quickly. So a core clinical informatics team, and I'll tell you what that's about. Stakeholder buy-in, training of end users, governance, very, very important. If you don't have governance, everything falls apart. And a post-go-live support. Next slide. Next slide. So the core informatics team, so these are groups of people who are very knowledgeable, vested in the system, who are trusted by your colleagues, by the institution. And we had a core team, and I'll show you who they were led by a CMIO. So the CMIO is the Chief Medical Information Officer. And this team closely worked with key stakeholders. They spoke to them on a daily level. They got buy-in. What do you want on an EHR system? What do you not want? What's going to make life easier for you when you're seeing patients? What's not going to make life easier for you? And this conversation happened for over 1 year with the end users. And the reason was to get the end users ready for the electronic health record. I'll tell you, physicians are the worst people when you try and make change. They do not like change. So imagine now telling a group of very educated people and all healthcare providers, we're going from paper to computer. If you've been doing paper for 50 years and I'm telling you that, you're going to hand me a resignation letter. And that's what healthcare providers do. They just do not like change. And we have some CEOs, they'll tell you that if you think I'm lying. Next slide. So one of the things we noticed is our core team lacked the experience. The EHR that we got was expensive. No one had used it in Kenya. It came from the United States. We had to train all of them to get used to that. We also realized, like, unlike the United States, whereby you have companies that come and invest and put the EHR in for you, they'll do all the training. We didn't have that resources. We had to use our own resources to get that done. So we had to train our team to get that stuff done. And the next slide. And that's our core clinical team. So there was a CMIO, a lead physician, and then we had a nurse play a key role in ambulatory, nursing, A&E and peds, a training manager that took the training responsibilities, medical oncology, and surgery, OBGYN, and anesthesia. So there was a key person in each of these fields that took over this responsibility to help the physicians get buy-in. Next slide. So stakeholder buy-in. Next slide. So stakeholder buy-in, we had to get buy-in from the physicians, the nurses, allied health, physio, nutrition, the leadership. Even the leadership had to get buy-in. We had to make sure that the leadership understood that this was an important thing for us. And if you didn't have any emotional connection to this, your project would have failed. So if you had physicians, nurses who were like, you know what, we don't care about this, that is an indication that your project is going to fail. So we had to put in a lot of work to make sure people understood the importance of an electronic health record and that they bought into it. Next slide. So some of the things we did was we had town hall meetings, open questions like we're having today. We had a monthly newsletter. We put videos out about portions of the EHR. And then we also used what are the end user experiences with the EHR, and we published that via email, via newsletters. Next slide. Next slide. So we had training the end users. Remember, anything you do, whether it's AI, EHR, if you don't train your end users, it's going to flop. Big time. And we put a lot of effort into training the end users. We had the end users work with the EHR before we went live so that they could sense, okay, when we go live, what am I expected to do? How much time is it going to take for me to type a note? How do I type a note when I'm talking to a patient? All these things are changing drastically. The training should be specific, so nurses were trained, the nurses, pharmacists trained pharmacists, the physicians were trained with physicians. It was brief because, as all of you know, you can't train people for an entire day. So it was 1 hour trainings because people lost interest, and it was timed appropriately before go live. So if we did it very close to go live, people would not be ready. If we did it very before go live, people would have forgotten what we trained them about. Next slide, please. So we had training EHR managers who actually took on the responsibility of training. They came up with a 3-month schedule. And what we did is the physicians were trained on this day, the nurses were trained on this day, the pharmacists were trained on this day. And when that training was going on, it was with the system itself. So we have the live system, and then we had the test system. So the system, they would log on onto the test system. They would now look at what they would do when we go live. And so you can imagine the amount of effort we put in to get these healthcare providers ready. Next slide. And those are our training managers. You have Mildred in Nairobi, and then you have Karishma in Karachi. Next slide. So our training managers used a peer-to-peer approach. They asked everyone to watch short videos before the training. And also we realized that the more mature healthcare providers needed a little bit more hand-holding. So what we did is we had one-to-one sessions with those because we knew they would struggle with an electronic system. Next slide. So like I said, we started our training 60 days before go live, before November 2022. Usually the ideal time is 3 months, 90 days. And like I told you, we want to do it correctly so that we don't have people forget what we're teaching them. Next slide. So let me talk very quickly about governance, because any project you do, if you don't have good governance, it is going to fail. So what we did is we had the CMIO running 2 huge meetings. One was a clinical-led meeting, so the hospital leadership, the chairs of the department, the private physicians, the nursing leadership, all of them talking about what are the clinical things that we need to address in the EHR. And then we had a separate meeting of the non-clinical things. So for example, the hardware, the software, internet. Where are we going to put computers in the hospital? So all these things have to be taken into consideration. So we had different meetings, and then next slide, we had an EHR steering committee meeting that put all of this together for the entire leadership, because this was another way to get buy-in. If we didn't do this, people wouldn't be knowing what was going on as we're getting ready to go live. Next slide. And then we went live. Next slide. We went live in November 5th, 2022. Everyone was ready, hopefully. And the other thing that you cannot afford to do is not have a post-go-live support system. So we took 25 of our nurses, trained them in the EHR, and we deployed them to all clinical areas, because we knew that physicians would come, nurses would come and say, you know, you taught me how to use that, but I forgot. And now we're in a live scenario. We don't have time to, you know, play around, because this is now patient care, right? So we had people in clinical areas, and I'll show you what they look like. They wore red shirts, so we could easily identify them. And they would show people on the job how to take care of things. Like, I don't know how to log on, or I don't know how to find the CBC, or I don't know how to order an X-ray, I forgot. And so these people were doing this as we were getting people onto the system. Next slide. And so you can see some of my colleagues wearing a red shirt, and they're actually in the ICU, in the HDU, working with the live EHR, teaching people what to do as they're taking care of patients. Next slide. And next slide as well. So basically, we had a direct line that connected to us. We had a WhatsApp group. We had a line that directly connected to IT, because we wanted to realize my computer can't switch on, I can't print, I've forgotten my password, I don't know how to log in. And so all these things had to be put in place for us to be successful. And that's our command center. So this is how we ran the project. So everyone sat in one room, and as we were getting feedback about the live go process, people were taking care of things on the go. So a physician would call and say, you know, I forgot my password. Someone would work on it right away. Because we're live, now we're taking care of patients, now we can't afford to waste time. So in conclusion, so implementation of any EHR system, especially in low middle income countries, remains poorly studied. We don't know how to do this best. We're the first people that have done this comprehensively in sub-Saharan Africa, and certainly this is due to the lack of resources and experienced staff. And then extensive planning for the implementation strategy remains key to successfully launching an EHR system. And just the take-home points, the next slide, is development of a core informatics team, stakeholder buy-in, effective and ongoing training, establishment of a governance, and dedicated post-go live. Next slide, and thank you very much.
Professor, I have liked the way you've accelerated. I do not know if because you want to leave Uganda very fast, or you were saving the audience for us to be able to catch up on time. I think that the final comment is what you are doing. Is it because you want to leave the country very fast?
No, the latter, actually.
Okay, very good. Can we give Professor a bigger round of applause? You'll also appreciate that for one reason or the other, Professor said just a minute. You'll also appreciate that every level you go to as an individual, for example, when I was still in high school, I used to respect people at the university. And then I entered the university, and everyone who had a degree, I used to overgive them respect because the degree was quite hard. Then I did my master's. Then it was real. Now I am seeing a professor. Who am I to tell a professor leave the stage? Can we give Professor Said another big clap? Professor, I want to invite one of the board members of SMART, Andrew Maituti to come and say thank you to you. We have a plaque. Andrew, I hope I'm getting your name correctly. I'm not, eh? Andrew, the way you have rushed, eh? Hey, please correct me. YT2. Why? Now the smart staff were telling me that what I was saying. But I'll not mention names because they will enter unemployment. Can we clap for Andrew for accepting, but also my apologies for not spelling your name correctly or pronouncing it well. So, Professor, we want to be able to say thank you for your valuable time, but also sharing with us why it's critical for us as healthcare providers to make sure that we get electronic health records. We also have a gift of hampers from our sponsors. Peace. I know you'll never find an opportunity to take a picture with a body member. Go. Andrew, please allow. That one is a staff of here, Uganda. Peace, put effort. Go back home, show your husband how big you have become. Taking pictures with the body members. Thank you very much. Apologies. Prof, thank you very much. Prof, some of the gifts may require you to come back. Good luck as you use them. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. We want to do about 2 panels. We want to save on time, 20 minutes each. I'm going to request that our next panel is on advancing healthcare technology accessibility through digital automation and AI, which is purely our theme. How do we get healthcare to people using technology in simple English? I'm going to request the team we're working with to flash for me the different panelists. We have Imran Osman, CEO, Avenue Healthcare. We have Mr. Stefan, a partner and country leader, KPMG. We have Dennis, head of health at UAP Old Mutual. We have Johnson, Secretary General of the Uganda Health Partners Cooperative. In that order, please flash for me. And I'll also invite the moderator to, okay. So as I talk about you, please walk to the stage as I tell people what you have done in life from the time you were born. I'll stand this side and I will read. So, you are the one. The picture and the person. Yeah, the one I'm reading, if they want to move, that is Imran Osman. Okay, CEO Avenue Group. Current CEO of Avenue Healthcare, a visionary leader with solid experience managing all levels of multiple businesses and projects, including budgeting, financial management, and administration. And above all, Imran is well educated. Imran, thank you very much for accepting to be part of our panel. Can we give him a big round of applause? Our next is Stefan. Stefan, I am fearing your next name, that name, Ineget. It's what your grandparents gave you or your parents? You gave yourself. Congratulations. Mr. Stefan Ineget, a partner and a country leader at KPMG Uganda, brings over 20 years of experience in audit, advisory, consulting services, known for his strategic insights and leadership, and he does a key role in driving KPMG's mission to deliver exceptional client service. Can we clap for a well-learned man in Stefan? Stefan, thank you very much. Next in line, we have Dennis Harris Twambale. Is it Twambale? Twambale. And when I say Twambale, Twambale may be English. Head of Medical at UAP Old Mutual Uganda, seasoned business management profession, known for his expertise in operation efficiency, strategy planning, and digital innovation. Let's welcome Dennis, Head of Medical UAP Old Mutual. Yeah. So, the modulator, Esther, let me request people to clap for you.
So the moderator is Esther, Group Sales and Marketing Director. Esther, in her tenure at Smart Applications, has exhibited a remarkable journey marked by multifaceted contribution. She has been a pivotal force in shaping the revolutionary smart automated medical scheme management solution, which has effectively extended its transformative influence to over millions of customers across 11 countries in Africa. Esther, do you realize that your bio has a full stop after writing almost I don't know how many words? I almost was not breathing. Let's clap for the Group Sales and Marketing Director at Smart. Do we have another person? Esther, one more. Who? Johnson Adida. People, let's clap for Johnson. Certainly he's not here by mistake, the way he's dressed and how he looks. Johnson, you want to utilize, oh, okay, the extreme end. All right. Esther, you switch. You sit to the other side so that the people you are firing the questions, as they change the look, you know that that's a difficult question. You move to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator and the panel, can we give them a big, big round of applause? The technology, I think, let me come and press the correct place. I think the switch they may have put in the corner. Sometimes you may have to bang it. It's working well?
Testing.
Working well? Use this one in the meantime.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. We're very happy to be here, and we will be this afternoon having a conversation on matters digital automation and AI. And with us, we have a very powerful panel that is made up of country and captain of industries who will take us through this conversation. I will begin with Mr. Imran, definitely from your incredible work at Avenue. We know you have been able to leverage analytics to be able to provide exceptional patient experience. Probably can start by telling us what the impact has been in terms of patient care at the Avenue Hospital.
Thank you very much, Esther, and congratulations to Smart for the launch of a great SmartLink, and looking forward to working together and seeing how we can leverage off that. So Avenue, let me tell you something, very brief introduction of Avenue. We are based out of Kenya. We do not have any operations outside of Kenya as Avenue, but we are part of Evercare Group. Evercare Group has hospitals in Kenya, Nigeria, as well as in Pakistan, Lahore. So we are a global enterprise. But in Kenya, Avenue has 3 hospitals, 20 medical centers that are predominantly outpatient and also provide daycare services. And we have 4 pharmacies and 6 training centers. So in total, we have about 36 physical locations across the country. We have been in existence since 1976, so we celebrate 48 years this year, and we are working towards celebrating our 50 years. But when I joined Avenue, and the first few days I was told we don't have data. You ask for lab referrals and we're told we don't have data. And you ask how is the patient journey from end to end, and being a finance person, those were key things that we needed to harness. And we were told we don't have data, and we've been having this system for the last 10 years. So I'm wondering, okay, where is all this data going? So we really needed to harness data and understand our business, understand what's the patient journey. And one of the hallmarks of using data, and I'll give you 2 examples. One is how we've used data to actually become customer-centric or patient-centric. The first that is famous now in Kenya is Avenue became the first organization to take patient feedback data and publish that across all our facilities unedited. So if you enter any of the Avenue facilities, you'll find our Net Promoter Score live on the screen, and below it you'll see the patient comments that are unedited, and that actually is running throughout. When we did this at that time, it was quite a bold move. We did it 2 years ago, and that actually resulted in a lot of complaints that were not visible to us. Like, for example, I would have patients who are complaining, your waiting time is crazy, you guys are mismanaging patients, you guys are not the best in cost, and your attitude is wrong. We wouldn't be able to hear that or at the board level or at the CXO level. We would not be able to see this. So by using data, we were able to now open up, proverbially in Kenya we say tulifungua server. We opened up our servers to the patient, and that really transformed. Our Net Promoter Score then was about 20 to 30. Today we are ranging at about 75 to 85 Net Promoter Score 2 years later, and that has been a huge journey. The second example that I'll give you from data analytics is what we're now celebrating is our promise to our patient, and again it is patient-centric. By understanding the patient journey from end to end, we were able to see that patients actually take about 1.5 hours to 2 hours when they visit any of our facilities. Those who are normal patients, they don't require complication. This is not something that is good. Our target patient turnaround time is now 40 minutes. And what did we do? We scaled down and map out our process, and that's when the now infamous term in Kenya that is now rising called door to doctor in 3, D2, D3. And our promise to our patients is we are working towards getting you to see a healthcare provider, a doctor, within 3 minutes of you entering our campus anywhere across the country. And when we started, we were at 19 minutes before a patient would be seen by a healthcare provider. Yes, there is triage and all this. It would take 19 minutes, 0 to 19. And that was unacceptable, even for a healthcare provider. Now, today, I'm happy to say we are at 4 minutes. 4 minutes, our target is to get to 3, and that's all because of using data to harness and see how the patient journey is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imran. Quite impressive in terms of the turnaround time to 4 minutes. Allow me to come directly to Dennis. I know as a leader within the medical insurance, normally we are told that the insurance sector has really picked up from what we have seen banks and fintechs do in adopting digital technologies. So could you kindly share with us what kind of technology you have been able to adopt within your medical business across Uganda and beyond?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Smart and the team, Judy. I know we were speaking last night. They left here at about 3 a.m. I believe they are running on Red Bull right now, but that's very good. But you've put together a very smart event, so we thank you. And thank you for having me on the panel to share my story. So as a healthcare provider, in terms of insurance, we're in the business of promising people very nice things that in the event you fall sick, we'll be there to take care of your medical bills. Like from our earlier panelist, Mama Green mentioned that we started with paper. After we sell that promise, we wait for that paper to show up in our building and settle the claim. But it has been a journey for the last 20 years, 25 years, which I think is very commendable, considering that we have partners like Smart that came in to bridge that gap. To speak more about UAP, or Mutual, the company I work for, there's been tremendous strides, but I'll talk about the earliest, I think in the last 1 year, that speaks into the summit's agenda about automation, and AI. So our focus as a group last year was to focus on efficiency and effectiveness. How are we able to achieve that with the current setup? Because we don't work in this space alone, like I said, we sell a promise, our customers go to the health facilities, and I'm glad to see many of you here. And then after that, we have the claims come through because our business, 30% is selling, 70% is paying the claims. But how do we do that? So last year, around June 15th, we launched what they call the Smart EDI. EDI stands for Electronic Data Interchange, and it was to fit into our goal of efficiency and effectiveness. What does that mean? A typical claim before would come through, and a team had to sit to manually input that system into our claim system. That would take about 3 minutes for every particular claim. After that, there's another team that will have to vet, or what we call claims adjudication. It will take another 3 or 4 minutes. Currently, UAP incurs about 50,000 claims a month. If you break that down into a day, it's about 17,000 claims. So if you calculate the amount of time taken for the mathematicians in the space, you will notice that it will come to a significant amount of hours. It means our turnaround time and our ability to pay claims was out of the roof. What Smart EDI would be able to do for us is to make sure that at the dot we know when a person has actually gone to the facility and that claim has been captured. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to report as at today, we have efficiency at 99.3% that I'm able to know the claims coming to our building. So commendable job for Smart. But that is just the efficiency part. You can be efficient at bringing in the claims, but how effective is it? When you're an insurer, your biggest adversary is fraud. It's unfortunate that it is part of the industry, ranging between 20 to 30%. But what do you do about it? If you do not have data with you, you cannot make informed decisions. Because we have EDI now, we're able to tap into machine learning and AI adjudication so that we're more effective to catch the fraud, either intentional or non-intentional, which has actually improved our effectiveness in how we're able to deliver on our work. Then we're able to tap into other things like data visualization. I know there's a session of the actuaries that will be able to talk about that. But if we're unable to make decisions on the fly, I'm unable to underwrite correctly, I'm unable to know the risk I'm taking on. But because we have the data in real time right now, I can tell my actuary team, can you please run for me utilization report for Smart? And then I'll know that they're 80% or 70%. So it has improved our our decision making, which I think is making us more efficient and effective in how we do business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Allow me to stay with you a bit in terms of what you just mentioned on how you have been able to transform within UAP Old Mutual claims through EDI. What are the shifts that you would talk to us about that you're seeing will be happening within the medical sector within 5 years from now?
Thank you very much. 25 or 5? 5, okay. I'm not sure if I'll be here 25 years from now, but it's okay. I think if we talk about machine learning and AI, it's been very dynamic. There are so many worries in that space, those who follow the tech space. But I think there are opportunities in there that we can leverage on. Because, like I mentioned, if you think about insurance and healthcare and all the data, I would say where we are now, I think utilize almost only 15% of the data that we have. Someone from the data protection spoke about it earlier. But how can we leverage on all that wealth of data that we have? AI is able to help us with predictive analysis, to know the trends. It's able to help us price better. But you cannot speak about AI and do not talk about blockchain. all in here, we are stakeholders, the facilities, but our previous speaker spoke about how do we share data. You cannot speak about AI and talk about blockchain, machine learning. Those are deep learning tools that are supposed to help us make informed decisions. In the business we're in, 80% is people, 20% is technology. How do you leverage on that? People, our customers want centric service. But what is the cost? Turnaround time. Right now, if we're underwriting and someone sends in their medical records, the assessor will take about a day or two to give you feedback. But machine language is able to give it to you in a minute or seconds to make an informed decision. So where we see where we're going, if we're able to leverage on the data, our decision making in underwriting is going to be spot on. Our claims adjudication is going to be spot on. We're able to do personalized packages because we can't, where I see the future of healthcare is to move away from just managing the risk, but moving into what we call managed care. Because we know people will fall sick, it's inevitable. But then what are we doing about it as insurance companies? Are we just carrying the risk and paying claims? But with AI, I can personalize someone. I know their disease pattern, know when they should go for health checkups, know what drugs they should be on. We have the data, we need to leverage on that. But we can't do that if we don't put the infrastructure in place to be able to leverage on it. I could talk about the future and not talk about the people that drive this future. I think if I look into the room, there are barely any silent generation. Those are our grandparents. I see a lot of baby boomers and Generation X. We are the ones making the decisions and the millennials. We are creating the platform for the next generation. We are fortunate enough to be in the era when the technology is changing and we need to leverage on it. Because what we leave behind today determines the next 5 years, the next 10 years. We're lucky a child today at 3 years old has a tablet in his hands. Are we creating the right platforms for them to leverage on the technology, on the AI that we have today? I know very many of you have smartphones. Many people don't know that Siri is AI or Alexa. Those who play around with WhatsApp a lot, there's Meta AI. How many of you use it? But the generation that is behind us, that is in school, are going to leverage on this. So it is our mandate to create the future that we want to see for the next generation. The technology is around. Take your staff back to school to leverage on this information, create the efficiencies in your industry, and I believe the next, I think, 10th summit, the conversation will be different. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. I can confirm from the look of the room that indeed all of us have AI on our phones, right? Allow me to bring in Johnson. I know we cannot speak about matters healthcare without mentioning community health. And as an expert, Johnson, in terms of community healthcare, community health financing, what are some of the use cases that you have been able to see and to use to simplify access to healthcare?
Yeah, thank you, Esther, and sorry about that. Yeah, I come from Uganda Health Partners Cooperative as a General Secretary. Uganda Health Partners Cooperative is 1 year old, but it transitioned from Health Partners Uganda, where we are promoting, advocating, developing community health insurance through the cooperative business model. Because insurance is really a business of numbers, we believe through the cooperatives which are already mobilized with numbers and their dependents, it can be very easy for care providers to team up with these cooperatives and be able to serve them. And in cooperatives, people are mobilizing their own resources. Unlike in most of the corporate organizations where we are getting, money topped up onto our benefits, and then the moment you're out of the job, then insurance ends there. But when my colleague, Mr. Makele, comes on from Save for Health Uganda, he will tell you communities have the capacity to collect their own premiums, low-cost premiums, contribute to each other, and only those who fall sick can access care. This remains a very untapped area. It is untapped in terms of the people who are there, but also untapped in terms of partners that are willing to work with them. So when it comes to digitalization and these technologies we are talking about, it is still a very raw area. And we are trying to work with all partners available to see that we can improve the systems. Currently, we promote establishment of health cooperatives that are offering community health insurance through the cooperative business model, as I've said. But they remain manual. Now, those who have, let's say, an Excel spreadsheet that they are recording their members on, they know they are digital. Those who are probably using mobile money platforms to pay their premiums because they want to avoid transport going to the main center to pay the money, they know they are using digital platforms. So I should say the area is still raw. But Smart Applications is already working on something with Save for Health Uganda. We have been partnering with Uganda Healthcare Federation to roll out the medical records and data reporting system that should be linked to the Ministry of Health DHIS system. And because of that, we see we are also beginning to take baby steps to that place where people in the communities where we largely work among the informal sector can be able to access their data as quickly as possible, away from the books and the papers that they were talking, because we still see those in the lower health management units. So we think this is an area that is still untapped in terms of digital technologies, and we are working with the partners to see that we can improve that. And I approached Smart Application already and told them people are struggling to raise premiums. So please, if the cost of your system remains a little bit high, then it would be a challenge. So I saw Judy and team try to agree with us and give us favorable terms. And I think in the near future, we shall be able to clinch a deal, a partnership that should be able to also cater for the informal sector deep down in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnson. I know we have been discussing matters to do with connectivity, to do with AI, early adopters. Stephen, let me bring you in at this point in time. You can talk to us about, for all the organization and the companies here today who are adopting digital solution, is there really a return on investment on this?
Wow. Thank you. Professor did mention that AI started about 1950s. And it's new in the medical field. And we've seen this momentum in the last 20 or so years. Now, when you're talking about a return on investment, what do you mean? From an accounting perspective, you're referring to money made or money lost on an investment of a particular period of time. So 1 year. So we want to measure that. Now, what my colleagues have already presented are qualitative factors which contribute to profit, to the bottom line, and hence a return on investment. When you talk about efficiency gains, the time it takes for you to diagnose, if you look at countries like Rwanda, who adopted AI early enough, they saw that time reducing by about 50%. So that's already a gain. If you see the supply chain, the use of drones and all of that, helping use of, say, AI algorithms to use, to diagnose, to detect. Now, all of that has contributed to reduction in operational costs. But if we go now to the actual statistics from an accounting perspective, which is very important as well. If there was a study that was done in Kenya that revealed that AI implementation in radiology reduced diagnostic costs by about 40%, and that contributed to about 150% return on investment. So that's a very high number. If you look at South Africa, for example, they are using AI for predictive analytics. Again, that reduced costs by about 25% and a return on investment of about 200%. So I can name quite a number of examples. If you look at Ethiopia, for example, AI-driven telemedicine platforms, which they are using in various rural clinics, again led to a return on investment of about 180% within a period of 18 months. Kenya recorded over 150 within a period of 2 years from the time they started implementing. So what does that mean? If you come back home today and say, which is the most profitable company? What is the return on investment? Some would tell you, invest in a government paper. Probably you get what? 17%, 18%. Here we're talking about a double digit, triple digit, over 100% return. So in summary, what we're saying is invest in AI, in healthcare technology. Not only will it improve your patient experience, the qualitative factors we've talked about, but it actually contributes to the sustainability of your business because your profits will go up. This is already proven, and we're seeing many companies today moving towards this area. Recently at KPMG, we conducted a CEO survey across East Africa and Africa, and over 52% responded that generative AI is the way to go, and they are looking at it as a strategic investment point that will not only contribute to the competitiveness of their companies, but also guarantee sustainability. So it's the right thing to do, I would say.
Indeed, Stephen. And just to echo what you're saying, I was just reading an article the other day that was saying that indeed, in this time and age, humans who adopt AI will be the one who replace humans without or not using AI. So indeed, a call to all of us in terms of adoption and using AI, and we'll be able to achieve the 40% saving that we've been talked about this afternoon. Allow me to go back to Imran on matters resilience and how you've been able to adopt various technology solutions to build resilience within your hospital.
Right, for sure, AI is one can be a monster or can be your friend. And recently I was in another panel somewhere else, and there was a discussion around AI and digitization. And the biggest fear that came out from that room was, is AI here to replace physicians? Is AI here to replace radiologists? Are we going to see a world where we're going to have more unemployment in Africa, especially for the physician? And the answer is plain no. And Prof, I think if he was here, he would be able to even give us statistics that actually there's going to be more work for more people, especially in the healthcare field. It's just that you need to be prepared to apply AI. Now back home, how do we apply technology and resilience? Being an organization that is spread across the country, it was usually very difficult to apply change. And this change needs to actually come from a culture shift. And the first culture shift that we needed to do is people to realize that they have the power of information. And when we went round after we extracted this data, first of all, there is a famous picture that we have in Avenue in 2021, somewhere around October 12th or 13th, where we are at a hotel in Mombasa and North Coast, and we are sitting around where one person is the person who has a computer, and there are 6 doctors who are managers also surrounding that one person, trying to do their business plans for the following year. Now, imagine this scenario where you have one person with one computer, and there are 6 people who are actually looking down upon that person and trying to do. And that night, it was around 4 a.m., because this team had to present their business plan to the then CEO in the morning at 9. But they only had one computer. They had one person who could apply Excel and knew how to do the forecasting. And there were 6 doctors who actually had no clue what financial returns is 3 years ago. And what that picture actually depicts is we need to empower our teams. So what we did at that moment is we decided to, the first thing that we needed to put in that budget were more computers. And the next thing we did is we needed to extract the data and empower the teams to understand what data they are generating themselves and how they are processing it. For example, how long does a patient take, what kind of conversions happen from outpatient to pharmacy to lab, and what kind of tests that are required, what kind of consumables are needed. So that culture shift meant that we had to do a lot of dashboards to extract this information and be able to give data to the staff and to the managers so that they can apply this to their business. So as you go through this journey of transformation in your units, first of all, just understand, are the teams empowered? Do they have the equipment that they need? Do they have access to that information that they are generating? And are you liberal enough to share that unconditionally so that you are able to provide this information with a lot of trust? So when we did this in Avenue 2 years ago, we found that, number one of the reactions from the more mature staff, and I call them mature because they've been with the institution for so long, there is this craving or need to keep information within yourselves, and especially at management level. We say, if I share this information, my competitor will know. If I share my revenue, my competitor will know. But in Avenue, if you come in, this information is available. In fact, when we launched it, when we actually started to share this information, many of these teams came to me and told me, you know, everybody knows our revenue. Everybody knows what Embakasi is billing, how many patients they're seeing. And I said, you know, it's okay. Let people know, because they can actually copy the data, but they can't copy your strategy. They can't copy your culture. And that's when now the transformation comes. So my message to the management teams and the leadership is create that trust within the organization, share data, and you'll be able to create that culture shift. And that's when agility comes in and progress comes. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Imran. I really wish we had more time to delve into that. Mr. MC was here giving me a very bad eye in terms of I have 1 minute to go. But I cannot leave the stage without asking Mr. Johnson a very, very key items in community health. Would you probably take us through what technologies would be required to be able to accelerate healthcare penetration within Uganda and beyond?
Thank you very much. I think you've slightly modified the question, but it's okay. We were looking at what kind of things can really help us to go to the next level. And I think this is all about investment. You need to invest in technology as much as possible, because that's what everybody else is doing. And so in this kind of investment, you need, training, you need to invest in security and data protection, like other previous speakers have talked about. And then we need to have technology that is, easy to use, but at the same time, not easy to manipulate. And so the people who are in this industry should really bear such in mind, because we are working with probably, I should say, people in urban, high-end insurance businesses, but also in the rural setup. So you strike the balance so that you can cater for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would probably only allow us with the time to only take one question from the floor of the House to any of our panelists or to all of them, probably in 1 minute, as we come to the close of this panel conversation. I can see a hand up.
Jimmy, thank you for representing this side.
Mine is a short question. On this community-based health initiative, what sort of the numbers you're talking about on the lower side?
Yeah, as we wait for the second question, thank you very much. I think you're a board member. Thank you for asking that. I think in the country, when you combine all community-based health schemes, we are talking about not a big number, about 150,000, all the players combined. But for the case of health cooperatives, we are talking about 40,000 members who are registered in about 30 cooperatives, 30 health cooperatives, but even people in other forms of cooperatives, transport, housing, environment, can actually add health care as a product for members to access low-cost health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, so much. I would that we really thank you again for your time this afternoon in sharing your wisdom. I like to call it wisdom, and the entire panel, and we will be able to now take our seats. MC, you can guide us to the next step.
Can we give the panel a big, big round of applause? Andrew, please make your way to the stage again to say thank you to these people. Sharon and your team, please get the awards and the plaques to these gentlemen so that we can appreciate them for their knowledge, for their contribution to the 4th Annual Smart Summit. Sharon, you can walk faster? Or the food has affected you? Okay, move slowly, hand over to the body member. Yeah, feel free. I want you to interact with it. I want you to see how it means to become a body member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. People, let's clap for these people they are awarding. Very good. That's a contribution from our sponsors. Thank you very much. Next in queue. Next. Please stay with the plaques. You will have a photo moment. Thank you very much. So you stay with the plaque. We'll have a photo moment. Please go. Thank you very much. then finally our moderator. Can we give our moderator a big, big round of applause? Can we give Andrew also a big clap for accepting to come and do this job? Have you had a group picture? Please have a group picture with Andrew. That's the plaque. Fini. Thank you very much. We are not doing badly in terms of time. The plan is that we move away in the next 30 minutes. So we are doing well. Tell your neighbor it is time to stand up. Tell your neighbor it is time to stand up. People, your standing up can't be lazy. Your employers are here. They are seeing you and so quickly, because this is an international conference, I know that we have different people here. We are going to be playing music, and the music we play if you represent that country, or if you know how to dance, then you tune in. We are going Congolese, we are going Kenyan, we are going Tanzania, we are going Uganda. Is there any country I have missed in the physical audience? Do we have Somalia here? We have Somalia. People of Somalia, raise your hands. Thank you very much. Kadanke, good luck in finding Somalian music. Any other country I've left out? Ethiopia. Do you have anyone from Ethiopia? Okay, and we'll end with Uganda as the host. So the music we put, we all dance according to how that track goes.
Judy, I'm sure you didn't know that some of your staff know how to dance. But when they put Empere, that's when I noticed that Ugandans love their music. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just 2 key assignments. One I am going to handle. It was supposed to be done in 20 minutes. I'm going to execute in 5 minutes. So then I bring the panel 15 minutes, we close and go home. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for me to invite Judy to come to the floor. Judy, please come. I'll be the one to moderate. Then I know that Save for Health, right? Judy, that side. Save for Health, the representative from Save for Health. Can we clap for them? To the other side. So, at SMART, collaboration, but also giving back is part of the reasons as to why we started this company. And of course, it gives us smiles to continue supporting institutions and giving back to them to be able to thrive in the health sector. So I want to give Judy just 2 minutes for her to speak to why they are partnering in CSR for Save for Health. And then I'll move to the gentleman who is representing Save for Health to quickly introduce himself, but also tell us why we should give you what we are going to give you. Thank you very much. Judy, your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ibra. Good afternoon, everyone. For Save for Health, we've had a journey. And this journey started when Frederick came and told us about the noble activities they are doing at the grassroots level. So they're working with people at the grassroots where they're not able to access healthcare. Quality access to healthcare is not a given, but they save for their health. And in saving for their health at the grassroots level, all they are seeking is for better care, but one that is all-inclusive for that particular village or parish. So we said, how can we then enable that last mile to ensure that they can get this healthcare? And Save for Health came on board with SMART. The issue of affordability is real because these households contribute amounts as little as 5,000, sometimes 10,000 per household per year. But they go into their pockets because they believe that Saving for Health is an initiative that is paramount and is priority. Now, the facilities that they go to, the reason why we are here today, go through the manual records that Professor talked about, and I don't want to delve into the detail, but the long and short of it is that they use paper records. There's no easy way of retrieving patient data. It's difficult to follow chronic care patients. So therefore, we saw that automating this process is very important. At SMART, we are able to integrate with hospitals that have their own systems so that there's a seamless exchange of data. But you can imagine for Save for Health, they are working with the grassroots, where that is not even a functionality that exists. Secondly, we are looking at items of, can they visit maybe other facilities, maybe upon referral? How do you then manage that process? With a fairly manual system, it's really difficult. So as SMART, we saw it's important that we enable the automation of the electronic health records just to manage the process so that access is seamless and they be able to follow up their patients, but also reporting is good.
Thank you very much, Judy. Can we give Judy a big round of applause? Sir, please kindly introduce yourself to these people, then I'll ask you the question.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening. I'm Frederick Makaire, the Executive Director, Save for Health Uganda. Can we clap for Fred, the ED for Save for Uganda? Kindly just inform the audience of the institution that you work for and what you do and where you did it from.
Thank you. So, Save for Health Uganda, I think Judy has summarized what we do, but basically we are trying to enable low-income families, vulnerable families to also access healthcare that is of quality. We target rural, poor communities, support them to form what we call community-based health insurance schemes. So they pull some resources together, and then we connect them to healthcare services within their locality, where they now sign service contracts, and then when they are sick, that's where they go to access services without getting money from their pocket, because each time they try to access healthcare and they have to pay cash, that is a barrier. Many of them actually resort to selling life-sustaining assets. Some of them forego healthcare. We have a number of them that just die from home. There are a number of people who have sold their land. There are a number of them who are escaping from service providers after they have been given service, and the issue is cash. At the time when they need the service, the money is not there. So that's the intervention we came up with to support. But these are vulnerable. These are vulnerable communities, and the service providers, as Judy rightly put, they are the rural ones who are still using analog. Their systems are totally unautomated. They are using paperwork, and the same thing with the communities. Everything is analog. So we want to appreciate SMART very much for recognizing these communities and continuing to stand with them. I think the only reason myself and Johnson from Health Partners are here is because SMART does not want to leave anyone behind in this journey of technology. And we want to clap for them. If it wasn't for that mission and vision, Save for Health and the communities we represent, we wouldn't be here. And allow me to share one testimony. Because one time, when we started this partnership, we were struggling because everything is manual. And so Judy and I, we met, spoke, and she told us about the SMART technology. So we could enroll our members and then automate a bit so that members would be identified using the SMART card. So I asked her, how much does it cost? So she told us the money. And we said, no, let's stop the story there. Because for us, each person is contributing 20,000 shillings per person per year. And definitely, the conversation wouldn't make sense anymore. But we were surprised that after a month, she called me back and said, you know what? Harrison is flying from Nairobi to come, and we want to meet you to discuss. I said, but to discuss what? About those communities. And said, but we told you the money they are paying. She said, yes, we are going to come and discuss. So we met, and we were surprised and actually impressed that they came up with something which I think they hadn't tried before, which we call a SMART card, which was targeting a family this time. Because initially, each individual would own a card, and that's a cost. But for these specific communities, they say, why can't try a family card? So we could put on board 5, 8 people on one card, and that brought down the cost significantly. And in fact, that helped the communities. And if I can just say what happened after that, a number of families enrolled. There are those that had not wanted to identify with this paper card because we had a big paper which they used to go and identify themselves with at the hospital. And a number of families which have a bit of money, after this SMART card was brought on board, then they started enrolling. And I want to tell you today, whereas some of those cards are expired, at one of the money lenders in the community, they have 5 of them. These people have taken them there to borrow money from money lenders. You don't know how proud they are to have these SMART cards. So they are supposed to be renewed every year, but if for them, even if they don't renew, they still use the cards to go and borrow money around the communities. So thank you, SMART. And we just wish that this technology can become much cheaper so that most of these communities can actually benefit. Otherwise, they want them. We would like to automate our systems. Challenges that our service providers have, mostly, the professor showed these computers here of 70s. I want to assure you, Mr. Moderator, that some of the service providers we are talking about are still using those. You have to slap it this side and slap it this side for it to go on. So when we had this partnership, we are looking forward to helping and supporting some of these facilities. Some of them don't have electricity, so they have to operate offline, and these are some of the technologies that we are really looking forward to get our communities also on track, so that they can be part of this conversation. Thank you so much.
Fred, please note that we are going to give you. We are going to give you. You are not going to change our minds. But when you talked about rural communities, people who come from Munsasa, Bulindo, Gayaza, Misindie, also those you can call rural. How rural is rural?
Well, yes, I understand. Those are urban rural. I'm referring to the village rural.
Real rural.
Those that are really excluded from most of the services. You know, Bulindo is in Wachiso. I think whereas it sounds rural because of the name, they are urban because services are all over the place. But these communities I'm referring to, they have to walk or to look for transport to move 15, 30 kilometers to find a nearby health center. Also, they are not surrounded by service providers of quality. Most of what they have are these clinics. So the other ones which have a bit of quality, they are quite a distance.
Thank you very much. Can we give Fred the ED of CSR Health? Just to understand, I'm trying to envisage that time when Judy told you about the price. I'm sure you got your palm and passed it in the face and said, Jesus Christ. You couldn't believe the price. But it's understandable. I think that the journey and what we're going to do in terms of collaboration is critical. At this point in time, I really don't want to take it any further than this. I want to invite the board members to come over and we hand over our contribution. Where you are going, because SMART, we are multi-sector, we work with private sector, we work with government. Do you have power? Because the president is following, the power is there.
Well, it is there, but yes, I think we shall improve.
Okay, the good thing in Minister of ICT, we shall also coordinate and we see if we can get you some computers. Yeah, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mary and of our board members, can we give her a big, big round of applause? Part of our top leadership is represented through Mary. Please bring the check, the dummy check, so we can hand it over. Mary, you want to say a word? You just want to hand over. You want to shake his hand. Very good. Okay.
Can I say something?
Please.
So the solution that we are giving to Save for Health today is called Smart Health Plus. It's a hospital management information system. And one thing that Frederick didn't mention, he works with a number of service providers to be able to grant access to those members at the grassroots level. So what we're doing is that we have consolidated our donation, and this is what we're giving to Frederick, and representing those facilities. We're starting off with a pilot of 3 facilities where we are going to fully automate their processes, and they'll be using our system to be able to onboard their patients, manage their appointments, have their medical records, manage their stores. It is a really robust system, end to end, from the beginning to the very end when the patient leaves. Thank you very much.
First of all, we're going to receive handshake from Iri Ann. It's an opportunity. It's called Secure Your Future. Then you hand over, then you walk away. Don't overshake. You want to become a body member. Hand over. Judy, please join in.
So the value of our contribution is 130 million Uganda shillings.
Harrison, You flew in to come and conclude this deal. You don't want to be there at the giving. Ladies and gentlemen, CSR plays a critical role. Can we appreciate SMART one more time? All right. In our next 15 minutes, which is our final conversation for the day, as that is happening, allow me to invite Arthur Mukembo, lead Future Lab, our key moderator. Allow me to invite Dr. Daniel. Allow me to invite Mr. Gideon. Allow me to invite Joel Oroni. Allow me to invite Dr. Davis Mosingozi. Allow me to invite Collins Ngeno to the stage. I want to give them exactly 15 minutes of the conversation. I hope that you'll have been able to nail the discussion so that we can be able to conclude the 4th annual SMART Summit on this 31st day of October. So quickly, I will allow the moderator take up the conversation. Moderator, if you will allow, I'll request that because we've not managed to read through their profiles, I will allow you, if you're comfortable, to speak to them. Each give them a minute. When you fire the question, they briefly introduce themselves and lash into the responses so we can catch up on time. Thank you very much.
I think Alexa has not been activated. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think since we've been given 15 minutes, moderator, allow me to borrow just 2 minutes to request the public. How many of us have LinkedIn by any chance? Right? Please help me find, for the next 2 minutes, with the moderator's support, help me find someone you've never met in the room and try to guess how many LinkedIn connections you have in common, and the winner of the bet gets to win something between yourselves. So agree where you'll meet, whether in Mombasa, whether in Somalia, wherever it is, but try to connect and guess how many connections you have in common, and the winner gets a prize from whichever one you decide. Can we take 2 minutes to connect? Thank you very much. And the time starts now.
Even when you don't have LinkedIn, stand up. Just to pretend. The argument is very, very simple. Stand up, the 2 minutes starts now, say hello to at least 5-10 people and see the people you have been connecting virtually and see if you actually physically can connect with them. People, the time is stand up, stand up. Ooh. I don't know why it is difficult. Let's stand up, meet people, say hello, meet people, say hello, and then we see if any one of you will find the physical person. Excuse me? Excuse me? Stand up and move around, say hello to people. That's what we are saying. Okay. Did you tell them to physically or to virtually?
Please, whichever is flexible.
Whichever. Okay. You have found someone? Physical?
Maybe for support, if you go in the search bar on your LinkedIn, there's a little bit there which you can click and you can just easily scan each other's QR codes.
Have you found anyone?
We have 1 minute left. Please find someone in here.
This one looks like she has found someone.
Fantastic.
You have found? Tell us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anita Ann Achan. I work for UAP Old Mutual. I'm an underwriter. There's a gentleman I was noticing like ever since I came, so yeah, when they said we should say hi to someone. Okay, the gentleman in white.
The gentleman in white. Is he single? Are you single? Anyway, go and say hello. The gentleman in white, stand up and receive this, madam. I see your happiness has come up now. We have the first pair of the virtual in the physical. Very good. People, let's clap for people who have put in effort. Very good. This side, anyone by chance?
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. Some of you now are going to tell each other, tell me I follow you, even me follow me. We raise our hands. No gifts for you. Yes, please.
So with Judy, we have to. Judy Mugoya.
With Judy, please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Leo Inaina from Kenya, Madison Insurance Group.
My LinkedIn.
Okay, you are following Judy, and you have also followed her. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Can we also clap for these ones? Anyone else's side? Okay, our final this side. If you have just followed someone, we are not going to allow. Okay.
So me and James followed each other in the morning. Coincidentally, we have 2 similar connections. And he has 500 plus connections so far. Maybe he can tell you how many I have.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Purity has 192 connections. Pleasure to meet you all. Thank you. 192.
So 500 versus 192. Who has only 20 connections? 20? 5? Okay, so far we found 3. Very good.
So thank you all very much. I think in the spirit of what SMART represents, it's important to get to know who's in the room. You never know what collaboration could come out of that conversation. Before you leave, please make sure you've connected. Otherwise, I would like to also take this opportunity to give you an opportunity as well to connect with our panelists. I'll invite each of them to use just 30 seconds to let us know your name and your organization and what you represent in this conversation before we then jump into our discussion for today. Pleasure. I'll start with you, Gideon.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gideon Krununji. I'm the CEO of the ICT Association of Uganda. I sit on the Presidential Investors Roundtable. I represent ICT on the table, on that committee. I sit on the TICON Africa, the Pan-African body for ICT associations in Africa. So I can relate with SMART, who is also the member of the ICT Association of Uganda, who I'm here to congratulate for making 12 years, to make 18 years, right? Not only that, so the association is the pivotal body for the ICT sector. We are the apex body for the ICT sector. So what we do, we represent professionals, we represent stakeholders, all of them in the ICT ecosystem. We also represent associations that are in the ICT industry. So we also have associations as members of the association. So they sit on our board as well. However, I'm here to just advocate for my professionals to be allowed on boards of hospitals because you've chased my IT people out of boards. And I hope that from this session we can have more of our people who are in IT to be sitting on your boards to be able to purchase our solutions that we may want to be putting on the board level. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Collins Ngeno. A Group Technology Director at SMART. So I take care of technology and innovation across the group. And so for this purpose, I'll be your host in terms of hosting the summit. Thank you. Good to be here.
Good afternoon, all. My name's Fred Kisalde, representing the Director Mengo Hospital, who was supposed to be here. I am the ICT manager of the hospital, and good to see all of you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Davis Musunguzi. I'm the founder of Rocket Health, a telemedicine and last mile healthcare delivery company that's been around for the last 12 years. And I know what it means to go through the years in these markets. So congratulations to SMART and the entire team for 20 years in East Africa and 12 years in Uganda.
Great. Thank you very much. I think to kick us off, the technology is not working with me. Can we all hear me okay? All right, thank you very much. To kick us off, allow me to start with Fred for this particular occasion. Fred, since we've been given a smaller time, I'd like to just hear from your perspective on how digital transformation is playing a pivotal role in your entire life cycle of how you manage patients, how you follow up patients, what role is technology playing across that life cycle? And please feel free to be biased as the IT manager. Karibu.
Thank you. Technology has transformed the way we handle patients, right away from what you've heard from previous speakers talk about the manual process. And today we are looking at a digital transformation where we start with point scheduling. Patients are able to make an appointment or booking the facility before even coming to the facility. So this enables the patients to manage their time, whereby the online appointment is done. Before they come to the facility, it is already scheduled. And this has really transformed the way the physicians, the clinicians relate with the patients. And of course, we've seen automation. We've used automation to bring in the element of using SMS, to use WhatsApp reminders. And this has, because we have now so many people using WhatsApps, using SMS, and in the process of automation, you kind of reduce the TAT, turnaround time. And we've gone away from the manual process of doing things, even when the clinicians were very tight to stick to the manual way of doing things, but we've transformed that part of the process into our EHR. And of course, when it comes to billing and insurance, through using that process, you facilitate, of course, the data management part of it, and ensuring that you share information across different service provider, and of course, the telehealth functionality of doing things.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Fred. I think, sorry, picking on your last point on telehealth, for example, please allow me to invite in David. You've disrupted how we typically, I know it's a typical word we use in tech, but you've reimagined how healthcare can be delivered. What role has technology played in enabling that? And maybe even just to paint for us a little bit more context, what new opportunities in how healthcare is delivered has that enabled?
Yeah, so I think it's not so much disruption in an area where there's still so much room for us to add unique pieces to the healthcare value chain across the market. So I always see it as us having added one new value proposition for the consumer that we're actually all building for and all serving. So our story really started out with trying to find ways that people can access a doctor easily, starting by building out all the pieces from the ground up using technology. And we started out with a call center staffed with doctors, and people could reach a doctor via phone call or via chat, and later on via USSD and so many of these other channels. So it was always technology first. But then, further down the line, you have to add other technologies like electronic medical record systems that enable you to be able to look at a patient longitudinally, so that you can always serve them as much as you would as if you were on the bedside. But then there were always other areas that we needed to reach into that value chain and provide more service. So we started offering pharmacy deliveries for your prescriptions. That also required a new level of technology in terms of coordinating logistics. And there are also systems created for that. And then, add on top of that lab services, picking samples, running tests, emailing, sharing results via email and WhatsApp, being able to do home-based vaccinations, being able to automatically schedule those into the system, reminder systems to the patients, and also for the doctors to always follow up the patients. We also, speaking about saving for health, started a wallet where people could actually save for their health using USSD, and they could, have a store of value built over time that they could always spend with us whenever they needed to expense on health. So it's been a combination of several different technologies together that we think are recreating the customer experience in outpatient healthcare specifically.
Thank you, David. And obviously, reimagining even how you deliver that value has required significant investment, and obviously a shift in some of the ways that traditional healthcare is actually practiced. Maybe Collins, to pick from your perspective, for those who don't have the scale of team, the scale of infrastructure investment that David and his team has been fortunate to have in that context as they go on that journey, how is smart technologies coming in to help your more traditional player become a little bit more tech-enabled, per se, in how they're doing their job?
Yeah, so the primer to investment is always going to be partnerships. And the reason why I say partnerships is because it was mainly because of the partnerships that we built with insurance companies and making telemedicine a reimbursable service under your insurance plan, while we then able to interact with Smart. And we had a lot of deep engagements during that time because we were trying to figure out how does a teleconsultation get built? How does a rider delivering your prescription still be able to get that entry into the Smart system, which a lot of insurers are using? And we played and toyed around with different variations of Smart system to enable that to be able to scale. And when that was able to scale, did we actually then have a proof of concept to say, this is bigger than it actually is, and built a business case to be able to get investment to actually scale it. But that would not have been possible if we didn't have the partnership with Smart that enabled us to build for insurers. And when they had that particular piece taken care of, we saw a lot more insurers actually start to sign on. So Smart was, and still is, a very key piece about how we deliver that telemedicine value proposition to insurers.
Well, thank you. So, and thank you, David, for that additional context on how Smart enables these kinds of collaborations and partnerships. So Collins, just building on top of that is, how have you positioned your technology stack? How have you positioned how you collaborate with partners, so on and so forth, to enable such collaborative experiments to start and then to support them as they scale? How are you harnessing your infrastructure, your capabilities to enable entirely new use cases, entirely new ways of delivering value going forward?
Thank you for that. So the first thing that Smart came in to address, for example, is one of the perennial pain points that had been there before, which was fraud. Most of the partners or the players in this field have always complained about the kind of loss ratios that they suffer if it's the insurance side of things. On the service provider side, there are also other concerns that they were grappling with. So Smart came in, and as you can see in our tagline where we said we pride ourselves in offering secure, fast access to service, is to ensure that this security, element of security, for example, is taken care of across the ecosystem, because we're dealing with medical data, which is sensitive. So the very first thing we do around that to address that concern, after addressing, of course, the issues of fraud, ensuring that it's the right person you're serving, is to ensure that this is happening in a secure environment. Then the next thing is elements of speed, efficiencies, and anything around that, as you're talking about and considering issues of access. So the other thing that Smart then does is, in doing all this, what are we aiming at? We're aiming at delivering operational efficiency to all our partners. And this is done through various innovative solutions. And as has been mentioned by various speakers from our side before, there are other systems other than what we saw today being launched. So we have solutions that serve everybody across the medical insurance value chain, from the service provider we saw what was the solution, SmartLink Pro, that was launched today. We have a Smart Access app, which has been here with us in terms of facilitating access to care. And in between the service provider and the insurance company, we offer electronic data interchange. And along that chain, that connectivity between the service provider and the payer, we also layer other benefits that would help introduce this operational efficiency. Things to do with price control and benefit management and all those. And then now, finally, at the very top, in terms of the payer side, at the end of the value chain on the other side, in terms of innovations, we have one of our other products, which is called Smart Insure, which was talked about also, and is at our booth for those who may want to have a look. So what we've done, therefore, as Smart, is to ensure that we offer something for everyone. And for all of us here, the challenge that we always find most of the time whenever we interact with different players is that they only know Smart for whatever it is they interact with. I would want, therefore, to challenge you that there is usually a lot more, and you are continuously innovating. So whatever you saw maybe last year, if you knew Smart in a certain way last year, it's not what you saw. There has been other things, other value creation along the journey, and we are always constantly innovating. So we would be very glad to always partner with you. Let's get to understand how best we can, what are some of those pain points, and we are always happy to come forward and partner together and help you out. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. Over to you, Gideon. From a sector perspective, I think you've had the clarion call from Collins in terms of we have a lot of capabilities, we have different ways we can engage across the value chain. We're trying to make our platform as flexible for different use cases as possible. From a technology perspective, sometimes there are certain barriers around infrastructure, connectivity, so on and so forth. What role do you think the broader technology space or sector can play in enabling collaborations and partnerships like what SMART is standing for, what we're seeing with David and his team? What role can the broader sector come into play to enable us move forward into a more digitally enabled healthcare system?
He's setting me up, I can tell, because he knows what you go through at the ecosystem. SMART has done the work. Ryan Holiday, he wrote a book called Ego is the Enemy, and he says that talk depletes us because it competes for the same resources as doing. So SMART has done 21 years of really working and delivering. So he's the Innovation Village Future Lab, which he represents, and so he's Rocket Health and Mengo Hospital. But when you go to look at the sector level, and I want to critique the people in the room, and that's the healthcare industry. And members, you have learned the political language, yet you're scientists. I'm a researcher on behavior data, and I do predictive data. I predict malware, so that's what I'm researching about with Macquarie University. We have learned to be political as medical scientists. This is what caused interoperability with MTN and Airtel in Uganda. The Minister of ICT wrote a letter. Now I'm hearing doctors speak policy. I love policy very much, but why is it that there is no HIE, that is Health Information Exchange? We are blaming the Data Protection Office and Data Protection Law and Act of Uganda. We are blaming various laws. I would think if, let's say, we stood together as the health practitioners in the room, and you joined the ICT Association of Uganda, and we lobbied government together, would be able to have a better change without utilizing and waiting for policy to happen. Because we can't allow, there is a book I was reading, it was saying that there are fates that are worse than death. And they said there are two kinds. One, and this was someone who was in the army, and I know I'm speaking to doctors who are very sensitive about death. They said, those are two kinds of fates that are worse than death. One is that you might kill accidentally your own people when you're in the war, or you might be asked by an enemy to shoot your own people, maybe as put you on gunpoint. That's the first kind, killing your own soldiers. The other is returning home, and you've left behind 22 people that you went with in your room to go and fight. Should I think the health sector is leaving some people in the war and it's going, because you go back home as doctors, you're making more profit and you're happy? Are you leaving people in the war? Or are you also killing your very own? This is why I say that. We're in a sector that has 30% internet, smartphone penetration. 30%. We have 50% power penetration, that's electricity, at homes. That means if Smart wants to reach every person, or you telemedicine, he might want to reach people on USSD, but they don't know how to charge the phones. Now, that means 50% of our population in Uganda cannot charge their devices. That's what we're dealing with, number one. Number two, that means that 30% of our population, around 13 million Ugandans, cannot only have smartphones. And that is a market that Smart is trying to push and say we want to command more of this market share. And that's Rocket Health too. That is a very small space. Let's increase the appetite. Why? Now, we also have 13 million internet users in Uganda. That's 35% internet penetration. Now, in COVID, we realized what we call, and I'm finishing, Arthur, in COVID, we realized the health sector made us work together. We achieved collaboration, we had learnings, we celebrated the medical industry. But now, since COVID ended, this is what's happening, Arthur. They are doing digital optimization instead of having digital transformation. Medical doctors have learned also the political language, saying we need policy. Let's not wait for policy. My ask for everyone in this room, let's declare a state of emergency and ask that let these hospitals, let these homes, let's increase penetration of smartphones at every cost possible. Because we might be leaving some people dead because he wants to make sure they get cheap health care. That's Mr. Davis of Rocket Health. He wants to make sure that people can reach a doctor. And for him, let him be blamed. And that's his technology. I've done some background check. Let him be blamed, and let Smart be blamed that a doctor was called for through Rocket Health and a doctor don't respond. Let's blame technology. But we don't have the onus to blame technology. So from the standpoint, Arthur, to rationalize everything, is saying that our working group as the Association of Social Impact and AI, which has been working through the whole year, we have found that the sectors that could be key to help us increase the breaking of these barriers and bridging all these barriers is the health industry. So I'm sorry I've gone assertive, but the answer is in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the purpose of these kinds of platforms.
It's being live streamed. It's somewhere there, and it's not fair.
No, understandable. Thank you. So, Fred, maybe just to pick on that, you have deep institutional history as the hospital, and that you've already been trying to cause change, in different ways of the hospital. Maybe to ask is, from where you are right now on your digital transformation journey, what's going well? What hasn't? What do you wish could go better? And maybe just to cap that is, what kinds of collaborations do you think would enable you to get to where you'd want to go faster?
I think, like the previous colleague has mentioned, we need to be mindful when developing applications that we have quite diverse communities that we actually serve. And some of these people have disabilities, and we need to basically put them in the process of acquiring the services that we actually talk about. And many times you may see some applications that do not actually really engage these people. So it is really important to meet the different needs of these people. But also, we are multilingual. Many times our communities do not actually understand the English that we speak. But we have different dialects. But do we really try to think through to bring on board these kind of dialects so that we can have or engage or reach out to these communities? Accessibility features.
We need tools that have, of course, screen readers, voice commands for people with disabilities. We need, of course, to ensure that we continuously train. Train. What makes these applications reach the intended purpose is to continuously train the users. But of course, like you mentioned, USSDs, because as we move forward with advanced technologies, we normally tend to forget with what we started with. Simple technologies that can reach out to the people who are not really tech savvy, but they can use simple tools to access whatever they want to access.
Thank you. And I guess related to that, Davis, he's mentioned some very traditional issues here around user experience, accessibility, etc., that seem to be a common theme across the table. Today we've been talking a lot about AI. What role does it play? What other technologies could complement what it does? And where do you think we can still try to remind ourselves of the need for user centricity in that whole process? Essentially, apart from AI, what other technologies are out there? What role is AI playing? And how can we further use these technologies to refine the user experience, especially in your case, for people who are likely more at the last mile?
Yeah, so I think maybe it's important to note that, first of all, healthcare has not been an industry that has been known to be a fast adopter of technology. So even when people talk about future technologies, I can say there are so many previous technologies that we have barely even scratched the surface of. Even if you're talking about things like social media, and I remember there was a time the talk was about blockchain, and then it became about big data, and now it's about AI, and we're trying to take all these massive leaps in technology without even taking advantage of what came before it, so you kind of have that compounded value. But in terms of what AI can do, I think the most important thing it does is to abstract critical thinking and analysis and processing natural language. And what I mean by that is, in a simple use case, hospitals, insurers, and also processors of that information like SMART are sitting on a lot of data. Normally it requires big teams of software developers, data analysts, and all other kinds of other database experts to make sure that the data is clean, that all the silos are broken down, and you have all these data interchanges, health information exchanges like what being mentioned, so that somebody can query this data on demand. And I think AI can do that very well in its current state, where I can have somebody seated at a workstation and they just type in a question, what are our top 10 selling products or procedures? And I don't have to have any technical skill to have that question answered, and some pie charts done, and a PowerPoint presentation, and you can even be seated in a meeting and immediately answer some of these data-driven questions that drive business decisions. I think that is a very easy go-to, or a low-hanging fruit for a lot of the people that are looking to use AI. As far as Rocket Health is concerned, I think areas that would be of interest to me would be things like, how can we automate a lot of call center operations? There may be a lot of calls that you make to insurers, or calls that we make to SMART directly when things are either an exception or going differently than as the system is supposed to. Maybe there's a lot of call center automation that we can do in there that can relieve our teams to do higher level work and be able to make it a seamless process for providers and customers. So whether it's through automated chatbots or voice AI, I think those are pretty interesting areas for us to start considering and looking into as far as the application of AI is concerned. As far as the future is concerned, in terms of what other technologies are out there, I think the verdict is still out there whether we're even able to use what we currently have. I would say let's focus on that. Let the technologists focus on creating software. We already know what our problems and challenges are. Let us not look for problems to solve new technology. Let's use existing technology to solve old problems.
Thank you. And that's a very valid and poignant point there. Collins, as we wrap up, I think I'd want to understand how you are leveraging the bouquet of capabilities across the smart ecosystem to make things like what Davis is talking about a reality. And perhaps second to that is, what kind of future as well are you seeing, and how can we best prepare ourselves for it?
So, in the smart ecosystem, of course, we've leveraged a lot of AI capabilities because we want to transfer the same to our partners and our customers. And one of the ways we have done that is in looking at from the analytics side of things, because we've had or gathered a lot of data, collected a lot of data over time, and we continuously process a lot of data within our ecosystem. So the one thing that always comes up, and it was a challenge from previous conversations that we had, is how can Smart, using this data that you have, massive volumes of data that we have, help the industry create certain efficiencies. And that's how our data analytics solution came about. And with that, we sit in an enviable position, I can dare say that, in the sense that we collect and we have collaborations with so many players in the industry. And through that now we're able to, and you saw some of the statistics that were being shared here, be able to mine some useful information that can actually drive decision making. And we've had some of our partners even using that to make their own decisions around their operations and leveraging their own data, also checking and counter-checking with what happens in the industry. The second thing is on fraud detection and fraud prevention. And we do have, again, leveraging on that data, the ability, using our AI tool, machine learning, to be able to pick out some of those anomalies, be it on claims processing, and we're continuously innovating around that. But with that, first of all, even just narrowing down to claims processing and anomaly detection around claims processing and fraud detection, is the ability to be able to pick out and flag some of those fraudulent or potentially fraudulent transactions. That in itself helps the industry sort out the age-old problem of fraud and loss that comes through fraud. And the bigger picture, of course, is from cost management. And we process information. That's what we do. That's what we help the ecosystem achieve. In doing that, we give you tools to collect and process information, and for that information now to be used in various use cases, applied in various use cases in your respective organizations across the value chain. So would be glad, of course, to have a further conversation on that, on how we can specifically address a specific challenge in the industry, but that's what I would say in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Collins. I think we would have had a lot more time to discuss this, but that's why we asked you to connect early on LinkedIn. Please feel free to follow up each of our panelists for further discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. I'll hand you back to the MC.
It's difficult to present as the final panel. Can I request we give them a bigger round of applause? Can I invite our top leadership? Mary, please come. Again. And I'll request the SMART team to bring the plaques accordingly so that we can appreciate our final panel for the day, for our 4th annual summit, for really doing a good job. I hoped that by the time we get here, many of you would have gone so that I enjoy all these goodies. But for one reason or the other, you have stayed. So first clap for yourselves. So one by one. Gideon, please make your way. This Gideon man scared us. I'm on the president this. I am on. I said, eh? Gideon, thank you very much. Can you give Gideon a big, big clap? Gideon will receive your hamper as well. Collins, please stay with your plaque. You're going to have a group photo. Can we give Collins a big, big round of applause? Davis. Thank you very much, Davis. Can we give Davis a big clap? And Joel. Okay. One more. Arthur. Can I request we have a group photo? And that will be it. Mary, please join them. Judy, the host doesn't get tired, eh? Yeah. You are the one who wanted to host the 4th annual summit. You will feel it. You work and work. Join in the middle. You don't want people to start saying, hey, those smart people are not gender inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the panel. Our technical panel, we want to thank you very much. So you can make your way. So, who hasn't yet won a gift by show of hands? Because now, as SMART, we've agreed that many people haven't won, and I have a number of gifts to cater for many people. By show of hands, you have not won, but your willingness to win is high. You thought that you should be among. Please come to the stage. We have to give gifts in the light, not this business of giving you there, and our partners don't appreciate the value. Come to the stage if you know you want to win. I like this man. Before I even asked, he was already standing. Said, no missing. If I get fewer people, I give double. So the fewer, the better. Harrison, please come. These are your gifts. People partnered with SMART. Come and start distributing. When they are over, I hope you have your wallet. Because I can't tell these serious ladies and gentlemen. People, the line is not stopping. People who want to win. Winning is serious. You really see people saying, I will not. Madam, don't come rushing. It's okay. I will not stop you. It's the business of winning is real. Thank you very much. Can we clap for people who want to win? Harrison, good luck in distributing. When they are over, I hope you have your wallet. Because a mature man, married men and women of this country, they go back with nothing. You start one by one. People, when they are over, you switch off the camera. Here, you give one by one until. People, as they are giving you, put some effort to smile. Our sponsors are not happy when you are not smiling.
Can we clap for Lifelink Namugongo? Thank you very much. This is good accountability report. This is business of the partners saying, we didn't see you give away our gifts. We are giving out in light. Can you appreciate Millennium Optics? Excuse me? For you come back, I give you another one. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Can you appreciate CCare hospitals and clinics? Hey, for you who has thanked me, I've given you another one as well. Very, very nice. Many gifts. People at the end of the tunnel, don't worry. There are still many. Excuse me? This one will cut us over me. It's nothing, it's nothing. Come back next year, I will do the same. Harrison, now those ones give double. Harrison, give even that one, give double. Hey, give 2. Thank you very much. People, let's clap for our partner, Mary Stops. The final one, you'll get 3. You'll never forget this conference in your entire life. You'll talk about the summit forever, forever. People, can we appreciate Harrison? The Baganda have a saying that one who gives does not what? You don't know Mugabite Yesera. That one who gives, they should have a remainder. I have a friend, I used to work with him. Mr. Badru Bengo, please come. Come with your neighbor. I also give you. This way you go back and say, for us, we didn't win anything. Come here. The gifts are many. People, let's clap for our sponsors. They have done this. This is Mr. Badru Bengo, a manager at the Uganda Insurance Association. Badru, this is for you. Badru, first wait. This is for your wife. Madam, what's your name? Lucy, Miss Lucy. Lucy, you are married? You are not, eh? This is for your boyfriend. Good luck. Reach well, oh? Thank you very much. Clap for this. It's okay, don't overthank me. Judy, I want to really come to you and I understand how you have so many gifts that every time I am doing an event for SMART, I am fighting to give the gifts away. So those who fear coming in the camera, approach me, speak to me good English, then I will see if I should give you. So, but I want to, can we appreciate the final moderator? Moderator, please come. I loved your energy. It is tough to really do the final panel. Can we give him a big, big clap? He really energized us. This one is for you. The other one is for your wife. You've given me, eh? Okay, so thank you very much. May the Lord be with you. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the 4th annual SMART Summit, but I want to invite, we're going to just do 2 events, which should be end in 3 minutes. And I want to invite the
Group COO. I want to invite the Group COO, Isaiah, to come and move a vote of thanks to thank you. And after that, he'll give the closing prayer. After we are done with the closing prayer, I would request we stay seated, we rise up, we have the anthems. I want to thank you very much. People, even when we are tired, let's appreciate Isaiah.
Thank you, Mr. MC, for giving me a new title. The Group COO from today. That's a new one. I hope the board of directors, they know I have another title. So my pocket should correspondingly have something else for this new title. We want to appreciate you for coming. It's been an amazing day. How many agree with me? It's been an amazing day? Wow, how many have learned? Amazing, amazing. Indeed, this has been a wonderful summit, the 4th summit we have held outside Nairobi. And it reminded me when we jetted in yesterday, that for the first time I had a very smooth landing in Entebbe. I compare that smooth landing to the landing I had back 15 years ago. And the reason why I came to realize why the other one was not as smooth is because at that time we didn't have as much to talk about. That's the time we were here just to introduce the solution, just to have you as partners, to work with us, and indeed you have done exactly that. So we appreciate 12 years down the line, now we have a solution. Now we're impacting lives, and we want to appreciate you for that. Quickly going into the vote of thanks, there's quite a number of us that have contributed to making this wonderful. One is the government agencies, the government representatives. We have the Ministry of ICT that was fully represented here. We also have the Ministry of Health. Let's put our hands together to appreciate that team. Thank you very much. The rate at which you'll get out of this place is depending on the amount of, or how fast you clap, okay? Are we together? So I hope you are with us. Next team is the associations. We had a couple of associations with us here. We had the Uganda Healthcare Federation. We had the High City Association of Uganda. We had Uganda Insurance Association. We had Insurance Regulatory Authority. We had Federation of Uganda Employers. We had Human Resource Managers Association. We had Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda. Did you appreciate them being here with us? Thank you very much. We want to appreciate that team that was here with us. We had our partners, quite a number of them here with us. We had the insurance companies that were here. We had the medical facilities that were here, quite a number of them. We had community health insurance schemes that were right here with us. Let's appreciate that team. We really, really appreciate you. We had our sponsors, and of course, courtesy of these sponsors, we've had quite a number of gifts, and I think everybody literally has received something. Not only gifts for ourselves, but even maybe for our partners, our friends, and that was quite amazing. So we had quite a number of them here. We had Millennium Optics, we had Aga Khan University, we had HACO, we had Mary Stops Uganda, we had Seacare, we had Mengo Hospital, we had Lifelink Hospital, we had Save for Health. Let's clap for that team, a wonderful team that came here. They have sponsored the event, and indeed, they have made it quite amazing. We had our panelists and the moderators. Didn't they do a fantastic job? Wow, wow. Let's appreciate all of them. Without you, this event would not have been what it became, or the way it came out. We had our various service providers that were working with us. We had the Kadanke brand house. These are the people that made this house look the way it is. If you came here before yesterday, it was not what you're seeing now. They did quite a fantastic job. Want to appreciate you. We had the Tete Business Solutions. We had Kampala Serena Hotel, our host. They have been really hosting us all through this time. And we want to put our hands together as we appreciate our service providers. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. We had the media team. These guys have been just behind the scenes, but amazing work being done. We want to appreciate them. The media team, making sure that this is, live, and making sure that we have the shooting and everything being done correctly, the cameras rolling properly, and they have done a fantastic job. Let's put our hands together for the media houses and the media team that was here. We had our guests that came in. Various people from all walks of life were here with us. So let's put our hands for our guests. Last but most importantly, we had the SMART team. Starting with the SMART board that was here, represented by the directors. Let's put our hands together for the sake of the board. We truly, truly appreciate your presence. It made this a wonderful, wonderful event. We're the EXCO team that was here with us. Let's put our hands together for the EXCO team. Thank you very much. We are the staff that were here with us, and of course they have made this event quite amazing. We want to put our hands together for the staff. We had regional countries, as we had. We are in over 12 countries. In 12 countries, that is the people that were joining us even online. We want to appreciate the SMART team that is out there in other countries. Let's put our hands together for the staff in the regional countries. We did have the organizing committee. This would not have been possible, was it not, for the organizing committee. I've had tireless nights, working tirelessly to ensure that this happens. I was quite, surprised to hear even at 3 a.m. in the morning, the team was right here to make sure that this happens. So we want to appreciate that organizing committee for the great work that they did. And most importantly, we want to appreciate the SMART Uganda team. SMART Uganda, wherever you are, please stand up. This team, we want to give them a very special clap. They have done a fantastic job. Judy, the leader of this team, the Uganda team, let's appreciate them. Let's give them a very special clap. We truly, truly appreciate you. I don't know, the 5th summit, Harrison and board, I don't know that will happen here. This looks like this is the place that summits should be happening from. Indeed, it's amazing, it's amazing. I think you've never had one like this. Thank you for the great work that was done by the host team. Last but not least, if you have not recognized you, please not. We really, really do recognize you. Any party that I've not mentioned here is not deliberate. We truly, truly appreciate you for making it happen. You have made this day a wonderful and successful day. So we truly, truly appreciate you. Last but not least, our very own, the man who called me the COO. Please stand up. This gentleman has done an amazing job. I wish I had the Ugandan accent. Welcome here, welcome. Please stand here. We need to appreciate you. We need to appreciate this man, very important. He's a very important man. He has done an amazing job. I didn't even know whether he was eating, but actually he has done a fantastic job. We want to appreciate you. Thank you very much. Some people are asking me, is he part of SMART team? Yes. In smartness, he's part of us. But he works somewhere else. So if you want services like that, you can talk to him. He's very close to me as well. So thank you very much for the great work done. We truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you very much. And of course, why can't you appreciate the man talking here? Please give him a very hearty hand clap. Thank you very much. At this point in time, I want to welcome you. Please, let's be upstanding. We want to have a closing word of prayer. Let's rise and we close this session at this point. As we stand, just look close or next to you and appreciate that person. Give them a high five for being here all the way to the end of this summit. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. It's been amazing having you here all this time. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. Actually, for your information, we covered the entire content of the summit. We covered the entire content of the summit except for my presentation. So I'm the sacrificial lamb, which means I'll come next time. You have not introduced me, and I need to come and also give my presentation. It is also in me. I will give it when I come. But I'd really, truly appreciate. So let's just bow our heads for a word of prayer. Most precious Heavenly Father, we are very thankful for this wonderful opportunity you've given us. It's been quite a number of days, months preparing for this particular summit. It has come out so successfully. We want to thank you for our partners. We want to thank you, Lord Jesus, for our stakeholders that have joined us, Heavenly Father. We have seen fruits, we have seen value, we have seen collaboration, partnerships here. And Father, we want to pray that you lead us and continue guiding us. We want to serve the nation, we want to serve people, we want to serve humanity. We want to deliver things that help lives. We are grateful, Heavenly Father, for every party that was involved in this event. And Lord, as we pray that even the greatest SMART company As we continue delivering and serving people, we pray that you continue blessing us. We thank you for everybody that was involved. Bless each and every one of us. Even as we leave to our various places, we commit everything in your hands, the flights back home to those, for those who flew in, Lord. Even those who are traveling back, we pray that you make it safe for them. We thank you and we honor you as we commit all things in your hands in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
So thank you very much, the CEO. I want to request us to stay standing for just 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the young men and women in this organization called SMART, who really had tireless nights. Probably you'll never see them. They're unsung heroes. I want to request, Judy, with your permission, I want to invite all the young men and women that sit at SMART here in Uganda to come and make their way to the stage. And that's when I request all the board members to join them. They have a group picture so that we can then have the anthems and close. Everyone at SMART, please make your way down to the stage. Sharon, team, please move. Let's come to the stage. Let's try to move faster so that we can appreciate all the people you're going to see on the stage are the ones that have had tireless nights. Some of them were here up to 3 a.m. in the morning, just to make sure that we really find this place befitting and worth to appreciate for the 4th annual summit of SMART. And so it's important that we recognize you. We have the Ugandan team. We also have the Kenyan team.
Judy, you have recruited all of these, they work a day. This is serious.
Yeah, I think now SMART can be appreciated for solving unemployment in this country. Because now this is real. The families you are touching, I thought they would fit on the stage, but the way, okay. So can I request the board members, and please lead the team, Harrison, excuse, only those on the board will be down. The rest of you who are not on the board, come back up. Body members will be down, then stand according to your positions from intern to manager. Yes, and together the other board members, please join in. Ladies and gentlemen, can we show some love to this team for doing all this? Thank you very much. We want to dearly thank you. The moment the photo is done, you run back very fast because people are going to be moving out and they want to find the people at the booth. Esther, you work for SMART or you gave up? You were tired? Everybody says, I hear you're not coming. So, because we have concluded the 4th annual summit, you need to give me 2 poses. One that is serious for the boardroom, and give me one for excitement that you will also shock yourself when you see the picture. So that's one for seriousness in the office boardroom. Now give me one. I think there's another person that has joined. That is one for seriousness in the boardroom. So give me one for excitement, for your energy, when you see that your energy has paid off. Some of you are putting up hands as if you're coming from the bed. Give me something exciting, youthful, energetic. Give me some swag. All right. Photographer, are you done? Thank you very much. Let's stay standing, and I request, excuse. We are finishing from here. They are playing the anthems, then we'll ascend. So let's just stay here, because if I allow you walk back, the time for walking and the finishing will take long. The anthems, please.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki. tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give ourselves a big, big round of applause. Thank you very much for being a part of our 4th annual Smart Summit. We want to thank you very much for your time. We want to request that these collaborations extend beyond this room so that we can continue to solution for this country and beyond. May the Lord be with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening and have a lovely end of the week.